1. I was fascinated by the experience of the air being cold. It was so strange. For my whole 17 years, it had always been pleasantly warm inside the Daedalus. In school, they told us the heat is why the crops grow so well, and the forests are dense with trees. That and the abundant rain which irrigated the Ark ship's internal habitat. There are giant sprinklers up there, fixed to the curving rock that forms the sky. The builders installed them between the light strips that run the whole length of the cylindrical habitat, pumping out a constant deluge of water for 3 hours every third night without fail. It was raining when the 5 of us came shooting out of the waterfall, splashing down into the pool at the base of the habitat's forward end wall. Except this time, it wasn't water droplets falling down from the sprinklers. John, my AI, called the stuff in the air snow. For a few minutes we played around in the soft, fluffy blobs that floated down around us, shaping it into weird, dripping lumps, laughing at how it crunched when you bit it, numbing our tongues as it melted. But that was only a short interlude. We needed it, though, all of us, a brief moment away from the ordeal we'd just survived. Well, some of us had survived. A few paces away was Fraser, my little... I must stop calling him that. He's my younger brother. He's also the smartest person I know, even though his thoughts run wild too often. He stood there in the subdued silvery light that comes out of the strips every night, with his arms out, examining each flake as it landed on his spacesuit gloves, as if the fragile patterns contained some kind of elusive secret. And there was Rel, too, who I was hugging contentedly as we swayed around under the crazy swirl of snow. Rel, who makes me happy in a way I haven't felt since... No, that was not the time to be thinking of the calamities and mistakes that were previous boyfriends. He's 20, with darker skin than mine, not hard given I'm practically the same white as the snow, with hair that's flame orange, and has a face that I find very enjoyable to look at. He's the trainee doctor at Akebia Village, which is an outward sign of his good heart. And he believed in me when so many others didn't. That's a wealth far beyond any food kilos in a work ledger. We were together, a proper couple, especially after what we'd just been through. From inside his embrace, I stole a guilty glance over at the final pair of my little group of friends, Alice and Xiao, who were clinging to each other. For a brief moment, Alice had managed to put aside her grief at the death of her cousin. Xiao was her lover, loyally following her as she followed me into the Ark ship's forbidden forward section, something he was probably seriously now regretting. But Alice came along because we've been best friends since forever, and she trusted me. I don't apologize for that. We desperately needed to reach those sections of the Ark ship that had been sealed off centuries ago. Just a few weeks ago, I'd found out the Daedalus was leaking air through a puncture hole. The Ark ship was travelling at 10% of light speed between stars, and even with our shielding, a kind of gas cloud, John informed me, will occasionally encounter some piece of cosmic junk big enough to get through. Nobody was repairing the breach. We were depending on machines that no longer worked to keep us safe. So in I went, all headstrong and righteous. Impetuosity, my mother calls it. And that's where the trouble really started. At school, we were taught that there was a mutiny on board 500 years ago. Back then, the Daedalus had reached a habitable planet after a 400-year flight from Earth. But it turned out there were aliens there, the Yai, who weren't quite sentient. Morally, our ancestors couldn't settle a planet with a native species that could one day achieve sentience, so they set off again. This time it was to be a 500-year voyage for a planet that was being terraformed by one of the robot seed ships that Earth had sent out into the galaxy, a world where there would be no ethical issues about them settling. In that version of history, we learned the mutineers wanted to live on the first world. They didn't want their children and grandchildren to live in an ark ship for another 500 years, so they tried to turn the Daedalus around. The last captain, Ashley Kruger, along with her loyalists, managed to defeat them, at terrible cost. There was what amounted to a war on board, killing off most of the adults. And it was all a lie. The Yai, it turned out, was sentient after all, and utterly ruthless. There was no mutiny. The Yai took over the Daedalus by stealth and all but exterminated the humans on board. We, the descendants of that short savage war's survivors, had been living that lie for 500 years. As revelations went, that one had brought me to my knees. For I met the Yai in the forward section. They killed Tamrin and Elijah, killed them with no warning and no mercy. Brutal, horrible deaths. "The snow's making your nose cold." Rel grinned and kissed me again. Our spacesuit helmets clanked together. With the visor open, I could just reach his lips with mine. "Well, now you mention it," I replied, "I do—" "What's that?" Fraser yelled in alarm. I spun round, muscles animated by fear. We'd escaped the Type 3 Yai, the soldier class, that had been chasing us, a confrontation that had seen Elijah sacrifice himself so the rest of us could get clear. Despite the snow and the relief of being back in the habitat, we were all still a single heartbeat from dread. "They followed us," was my shrieking thought. Not just me. All of us were abruptly shining our torches at Fraser, who was pointing his torch at the pool. I followed where the beam was going. High above us, the waterfall continued to spill its torrent of water down the rock that was the habitat's end wall, crashing into the pool. It created ripples that lapped at the reeds around the edge. But Fraser's torch had found a different set of ripples, the kind of bow wave a boat makes. They were heading for the edge and getting bigger. There was no boat. All I could see was a red glimmer below the surface. I dropped my torch and tugged the laser pistol from its holster. By the time I focused on the water again, the top of a white and purple cylinder was rising up out of the surface. I let out a sob of relief. It was one of the 3 cyborgs assigned to escort us by the AI we'd found in the forward section. The other 2 had been destroyed by the Yai during our escape, and I thought this one had been lost when it fell into the top of the waterfall intake pipe. Clearly it was tougher than I expected. But then, if I could survive the waterfall... It rolled up onto solid land, pausing for a moment before its 3 stumpy legs shrank back into its base. There were plenty of dints in its shell, and some of the equipment packs it had carried were missing, as was an arm, torn off at some point. The other 3 were still intact. I gave a nervous laugh, which quickly petered out. "I don't think I can take another surprise," I admitted. "Me neither," Rel agreed. For that, I awarded him a grateful smile. "John, can you communicate with it?" "Yes. I have established a secure ultraviolet link. The Habitat network cannot intercept that." "So it's working okay?" "The visible damage is superficial, apart from the arm. The remaining 3 arms will be adequate for most tasks. Some equipment packs were torn off. It doesn't know where they are." "Bottom of the pond," Fraser muttered. "Most likely," John agreed. I shivered, despite the warmth of the spacesuit I was wearing. Every part of me felt drained. I was desperate for a good sleep, maybe a nice breakfast. "We should get to Akebia," I said. "I need a bed." Actually, just a floor'll do. Chief Sedilko will find us one in the cells, I'm sure, Fraser said. No, Rel replied emphatically. Not after Hazel's broadcast from Section 17. I'd almost forgotten that. After everything else that had happened, it wasn't at the top of my mind. Section 17's AI had managed to send out a brief broadcast across the habitat before the Yai attacked it. I'd been the one telling everyone what we'd found in the Arkship's forward section and that we were going to fix the leak. Not that I'd managed to finish my speech. We had to run from the Yai as they broke in. For the first time I wondered what that had looked like to anyone who'd seen the broadcast. Me babbling away excitedly, followed by all of us running for our lives. Do you think many people actually saw it? I asked. It was only a few hours ago, Alice said with a smile that verged on malicious. Everyone would have been having their evening meal. They'll have seen it for sure. She was right, of course. Every village had a communal hall where we ate, and each of those halls also had a screen where the electric captain made her announcements. "Oh, sweet captain," I grumbled. "It'll be fine," Rel said reassuringly. "That warning about the new air being cold will just add to your authority when we show up." "Do you think so?" Everyone nodded, assuring me that was so, even Shao, who hardly ever spoke. I wasn't convinced. We tramped along the path that led to Akebia, the Cybot rolling along beside us. The snowflakes were somehow sliding in through my open visor to melt in my hair, but I decided against putting the visor down again. That would be too weird for people when we arrived at Akebia. Just wearing a spacesuit was going to be imposing enough. Elisha had been right when he told me too much too soon would make people recoil from the truth. There was a slight rise in the ground just before the village. When we reached the top, we all came to a halt. "Oh my days," Fraser said in delight. "They're partying." A bonfire was burning bright in the big courtyard outside the village hall. There was a lot of people there. They seemed very animated. I frowned as I took in the scene. The last time I'd been in that courtyard was when Ixia's girls had been invited to the dance, the night I met Rel. There'd been musicians and a feast and drinking. It was lovely. This seemed different. That doesn't look like a party, I decided. "The Grand Conclave," Rel said. "Remember? Chief Sedilko told us he was going to call a grand conclave of the mayors and regulator chiefs to sort out what to do about—" He broke off sheepishly. "Me," I filled in for him. "To decide what to do about me." The conclave was something else I'd forgotten, or conveniently overlooked in all the drama and terror of the last day. To be fair, I'd been worrying about bigger things than a bunch of old mayors squabbling about events they didn't understand. Now, staring down at that same crowd of mayors and regulators, the steady buzz of their voices as they argued in an oh-so-civilized fashion, I wanted to slink off into the night. "You can't put this off," Alice said firmly. I gave her a despairing look. She does know me so well. "We walk in on them like this." She gestured at our spacesuits. "With that," a finger pointed at the Cybot, "and they'll have to listen to you. Really listen." I glanced at Rel, who smiled ruefully. "She's right. We'll back you up." I let out what must have been the weariest sigh ever. "Oh, sweet captain. Okay, let's get this over with." The silence spread like a disease. Appropriate enough. The crowd certainly parted like we were some kind of deadly contamination. It was the mayors and regulator chiefs who occupied the centre of the courtyard, with some of them up on the little stage at one side. The rest of the village formed a circle around them, pressed together under the cherry trees for the scant cover their leaves offered against the snow. People were cold and damp from the snow, wearing plenty of clothes and stamping their feet to stay warm. They were all trying to listen to the conclave, shouting the odd comment, arguing among themselves. We walked through Akebia's cabins unnoticed until we reached the back of the crowd. A woman glanced round, saw us, and stiffened in shock. Then the person next to her turned to see what she was looking at. So it went. Nobody said anything to us. I mean, what do you say to 5 people in spacesuits accompanied by a battered pre-mutiny machine? I couldn't meet anyone's gaze, just kept looking dead ahead at the path that opened up. Several of the younger villagers grinned and waved at Rel and Shao. When we reached the courtyard itself, I faltered. A corner of the Akebia village hall made up one side of the area, a circular pre-mutiny building with a stone roof and glass walls. I could see directly inside, where dozens of people were sitting at the canteen's long tables. On the wall behind them was the screen. It was on, showing an image of me. Something had made it freeze at the point where the Yai had invaded Section 17, the precise moment I'd shouted, "Run!" and started to turn. The motion had blurred my shoulders, but my face was clear and sharp, an expression of shock and fear etched onto my features. The others stood behind me, their own alarm apparent. I couldn't look away. There was Elijah, his dismay looming large. And I knew him well enough to see the anger there too. We'd never been friends, especially after I broke up with his brother Zorn. He hadn't believed me, considered me a criminal, even chased me after the electric captain denounced me as a mutineer. But what he'd seen and experienced in the forward section had changed everything. It had been a hard-fought battle. But if a regulator as unimaginative and orthodox as Elijah could come round, anyone could. That was his victory, not mine. I felt the tears building and turned away from the screen. Sidilko, Akebia's chief regulator, was standing at the front of the stage, with Damaso, the mayor. But just to the side was Artov, the chief regulator from Ixia, who was frowning at me. Seeing him there made me want to run away. I knew exactly what he'd ask, and I wasn't ready to give him the answer. "Hazel," Sidilko said in a voice that had a curiously guilty note to it, "I think you need to be up here." "With me," I said in a low voice, and the 5 of us trooped over to the stage. There was a murmur of interest from the crowd as the Cybot extended its flexible legs and clambered up onto the stage with us. Artov came over to me, his expression neutral. Then he did a double take at Fraser. "You're walking." "Yes," Fraser said in a clear voice. "The captain's daughter switched on a medicine machine in Tresico. It fixed my spine." He turned to the crowd and said very pointedly, "I couldn't walk after my accident, and now I can." Most of Akebia knew about Fraser's accident. It was why I'd been called away in the middle of the dance. Artov was about to say something else when Fraser cut him off. "All the medicine machines can be made to work properly again. Hazel knows how." That caused quite a stir. People started calling out questions. Damaso did his best to restore order. While that was going on, Artov came over to me. "Where's Elijah?" I didn't know how to tell him. Not properly the way you should break bad news. After all, Elijah was his cousin as well as his deputy. "He's dead," I blurted too loud. "So's Tamrin." Everyone fell silent. They were all looking at me, judging me. "I'm sorry." "How?" Sidilko asked. I took a breath. We had to fight our way out of the forward section. They died saving us.
Fight what?
A bewildered Damaso asked. Well, I knew this was going to be bad. They weren't ready for this, not to be told the Daedalus had been stolen from our ancestors by aliens, that everything we'd been taught about the mutiny was a lie. They probably wouldn't even accept it from a mayor, and they certainly wouldn't believe a 17-year-old girl who'd been declared a mutineer. I was desperately thinking of some way to convince them, the right kind of clever words. Elijah had said it would be difficult, that you had to use politics. I didn't have a clue how to do that.
If I might make a suggestion, John said, his voice soft inside my helmet.
Anything, I whispered back.
Show them.
Huh?
Show them. The escort Cybot has cameras. It has been recording everything since we left Section 17.
Recording?
Like the music I store. But this will be images.
They can see it? I squeaked.
People were getting annoyed with me. I could see scowls directed my way as I talked to myself. Mad girl. The murmurs starting up across the courtyard had an ugly edge to them. Yes, the Cybot has a hologram projector. It can...
John!
I know I shouldn't be cross with him. He was trying to help. But every time he talked about the abilities we had pre-mutiny, I had to admit to myself how ignorant I was. The images will appear in the air, he said.
Oh, okay.
What? Sedilko demanded, glaring at me. What could possibly be okay?
Hey, Alice shouted. Don't you talk to the captain's daughter like that. If any of you morons bothered to look up, you'd have seen there is no swirl anymore. It was Hazel who fixed the leak. She saved you. She saved all of us.
I almost grinned. Trust Alice to say it how it was. I even caught a few people glancing up into the gloomy sky. During the dance, I'd seen the swirl above Akibia, a knot of thin mist spinning away into the relatively small puncture. It was only visible at night when there was no glare from the light strips, and they didn't know what it was. The reason I found out was due to the sacrifice others had made to tell me. People were shouting back at Alice, who was clearly spoiling for a fight. Sedilko and Damaso were calling for calm. I gave Rel a helpless, what do I do look. Fraser stomped up to the front of the stage and pulled out his laser pistol.
Don't!
I yelped. He pointed it high over everyone's heads, aiming at the distant cliff of rock that was the forward end wall, and fired. The slim beam of intense scarlet light stabbed out, sizzling as it vaporized snowflakes. Some people flinched. They all fell silent again.
Pay attention, Fraser bellowed. The captain's daughter is speaking to you.
He turned to me, his eyebrows raised in expectation. And I was out of options. I had to trust that the truth would be enough, without adding clever politics to it. I have something to show you, I said to them. This is a record of what happened to us in the forward section. After you've seen it, I will answer your questions. All of your questions. The Cybot rolled to the front of the stage. Do it, I told John. A wide cloud of light formed above the Cybot, and shapes appeared inside it. The crowd was delighted, a wonder from before the mutiny. They saw us running from Section 17's assembly room, basically carrying on from where my broadcast ended, a journey up through darkened corridors to the melted gash that had punctured the Daedalus. Big major incident Cybot sealing the hole with morphtalic. Then our journey out. Somewhere in the endless corridors a group of Type 2 Yai came bursting round a corridor, their slick, dark bodies and writhing tentacles grappling with Cybots. There we were, opening fire with our pistols,
Then Rel threw one of the explosive power cells. The conclave took it well, considering. Gasps, shouts of shock and dread. The recording went on, showing us creeping along the water pipe to the funnel at the top of the waterfall inlet. We started to winch down the slope on slender cables, kicking up great spumes of water. Actually, looking at it from that angle, I must have been crazy to even attempt it. That inlet funnel was high and dangerous. Then the focus shifted as the Cybot scanned back down the pipe, alerted by something. Visually, the pipe was completely dark. Then that very darkness itself moved. It was solid. The Type 3 Yai filled the entire diameter, speeding forward. A tentacle the size of a human torso came surging into view, its tip opening to show row upon row of vicious fangs. It smashed into the Cybot. The image spun in chaos as the Cybot tumbled down the funnel into the inlet. The recording ended. Nobody spoke. Every eye in the courtyard was fixed on us. Chief Artov raised his hand, pointing at me in accusation. His finger was shaking. "What?" he gulped. "What the sweet captain are those things?" "They're aliens called the Yai," I said calmly. "There was never a mutiny. They killed our ancestors, and they've controlled the Daedalus ever since." 2. It was dark when I woke. Very dark. Unusually dark. Alice was standing over my bed. I could only see her because the door was open, and Shao was shining his torch around in the room outside. On the floor, Rel was stirring in the nest of blankets he'd wrapped round himself. "Sorry, Hazel," she said, "but we need you." I knew I'd had a good sleep, because I didn't blurt anything stupid like, "Huh?" And for the first time in ages I didn't have a headache. The air must have climbed back up to its correct pressure during the night. Night? I looked at the window. It had thin curtains across it. I sort of remembered them from when we finally got to the cabin after the conclave broke up. It was Rel's cabin, which at any other time I would have wound up there for a very different purpose. Instead, after answering as much as I could for the mayors and chiefs and anyone else, I simply had to sleep before I collapsed. There was no light visible around the edge of the curtains, none at all. Which was odd, because last night the silvery snow-hazed moonlight that shone down on Akibia had definitely provided enough illumination for me to take off the spacesuit and find the bed without having to use my torch. For a moment I wondered if the snow had piled up against the outside wall, covering the window. "What's up?" I asked uneasily. "The daylight," she said. "There isn't any." Is it daytime?" I asked, but my body told me I'd been asleep for a long time. Besides, everyone has the rhythm of the habitat's days and nights embedded in their subconscious. I knew it was daytime. "Yeah, it's daytime, all right," she said. "The light strips should have brightened from moonlight to daylight 2 hours ago. Instead, they went completely dark." "Oh, sweet captain." I lifted up my arm and squinted at the black bracelet. Its tiny green light was winking steadily. "John, how can that happen?" "Very simply," John replied. "The Yai switched the light strips off." "It's worse than that," Alice said. "The waterfall has stopped too." "Stopped?" But she was right. The background rumble of that incredible torrent of water falling into the pool was absent. Why? "The Yai are demonstrating their power," John said. "They are in control of the Daedalus, and they intend to make that very clear to you." I got up quickly. My deerskin trousers and purple shirt were badly crumpled and could definitely do with the wash, but I pulled them on anyway.
Xiao came in bringing his torch with him. He was wearing several layers of clothing. I shrugged into my black jacket. It didn't make me any warmer. "It's not still snowing, is it?" I asked. "No," Alice said, "but the snow on the ground isn't melting anymore." "The light strips also provide heat," John said. "Without them, the habitat temperature will fall." "Fall to what?" "The Daedalus is constantly radiating its heat out into interstellar space. Normally that doesn't matter, because the warmth the light strips give out replaced it at the same rate. Daedalus is big, so it will take a long time to radiate its entire thermal load away, but ultimately the temperature will drop to at least minus 250 degrees. I knew water boiled at 100 degrees, and the habitat was normally about 33, but minus 250? Who knew what that would be like? "John, what temperature is too cold for humans?" "Hypothermia sets in when your core temperature falls to 21 degrees. Below that, you die." "Sweet Captain! How long have we got? I mean, if the light strips don't come on again." "Probably about 3 months. Currently, the problem is exacerbated by the habitat air being so cold from the release of the reserve atmosphere out of the storage tanks. What will happen next is that the habitat air will start to warm up again as it absorbs warmth from the land, but when it reaches equilibrium, the real decline will begin." 3 months, I repeated numbly. "About that, yes." "So what do we do?" "We've got to switch the light strips back on," Rel said. "What else is there?" "But how? The Yai have control over everything." "Yeah, they do. But, Hazel, we've known that from the moment Lazarus told us what really happened 500 years ago. So they've turned the lights out. That changes nothing." "It changes everything," Alice said. "No, it makes things a lot more difficult, that's all. We were always going to face this problem. They've just forced us to face it quicker than we wanted." "Rel is correct," John said. "A war consists of moves and counter-moves, each one designed to inflict maximum damage to the enemy. This is the Yai's response to you repairing the puncture and discovering they exist." "A war?" I said numbly. "Yes, that is what this is." "Oh, sweet Captain." "We always knew we can't fight the Yai as we are," Rel said. "We have to go back into the forward section and find another command AI." He was right. I didn't like it. But in a way I was grateful to him for making me acknowledge the obvious. I gave him a tight smile and said, "Yeah." "Not now, though," he said. "You have to talk to the Conclave again. You have to get the village to organise for whatever's coming." "Me?" "Yes, you, Captain's daughter. Right now, what you say carries a lot of weight. Tell them what to do. People were frightened by what they found out last night. How do you think they'll be feeling now? Once we've done that, we can go back into the forward section. But Hazel, you have to face them. It'll be okay. I'll be there right beside you." "Promise?" "Of course." He kissed me. "And we have to get back to Ixia as well," Alice said. "Who knows how stupid Feninin is being right now?" I grimaced at that. We'd found out last night that when Damaso's summons to Conclave was delivered to the other villages, Mayor Feninin had stayed behind in my village, Ixia. Artov had admitted to us that the situation there was pretty dire. When the regulator team returned from Tresico, the tower mountain that Fraser and I had been sheltering in, they'd brought 50 prisoners with them. Old people who'd run away from their cycling day, when everyone was expected to take the blessing. Basically, it was voluntary suicide when you reached 65, so that the habitat environment wouldn't be overwhelmed by a growing human population. Or so the lie went. When so many prisoners were brought back to Ixia, people balked at the idea of cycling them. Artov was realist enough to know there were limits to how much he could order his regulators to do.
forcing the blessing on 50 people, simply put, a mass killing, would be impossible. Plenty of people who'd been deputized to assist the regulators with the raid had walked away, refusing to have anything more to do with it. News of exactly what I'd done in the Tower Mountain spread through the village, including how Fraser had been healed. Then Hauer had brought back Mortos and Alicia, who had drawn pursuit from myself and Fraser. Apparently they were quite vocal about how wrong the electric captain was about everything. Feninin's authority started to drain away as everything became political. Savin, my father, even challenged him to an election, putting his own name forward for mayor and demanding a vote, which he'd probably win. So Feninin had declined to attend the conclave, staying behind to negotiate with all the disgruntled parties. And if there was one thing Feninin could do better than anything else, it was talk. I didn't like to think what had happened this morning when the light strips had switched off. The worst outcome would be scaring people back into believing the electric captain was right, and the so-called Tressico mutiny should be punished by cycling everyone involved. There would be real trouble brewing back home. I knew because I knew the people so well. They were so set in their ways that they'd do anything to resist change, for change was what they feared above everything. It needed sorting out. And of course I was desperate to see my parents and my great-grandmother Alicia. "You're right," I said. "We'll leave for Ixia as soon as we're finished here. So I'm going to need your help. What do I say?" That was when I realised who was missing, because right then I could have done with his advice too. "Where's Fraser?" "Left an hour ago," Xiao said. "Why?" Xiao shrugged. "He spent half the night talking to the tablet thing Lazarus gave him," Alice said. "I think it's as smart as John." "It is not," John said quickly. "It is a simple educational assistant, barely a step up from a printed book." Alice and I exchanged a quick grin. For a machine, John could be sensitive about certain things. It was like he had human feelings. "Can you go and find him?" I said to Alice. "We need to be ready to leave as soon as I've finished talking to the conclave." Rel and I made our way over to the village courtyard. The Cybot trundled along ahead of us, its bright lights illuminating the wide paths between the cabins. "What can I tell them?" I asked him. "I have no idea what the Yai are going to do next." "Be honest. Don't pretend to be something you're not, that you've got all the answers. Tell them we're going back into the forward section to get help from a command AI and find out what to do next. Admit we don't know what that will be, but the Yai obviously aren't going to give up without a fight. And Hazel, they'll need to protect themselves. We're all in this together now, whether they like it or not." "I suppose so." To be honest, "we're going back in" didn't sound like the kind of plan that could solve anything. When we got to the courtyard, the bonfire was burning bright again, with more logs being brought in by villagers. There didn't seem to be so many mayors and chiefs as there had been last night. "Some of them headed off when the light strips failed," Mayor Damaso told me as we went over to the stage. "Said their villagers needed them." "They're probably right," I admitted. Somehow facing everybody with only the bonfire for illumination was a lot worse than before. The orange glow made people's faces seem harsher. I was sure they were judging me. "I don't know why the light strips are off," I began hesitantly. "Speak up!" someone called from the other side of the courtyard. My shoulders hunched automatically at the rebuke. But I will find out and switch them back on again." "You did this!" a woman's voice shouted. "You went into the forward section. You made the air go cold. You said so. It damaged the light strips." "The light strips aren't damaged," I said. "Not by the cold. The Yai just turned the electricity off. There's a big grid of it on the sky." Which was what I remembered John telling me, or something similar anyway.
My audience was picking up on the uncertainty in my voice. I did my best not to sigh and roll my eyes at them. Being stroppy wasn't going to convince anyone. "It got cold, and the lights are off," the woman repeated stubbornly. "Don't try to say that they're not connected." "Of course not. But you saw the eye. You saw the recording." "Ha!" She looked round the villagers with her wounded eyes, appealing to her neighbours and friends, plucking out support from others she knew. "You told us the electric captain isn't real, that her face is just a picture made by the Daedalus thinking machines. So why should we believe what you showed us? I bet that's fake too." "It's not," Rel said in a clear voice that conceded nothing. "I was there. The Yai are monsters. You've seen them now. You know. They killed our ancestors, and they are going to kill us if we don't stop them. Now Hazel and I are going back into the forward section to get the help we desperately need. We will do everything we can to defeat the Yai, no matter what it costs us. If that's not enough, then so be it. But I will not sit here in the cold and the dark and do nothing. And while we're away, you need to prepare, because nobody, especially not us, knows what's going to happen next. If they come for you here in the villages, you've got to be ready for them. You can do this because you have to. Whatever it was that did happen to Ashley Kruger, she had faith in people. She knew we would rise again. And now we have Hazel. The thinking machines recognize her. They know she is the captain's daughter. They helped her before, and they will help again." I truly wished he hadn't said that last bit about me, but he sounded so angry, so determined, that none of them could object. It was the perfect speech, emotional and honest, exactly what I should have said, if I wasn't so useless at facing a crowd. I just wanted to get on with what needed doing. Talking to people, making them take the right decisions, that was the job of the mayors, not me. "Thank you," I whispered so only Rel could hear. I didn't smile at him, no matter how grateful I was. Then Fraser arrived, as only Fraser can. A bright white light appeared at the side of the Akebia Hall. At first I thought it was another Cybot. The broad, intense beam was similar to the one our escort Cybots were fitted with. But this was moving fast, and there was a strange, high-pitched whining sound accompanying it. In fact, any higher, and I wouldn't be able to hear it at all. Then another light appeared behind it. I squinted against the glare, my hand slipping down to the pistol on my belt. Then Fraser's voice was rising above the crowd's startled gasps. "Move! Careful! I'm still learning how to steer. Watch out!" "Oh, now what's he doing?" I groaned. Rel was chortling, and didn't even stop when I shot him an annoyed look. Fraser was riding some kind of machine with 3 small fat wheels. He sat on a saddle behind the front one, holding on to a handle, turning it to steer. At the rear of the vehicle was a little platform with a narrow bench on it. I think there had been some kind of roof at some point. Slim poles were sticking up 1/2 metre from each corner of the platform, their tops jagged where they'd snapped. "What the sweet captain is that?" I blurted. "It is called a tuk-tuk," John said. "People rode them around the habitat paths for recreation." Fraser pulled up in front of the platform and grinned at me. "Look what I found." Alice drove up on another tuk-tuk. Hers had a strip of grubby cloth stretching over her head from a couple of intact poles. Xiao was sitting behind her on the platform's bench. "Found?" I asked dumbly. "There's a whole garage full of them under the station." Fraser jabbed a thumb at the village hall. "I went down on the cycling platform early this morning. Got these 2 charged up. The power cells aren't perfect, but I think they'll reach Ixia." "How did you know?" He held up the tablet. "Newton told me." "Eh?" "Newton, my AI." "Your tablet is not an AI," John said primly. "It is an adaptive educational assistant." "Yeah, sure." Newton's got a list of all the vehicles they used to use pre-mutiny. There's a bunch of tuk-tuks at every station in the habitat. I thought it was worth a look. If the eye hadn't smashed them up, I figured some of them might still work.
You used the cycling platform? Damaso asked disapprovingly. There is no cycling anymore, I told him, and for once I managed to use a positive voice. The Daedalus is close to the second world now. The voyage is almost over. There's to be no more killing people. At least that brought a ripple of agreement from across the courtyard. Damaso gave Chief Sedilko a questioning look. Sedilko simply shrugged back. Hazel's right, he said simply. So? So you get ready, Rel said. He looked round intently at the mayors and chiefs. When you get back to your own village, gather everyone into the centre. Bring all the food and the animals. You'll need crossbows and whatever else you can make to defend yourselves. Don't use the hall. They are all stations to the old underground tunnels. The eye can open that door at the bottom of the stairs and come at you that way. And you should try and block the cycling platform too. Then what? A voice asked. We'll try and get the light strips back on, I said. Once we've done that, we'll come back and tell you what the thinking machines need us to do next. That's it? Damaso asked, aghast. Yeah, that's it. Just saying it brought me down again, hating that I couldn't offer them anything more. They deserved better. They needed certainty, and I couldn't give them that. There was a pause. I dreaded a villager starting to heckle or asking something I couldn't answer. But instead, someone started clapping. I peered into the gloom, but couldn't see who started it. That didn't matter. Others had begun to applaud. Shouts of thanks and encouragement were added to the noise, and for one grand moment the appreciation buoyed me up. I blushed as I bobbed my head in gratitude. Then I hurried down off the stage, anxious to avoid any more attention. Hop on, Fraser said cheerfully. I clambered onto the tuk-tuk's bench, barely grabbing the armrest at the side before he twisted his hand, turning the grip on the steering bar. The little vehicle juddered forwards, and we drove out of the courtyard to the sound of a final ovation. I noticed not everyone was joining in. Fraser drove, of course. I didn't begrudge him that. Checking out the tuk-tuks was a clever move. I have no idea how long it would have taken to walk back to Ixia in the dark. We stopped off briefly at Rel's cabin to gather our packs and the spacesuits. Just as we were getting into the tuk-tuks to leave, Artov showed up, red-faced and sweating after running from the courtyard. I need to get back to Ixia, he panted. All right, he wasn't my favourite person from Ixia, but he'd always been straight with me. Even though that included sending a team of regulators to Tresico to arrest me and my fellow mutineers. But then someone has to enforce the rules that govern us. It wasn't his fault they were imposed by aliens. In my most magnanimous gesture to date, I said, "Sure, get on." Because Elijah was right. I had to build support. I needed people to do what I asked, and that required politics, building alliances. Having Ixia's chief regulator on my side would be a big step in the right direction. Fraser just gave me an accusatory look and waited until the chief was settled. Then we were off. Me and Rel and Artov holding on grimly to the bench and armrests and the platform rim as we bounced about. We reached the edge of the village. With the courtyard bonfire hidden by cabins behind us, the darkness which descended became total. The only light in the universe now came from the beams of the tuk-tuks and our escort Cybot. Nothing else existed. Fraser immediately slowed. The path was wide enough for the vehicles, but it was covered in snow, making it difficult for the tuk-tuk's single beam to make out features. We arrived at the canal that ran along one side of Akibia. The water was almost gone. Without the constant resupply from the waterfall, It had drained away towards the big ring lake at the foot of the rear end wall 50 kilometres away. I wondered if the lake was actually big enough to hold all the water that was in the canals at any one time, that perhaps the villages along the shoreline were now being submerged as it overflowed, in which case I could picture Scott in his boat, carefully rowing his wife and child to safety, his handsome face intent, just as I remembered it from when I'd been in that boat. I was quickly brought back to the real world by the reeds on the muddy bank rustling loudly as things moved through them. I think we all tensed up. Certainly Rel and I were reaching for our laser pistols. "It's just ducks," Fraser said. The stupid birds emerged from cover to stare up at us in a confused fashion, not understanding what was happening to their world. "Me too," I told them. Fraser turned the steering handle to take the tuk-tuk onto the canal path. "We'll just travel along this," he said. "I can ask directions at the next village, or if we meet a barge master." I gazed out into the darkness in the rough direction I thought Ixia might be, 25 kilometres distant, midway down the habitat. Feeling our way forward in this pitch-black night was going to take hours, if not days. "John, do you know the route back to Ixia?" I asked, pleased with myself for coming up with the idea before Fraser. "I believe so. The Ixia Blue Line station is a fixed point, and the canals are original. I should be able to navigate successfully for you." The escort Cybot accelerated past us and onto the canal path. "It's under my direct control," John said. "Follow it." Fraser twisted the handle grip again, and we started after the Cybot. It was going a lot faster than I was comfortable with. The twin beams it shone ahead slid fluidly over the sparkling carpet of snow, but they didn't reveal much else. "This is a bit too scary," I said. "Not being able to see anything around us. I feel like we're back in the subway tunnels." "Your V-glasses have an infrared function," John said. "It's not the same as a full spectrum, but it should allow you to see your immediate surroundings a lot better." "What are V-glasses?" Rel asked. "V-glasses are like small display screens that you wear over your eyes," John told them. "Lazarus provided each of you with a pair. They're in your packs." Rel and I fished the devices out of our packs and shouted back to Alice and Shao to find theirs. When I put them on, well, the image was weird. The landscape was visible again, but it had become a blurry monochrome of pale pink and black, almost like I'd been dazed by some blow to the head. But at least I could see now. If the Yi were out there, they couldn't launch a sneak ambush. "What is that thing on your wrist?" Artov asked in a deceptively mild tone. When I turned to give him a guilty look, he was glowing bright, as if he was made from embers. "This is John. He's a thinking machine called an AI, like the ones in the forward section. I found him in Tresico, and he identified me as one of Ashley Kruger's descendants, which allowed him to switch back on. We think most of his kind were either hidden or destroyed in the war against the Yi." "Why?" "Because he's very smart, which makes him powerful." "Really?" Artov gave the black bracelet with its tiny green light a thoughtful stare. "So, John, how do we defeat the Yi?" "I will need a lot more information on the state of the ship and the resources available before I can give you a definite answer to that, and they are only available in the forward section." "Where Elijah was killed?" "Regrettably, yes." "You're really going to go back there?" he asked me. "Yes. Are you going to try and stop me?" His grin was sorrowful. "I can only imagine what you think of me, but I assure you, I'm a realist. This," his lustrous hand waved at the darkness, "means the life we had is over, no matter what the outcome is. And you're the one that started the change." "No," Rel said. "Hazel didn't start this. She discovered what was really happening." "Fair enough."
Artov conceded. My point being, just trying to keep things as they were isn't going to help. We do need to find out exactly what is happening, and I don't believe the electric captain is going to do that. Thank you, I said. I know it must be difficult for you. She did declare me a mutineer. When I became chief regulator, I was prepared to cycle cheaters who'd run from taking the blessing, no matter how tough it would be. I thought there might be a couple during my tenure. There's always a few getting caught. But 50? It got a lot of people questioning what was right. And Fraser was going to be cycled too. Nobody thought that was right. Not me, not the mayor. But we always suck it up because that's the way it has to be. Well, now it's not. Some people at the conclave are saying those pictures you showed were a kind of deception. But not me. I know you, Hazel. You can be reckless, but this, it's real. So I'm going to do my job and protect Ixia as best as I can. I was startled by the phrase. That's what Elijah said, that it's a regulator's job to protect people. Yes? Well, at least he listened to me. He was a good man, you know. He would have made a fine chief regulator. Yes, I know. So now you and I must do what we can to give his death meaning, to make it worthwhile. Do you really think we are close to the second planet? The command AI we found believed so, yes, and it has been 500 years. He shook his head in disbelief. A planet. Open skies. It's hard to think in those terms. If it's out there, we'll get to it, I said solemnly. We just have to get the chance. 3. Despite the way the tuk-tuk juddered along, the speed we travelled didn't really register. I had nothing to compare it with. The occasional barge trips I'd been on were sedate affairs, gliding along the canal as the horse towed it at a steady pace. Getting from Ixia to Akibia for the dance had taken most of the day. But on the tuk-tuk it took 3 hours. It would have taken just 1, but we stopped at a couple of villages that we passed through, Malva, then Ulex. None of their mayors and chief regulators had made it back from Akibia ahead of us, leaving the villagers frantic to know what had happened to the light. Our arrival with working pre-mutiny machines which could project images, albeit very disturbing ones, was greeted with astonishment, swiftly followed by dismay. An advantage that meant most of what we said went unchallenged. I was content that at least they'd start taking some decent precautions. Knowing that all the distress and upset had been caused by my actions made me start to hang back in Ulex. I knew that once the initial shock was over, that people would be looking for someone to blame. It didn't take Fraser's brain to figure out who that was going to be. More unsettling than the panicky villages were the barges we encountered as we drove along the towpaths. The vanishing water had left them stranded on the thick mud of the canal beds. After the first couple of junction pools where we could see there was no water left in any canal, it was obvious that all the waterfalls had been switched off. I'd held on to some pathetic hope that it was only the one above Akibia. But no, the Yai had gone for complete shutdown. The barge masters were completely lost, not knowing what to do. Most of them had brought their unnerved tow horses on board, lighting every lantern they had to try and keep the poor animals from panicking at the darkness. All we could do was advise them to wait it out, promising we'd get the light strips to come back on. They stared at us mutely. I don't think they believed us. The darkness was too overwhelming. It is the Yai, isn't it? I asked John quietly, as we drove away from the 7th grounded barge. I mean, could the cold have broken the light strips? No. They were functioning perfectly when the habitat was being brought up to full pressure, which is when the air would have been coldest. This was deliberate.
The fact that the waterfalls were turned off at the same time confirms that. You were inside the water flow system. You have seen how robust it is. Elijah set off an explosion above the inlet pipe, and the waterfall still kept pouring out for the rest of the night.
Yes, of course. You're right.
I told myself to stop having such stupid doubts. But I couldn't help thinking that whatever we did next was probably going to decide the fate of every human on Daedalus. That kind of responsibility was hideous. "You okay?" Rel asked as the glimmer of a barge's lantern dwindled behind us. I leant into him, relishing the comfort of his arm tightening round my shoulder.
"We can't afford to get this wrong,"
I said, as the enormity of what was ahead became apparent.
"We won't," he assured me.
"The Command AIs will know what to do."
"They failed Ashley Kruger."
Even saying it sounded utterly disloyal. "I'm going to tell you something," Artov said. "Something I've learned from being a regulator and what it means to keep order. In all the time I've been one, nobody ever questioned what I did. Nobody refused to do what I told them. I never actually had to use one of our pistols to tranquilize anyone." I waited as his thin face awarded me a benign smile. That's it?" "Think about it. Villages have about 1,000 people each, and every village has, at most, 15 regulators. We're completely outnumbered. We can only enforce the law because that's what people want."
"You mean people will want me to get help from the Command AIs?"
"What I'm saying is that power, real power, means being able to do what you have to do when you need to, and nobody is able to stop you. Right now you have that power. You have guns, you have these vehicles, you have knowledge, and you have the start of a plan. That is more than anyone else in Daedalus has. Sweet Captain, they don't even know there should be a plan. Do what you have to do, Hazel."
"He's right," Fraser shouted over his shoulder. "You're the captain's daughter, and you've got a job to do. Everyone is depending on you. They just don't know it yet."
It was a strange experience driving into Ixia. It appeared almost foreign to me. Not just because of the darkness obscuring the cabins. It had, unbelievably, only been a few days since I crept out of there with Fraser. But so much had happened I didn't know it anymore. Ixia had become some place I'd only ever heard of. Just like Elizabeth Bennet in my favourite book, Pride and Prejudice, who knew all about London without actually living there. There was a big bonfire alight on the village green at the back of the hall. Everyone was gathered there. We could hear the shouting as we rode along the paths. That quietened down fast as they caught sight of our lights approaching. They started to back away uncertainly as we approached, hands raised up to shield their eyes from the bright beams. 2 regulators hurried over to stand in front of us, their pistols raised. "Who is that?" Hauer shouted. "What?" "Stand down," Artov said. Then my mother yelled exultantly and ran over. I got hugged hard. Then she turned to Fraser, who'd climbed down from the tuk-tuk. She burst into tears when she flung her arms round him. "It's real," she exclaimed. "You can walk again."
"Sure, Mum."
People were pressing in from all sides, whooping and cheering. Dad came up and held me so tight. It must have been that which made my own eyes water. "Don't you ever do that again," he whispered fiercely.
"Do what?"
"Any of it. All of it. I was so proud. And so frightened." "Make way," Alicia demanded, and wriggled her way round him to give me a huge kiss. I squealed in delight. "You're okay." "Of course I'm okay," she laughed as she wiped tears from her cheeks. Just about everyone wanted to welcome us. They shouted hello, among hugs and squeezes. I was kissed more times than I could count, while they said how wonderful it was to see us, and how thrilled they were Fraser could walk. What had happened, they asked eagerly.
Had we really been to the forward section? And what was up with the electric captain? And how come there was no light or water anymore? The raucous scrum of noisy, happy friends and neighbours left me dizzy and delighted, so very different to the cautious reception we'd been given in Akebia. Alice, of course, was in her element, holding her plentiful admirers and acolytes enthralled, with gossipy highlights of her adventures. All the old people from Tressico were eager to greet me. It took me a moment to realise the obvious, that they weren't under arrest, or any kind of restriction, actually. "We took a vote," Alicia said smugly. Her glance shifted to the back of the crowd, where Mayor Feninin was standing by himself, watching the jovial proceedings with a neutral expression. "The electric captain got overruled. Surprise! We're not mutineers, and I've been catching up with my dearest grandson." Her arm went round Dad's shoulder, both of them grinning like cheery fools. Then someone was tugging the arm of my spacesuit. I turned and almost gasped in shock and guilt. It was Atina, Tamrin's mother, a puzzled expression on her face. "I'm so sorry," I said before she could ask anything. All the exhilaration that came from our welcome left me in a rush, draining my strength. The Yai attacked us. There was a fight." Her mouth formed a wide O, which she covered with her hand. "No." I wanted to tell her Tamrin's death wasn't my fault, that it could have been any of us snatched by the Yai, that we tried to save him. We shot at the aliens that had pulled him away. But all I could see was Tamrin vanishing below a seething tangle of grotesque tentacles. His screams still echoed round inside my head. Alice came over and put her arms round her aunt. "He was a hero," she said softly. Atina started sobbing. I turned away, and there was Zorn standing on the edge of the crowd, a frown creasing his forehead as he searched round. I wanted to jump back on the tuk-tuk and drive. It didn't matter where to. Just away. Instead, I walked over to him. Every step was a huge effort. I hated that I would be the one to tell him, but it was the right thing to do. I owed him that, and so much more. Reading my distraught expression almost made him recoil. "Zorn," I said brokenly. "Where is he?" I took both his hands. "He didn't make it." "What?" "He saved us, Zorn. He saved all of us." It was awful watching his honest, innocent face crumple in defeat. I put my arms tight around him, knowing how much he needed the contact. I couldn't deny him that. He was shaking, crying but without tears. "But I saw him," Zorn protested. "He was with you when you appeared on the screen. I don't understand. What did he save you from?" We clung to each other for a long time. I made no attempt to break away. I wanted him to know the intimacy was genuine, that I did care. Too many memories flipped through my mind while he struggled to regain control. Nice memories. Memories I now felt awkward and guilty about because I'd treated him badly. A silent group formed around us, troubled by what they saw. I couldn't meet Rel's gaze. "Hazel?" Dad asked. "What's happened?" "Bad," I grunted. "Something really bad. We'll show you." I held Zorn's hand as the escort Cybot played the recording once more. At the end, when the Type 3 Yai appeared, he let out a silent cry of horror and turned away as the projection cut off. Elijah's death wasn't part of the recording. It didn't have to be. The previous images had led the audience so far it took zero imagination to visualize Elijah's last moments. One thing Ixia shared with the conclave in Akebia the shock which lingered once the recording was over. Our arrival had been a joyful event in a strange and uncertain time. The truth of what faced us now was devastating. It deprived them of what they'd believed was a happy ending, replacing it with an ominous future. With the lights from the tuk-tuks and the escort Cybot illuminating the green, I told them I was going back into the forward section to get help. As before, I thought it sounded weak, that I couldn't offer anything solid. And while we're there, you have to get ready for the Yai, because they're going to come for us, I explained.
How do you know that? Feninen challenged. You don't know what they'll do now you've aggravated them.
They switched the light strips off for a reason, I said. We don't know for certain why they let humans live after they defeated Ashley Kruger. Lazarus thought they must want the second world for themselves. So they probably used us to tend to the habitat. That way the ecology was kept alive and healthy. But we're not ignorant anymore. And they'll know we won't stand for this.
They don't need to come for us, he said. We're all going to die from the cold if the light strips don't come back on.
Then so will they. It's their habitat too.
That's not quite accurate, John said.
I glared at the black bracelet. For someone who was supposed to be adaptive to his users' needs and moods, he had a disturbing habit of bad timing. And I was very aware of everyone staring, fascinated by me having a conversation with one of the legendary pre-mutiny thinking machines, even though he wasn't a terribly impressive-looking one. What do you mean?
The lack of heat in the habitat won't eliminate them.
Why not?
They don't live in the habitat.
Huh? During the ride back to Ixia, I'd been thinking about their nests, or whatever the Brain Queens called their home. Lazarus had told us that on Kianira, their world, the Yai lived on the shoreline of small islands, immobile bodies sending out a tangle of root nerves that connected their brains to each other so one mind was spread among them, effectively making it immortal. In the Daedalus, those nerve roots had snaked into our AI network and taken it over. So I knew there was only one place they could be, the far shore of the Ring Lake. If they'd settled on the near shore, all the villages like Verea, where Scott lived, would know about them. But the far shore at the foot of the end wall was protected by a chain of weirs where the water surged down into pipes to be pumped back to the waterfalls. The currents that were so strong, no boat would dare try and get past them. Nobody had been to the base of the rear end wall since the mutiny. Where do they live, then?
According to the data Lazarus gave me, the Daedalus crew established the first Brain Queens in the Central Sea.
You mean the Ring Lake? I asked in puzzlement.
No, the Central Sea.
John, what Central Sea?
The one above you. Did you not know? The Daedalus was built with two distinct environments, the habitat, which is land, and the Central Sea, which was intended to sustain terrestrial sea creatures during the voyage. The rock cylinder which forms your sky is also hollow. It's 50 kilometers long, like the habitat, and 5 kilometers in diameter. The water is 50 meters deep.
I stared at John's tiny green light for a long moment, then slowly tipped my head back to look at the invisible sky overhead. As one, all the villagers did the same, none of us saying anything. For my whole life I'd thought the rock curving above us was solid. Oh, sweet Captain, that's where the Yai have been the whole time, and we never knew. How stupid are we? Of course the builders wouldn't leave a massive cylinder of solid rock in the middle of the Ark ship. A cold more profound than chilly air bit deep into my skin.
Uh-oh,
Fraser said in a small voice.
They have a whole sea of their own? That means there's going to be a lot of them.
He and I stared at each other. Then I realized everybody was looking at me. They want me to tell them what to do, I realized in dismay. And I haven't got a clue. Dad put his hand over his mouth,
as if covering a cough.
Defences.
We need defences, I stammered out. Some kind of barricade to stop them getting into Ixia. Even as I said it, I knew it was hopeless. The Type 2s would swarm any fence, while Type 3s would smash it apart. But we couldn't do nothing. We get everyone inside it and arm them with hunting crossbows. Talk about speaking the utterly obvious. But maybe they just needed to be told the obvious. The sweet captain knew it would be reassuring.
"A fence of spikes,"
Fraser said. He was studying Newton, a pale light from its screen painting his face a spooky green.
"People built them back on Earth. It's called a cheval de frise. We can't put one around the whole village. It's too big. But we can make a secure enclosure."
He showed Newton's picture to Dad.
"We can build that,"
Dad said confidently. "And call in other villages," Rel said. "The more people you have defending an enclosure, the higher chance you have keeping them out."
"Bring other villages here?"
Feninen said. He sounded like he couldn't quite keep up.
"Yes, good idea,"
Artov said.
"Right now only Akibia and its immediate neighbours know about the Yai. In this darkness it's going to take days for the other mayors and chief regulators to travel back to their own villages from the conclave. We have to warn people."
With Artov backing us up, there wasn't much more to discuss. It was agreed they'd build Fraser's spiky fence around the green.
"I'll disable the cycling platform," Fraser said. "That'll stop them coming out there."
Feninen looked pained at that, but didn't object. Dad and his friends trooped off down to their carpentry shop, returning with most of their tools. Other villagers began the process of bringing posts up from the lumber stockpiles. Lookout positions were chosen, rotas drawn up. Then they got down to the serious task of volunteers to go out to neighbouring villages to tell them what was happening and urge them to come back to Ixia.
"We need to see if we can find some proper torches for them," Alicia said. "I wouldn't like to walk the canal paths with just a candle and a lantern."
"I'll take a look down in the station before I close the cycling platform," Fraser said. "There's got to be some other stuff down there we can use too."
"Good idea," I said, and patted my laser pistol. "I'll join you and keep guard." All I really wanted was an excuse to escape being the centre of attention. "Not by yourself you won't," Rel said quickly. So Alice and Shao quickly attached themselves, as did Alicia, Mortos, and Norin. No one objected. I guess they didn't really know how. 4. We'd almost made it to the cycling platform when I saw someone hurrying towards us. I turned just in time for a smiling Itzy to catch up and put her arms round me, hugging tight. "It's so good to see you again, Hazel," she said with such gratitude that I felt almost defensive. "Thank you." "I was always going to come back," I said. "I mean, thank you for sealing up the puncture. I can breathe properly now, Hazel. My headaches have gone, and I haven't coughed since I woke up this morning." Itzy had been a fragile little thing, always catching colds and infections which lingered far longer than usual, but in the last year she'd become quite sickly, and I couldn't ever remember seeing her smile, not like this. "I'm glad you're feeling better," I told her. "I want to help kill those Yai things. The way to help is keep the village safe. Getting everyone through this night and down to the new planet will be our victory over them." She nodded seriously. "I understand." As she left, she gave Fraser a sweet little smile. "I'm really pleased you're cured, too." He did a short double take. "Right. Thanks." And smiled back in reflex, more like a grimace, actually. When she was out of earshot, Alice slapped him on the shoulder. "Go you," she said, winking.
"What?"
"Yeah, right."
"Mad, like always."
But I could tell Itzy's kindness had an impact on him. I wasn't sure if the others noticed. Then I saw Alicia hiding a grin. "Amazing how just having the right amount of air can make everyone feel better," I said. "Has the girl been suffering?" John asked. We all had coughs and headaches recently, but she had them worse than anyone.
"Itzy's always been ill with something,"
Fraser said gruffly.
"She needs to eat more. She's so thin and short."
"She could have immunodeficiency," John said, and before I could chastise, "That's a medical disorder that hinders your body from fighting off infections." So maybe he does adapt after all.
"Can the Daedalus pharmacological processes produce a cure for that?"
Fraser asked. A permanent cure would require a genetic scan so that the patient could receive a tailored vectored therapy. However, a broad-spectrum immunity booster would help in the short term.
OK then. Norrin, we should see if we can get the one in the village hospital working properly again.
"Sure," Norrin said. "If it's just the yai fibres messing with it, that'll be easy enough, just like before."
"You can cure Itzy," Alice told Fraser.
"A working one will help everyone,"
Fraser replied. Alicia and I shared a private grin. We sent the escort Cybot ahead of us on the cycling platform. Alice pressed the button on the guardrail's control box, and I watched uneasily as the platform sank down. The amount of cycling days I'd stood on the green, clapping approvingly, while those who'd taken the blessing had been lowered silently below ground, were memories I now found very disturbing. "Nothing within sensor range," John reported. It took me a moment to gather my nerve before I stood on the cycling platform. The dark, damp rooms below Ixia were the same as they had been at every station we'd visited when we were on the run. Water trickling along the bottom of the transport tunnels, tiny blue-green emergency lights in the roof producing a meagre glimmer, machinery badly smashed up and caked with 5 centuries of grime. I saw it all through my V-glasses, which amplified the ceiling lights so that it looked like it was full-on daylight. And there were no pink glowing heat sources scurrying about, which John said the Yai would show up as.
"Great," Fraser said. "Let's see what we can find."
First stop was a garage with deep bays along the walls. 5 of them had tuk-tuks parked in them. 2 had missing wheels. 1 was a mangled wreck. The remaining pair had been attacked as well. The bodywork was dented and scored, but Fraser and Norrin thought they could probably be made to work again.
"We don't have the time,"
Alicia declared. We checked the station's maintenance room. The Yai had broken most of the engineering equipment inside, but we knew what to look for now. There were several torches and some lanterns, all dead.
"They can be charged up,"
Norrin decided. I found one of the E-beam welders. Alice picked up a couple of D-blades. Mortos rescued some power tools under a bench.
"Plenty of charging ports. None of them have power, though."
"This is what we need,"
Fraser exclaimed. He'd picked up a big drum of electrical cable.
"We can run this up to the village and power everything back up."
With John's guidance, we found a row of power sockets close to the old lift platform. Fraser plugged his cable into it and unwound the drum as the platform took us back above ground. He and Norrin jammed the safety doors open, leaving enough of a gap for the cable to pass through. Mortos started connecting them to the charging ports.
"We can probably charge up the tuk-tuks too,"
Fraser said. "I'll bring them over," Alice told him. I watched all the activity, feeling redundant. The same reaction I always used to have when Dad and Fraser were busy building something in the carpentry shop. Norrin was busy over at the platform, using a couple of the newfound tools to open the control box. Suddenly there was a bright flash accompanied by a bang, and he was flung back to sprawl on the ground. We all rushed over to him.
He was gasping like a fish that had been landed on shore. I could smell burning. The fingers on one hand were blackened, oozing blood. Dazed eyes blinked slowly. "He has received an electrical shock," John announced. "What do we do?" I yelped. "Do not move him. The lift mechanism runs off 80 volts. The doctor should monitor his heartbeat for any erratic rhythm." Marana had already arrived. She checked him over and gave his burnt fingers a disapproving look. "Do you lot actually know what you're doing?" "Yes," Fraser said defensively. "There's a reason school teaches you electricity is dangerous," she retorted, "and I'm guessing it's nothing to do with the Yai enforcing their rule." "I slipped," Norrin gasped. "That's all. The screwdriver touched the junction box. It's live." "You be quiet," she ordered. His hand didn't look too serious to me, but, like Marana, I wasn't convinced Fraser and Norrin knew quite as much about electrical stuff as they breezily claimed they did. "Well, at least the platform won't work now," Fraser said. I gave him a pained glance, but he just shrugged. "True." A couple of villagers helped Norrin into the hospital. I went with them, and the Cybot provided light. Being inside the village hall made me anxious. I didn't trust the big stairs in the middle. They were blocked at the bottom by the ancient emergency door, which had been shut since the Yai took over in the phony mutiny. But they were there to stop us going down into the tunnel system, not to prevent the Yai from coming up. Outside the hall, Dad and the carpenters had started building the spiked fence of what was to be Ixia's defensive enclave. I stood by the curving glass wall, watching him. I could see how much trouble his leg was causing him, but he ignored it. This was one of those times when he thrived, totally involved with directing his team, advising, helping, making swift decisions. Everyone listened respectfully, which made me proud. I never did understand why he wasn't mayor. He'd be so much better than Faninin. But then the constant pain of wearing an artificial lower leg made him cranky and sharp-tongued. He also drank too much. "Fraser!" I took him and Mortos into the small room where Ixia's medicine machine sat. "Fix it," I told them. It was simple, to them. Marana stood there watching them with a very sceptical expression. I could see how hard it was for her to restrain herself when they started opening up the inspection panels along the base. After all, this was the only one Ixia had. Everybody depended on it. When Mortos and Fraser got the last panel off, we all hunched down and shone our torches in. "There they are," Fraser said knowingly, and gestured. Marana pursed her lips as she peered in at the slender web of white fibres that were infiltrating the guts of the machine. "I see what you mean," she said. Fraser drew out a small D-blade and began cutting. "The pharmacological processor's network node is now active," John said after a minute. "I've linked to it and ordered a full systems reboot." By then we'd attracted quite the little gathering, all looking on curiously. There was an outbreak of appreciative murmurs as the dark, glossy surface of the pharmacological processor began to light up with coloured lines and symbols. "Can it make something that will reduce the pain from Dad's leg?" I asked. "Analgesic gel," John said. The pattern of lights shifted round. A minute later a small tube dropped out of a slot. I picked it up, feeling something akin to victory. Anything which could help Dad cope was real progress. And I wanted to ask John just what else could be done for Dad. After all, the pharmacological processor in Tresico had repaired Fraser's nerves. Maybe a working Tower Mountain hospital could build something better than a wooden artificial leg. "Can it give us something for Narlene's arthritis?" Alicia asked. The lights changed again.
That spectrum booster for ITZY we talked about,
Fraser said modestly.
Sweet Captain, Marana said in a low growl as the capsules dropped out of the slot. You mean it's been able to do this the whole time?
I nodded. Yes.
How do I use it?
I spent a good half-hour there letting John explain the basics to her. The pharmacological processor would take verbal instructions, but there was also a big library of treatments she could call up on a screen, complete with information for application and basic options to vary the dosage depending on the size, age and weight of the patient. I only realised how hungry I was when Mum turned up with some lunch for me, a plate stacked with roast chicken, baked potato, cheese and sweet corn. There was also a bottle of wine for us to share. I was so surprised by that I didn't say anything, just let Mum pour me a glass. This was not the mother who'd spent the last few years so insular and despondent. I rather liked the change.
I was proud of you for taking Fraser away, she said quietly as we sat on the damp ground just outside the hall. It was such a selfless act, and it caused a lot of turmoil for Faninin, who really had no idea what to do about you. I was going to come and join you after a few days, help you look after Fraser.
You didn't know where I was, I said. Something was making me anxious. I couldn't pin it down at first. I was home. I was sitting with my mother. I had friends and plans and hope. Then I looked up. Everywhere outside the flickering light of the bonfire and torches was black. It was like nothing existed anymore. The Daedalus had dissolved, leaving us flying free through space. And finally I understood why I was still on edge. They were up there, where they'd been all along. The brain queens living a good life above us in a sea humans had built for the creatures we shared our Earth with. Can they see me? Have they spent all those centuries watching us scurrying about like insects beneath them?
I would have found you, Mum said.
Huh? I hadn't been listening. I just couldn't get the idea out of my head that some alien eye was staring down from the sky, searching ceaselessly. For me. They knew I'd escaped, that I was somewhere in the habitat. Mum reached over and squeezed my hand.
I knew you'd be in one of the Tower Mountains. It's where all the cheetahs wind up. Everyone knows that. I'd just go round them until I found the right one.
I made an effort to focus, to not let her see how troubled I was. You'd have cheated? She picked up her own wineglass and stared into it.
I don't have a problem with living past my cycling day. Georgi would probably have come too.
Really?
We didn't actually get round to discussing it because everything else happened so fast. And that was when I actually started to worry.
She pointed through the hall's glass wall. I could see the screen at the far end of the dining area. And there I was in that silly frozen image, my face forever locked in surprise, and maybe a hint of exhilaration too. I held up my wrist to show off John. We were all right. We have friends in places we didn't even know existed. That's why we're all going to come through this okay.
Hazel, you're not going to do anything too risky, are you?
No, Mum, really. John will look after me.
I assure you, I will, he said in his most solemn voice.
Hey, I brightened. Did you know you and I are descended from Ashley Kruger?
No.
Well, we are. John recognised that, which is what kicked everything off.
I never knew.
I'm not sure anyone in the family knew either. It wasn't even a rumour. Some of my old friends brought their lunch over and joined us. Zorn was at the back of the group. I didn't mind. He needed the comfort of people as much as the rest of us. So for a while everything went back to how it used to be. Well, almost.
They were excited to see me, and had a million questions. I didn't mind. The more I could explain to people, the more understanding would spread. It was refreshing seeing how open they were to new ideas. Maybe I judge people too harshly. But sitting there with friends and Mum, having a meal and gossiping together, gave me a glimpse of how life could be on the second world. Yes, the Daedalus was in darkness and cooling down to lethal levels, but if you could see past all that, there was always hope, a collective future calling us. All I needed was the determination to see it through. Shouts and people running made me look round. I saw Hauer come racing past the hall, holding his torch high, its flames sputtering feebly. He was sweating and red-faced. I've never seen anyone look so terrified. Artof and Dad went hurrying over to him. I got up quickly. "Hazel!" There was such a note of anxiety in Mum's voice I hesitated. "Whatever this is, we need to face it together." If my answer surprised her, she didn't let on. Instead, she nodded and joined me. Several teams had been sent out from Ixia to warn other villages. Hauer and Jacant were heading out to Nepeta, 3 kilometres spinward of us. They'd just reached the animal pens and barns that marked the edge of Ixia when it happened. "Something got him." Hauer was gasping when I got close. "What?" Artof asked. "I don't know. It's so dark out there. I heard Jacant yell, then he was gone." "A Yai?" Rel asked. "Yeah, probably. I don't know. I didn't see it properly. I think I saw him being dragged round a barn. His legs, anyway." "Did you check?" Dad asked. Hauer shook his head. "I'm sorry. No, I came back." "That's okay." "It's them all right," Rel said. "We have to get everyone together." Artof nodded grimly. "Right." "They're coming for us," I said as Artof and Faninin started to call everyone into the green. "People were going to have to face them at some point," Rel said. He held up a pistol. "At least we're here to protect them." "We should go to them," Shao said. "If they come here, people will die." It was blunt, but I couldn't fault the logic. Rel shrugged. "He's right." "Now just wait a minute," Dad said. "No," I told him as firmly as I could. "We have weapons that can deal with the Yai, if there's not too many of them." "And we have the V-glasses," Fraser said. "We can see them in the dark. You can't, Dad." "Please don't argue," I implored. "There is a tool for every job, remember? Right now, protecting the village is our job." Dad gave me a desperate look. Yes, it was cheap of me to use one of his own sayings against him, but I was out of options. "I'll be careful. We'll all be careful." "Bet your sweet captain we will be," Alice said. The crowd was growing on the green as people hurried in from across the village. Families clinging together, men taking up positions around the outside of the gathering. Those that had hunting crossbows were carrying them, everyone else was holding clubs or knives. I shuddered at the thought of what would happen if a Yai did charge them. We all heard a scream from somewhere in the darkness. "Let's go," Fraser said. "Not you," I told him. "Hazel!" "Listen. Someone has to stay here with the escort Cybot in case we hit real trouble. Today, that's you. You have to make sure the Yai don't get loose on the green. You're the final defense everyone has. Understand? We'll be in communication with you the whole time so you know what's happening, okay?" For a moment I thought he'd be his usual stupid, dogged self and start arguing. But he gave me a sullen nod. All right. Truly, we had entered a whole new era. We headed off away from the green. Rel and I went along one path, while Alice and Shao took the one running parallel to us. Right from the start, we agreed not to use our torches. The V-glasses were giving me a reasonable image, if I could just get used to every surface being a variant of rosy pink. It helped that I was completely familiar with the layout of the village, even down to the holes and stones in the lanes.
I don't know how the Yai see in this, Rel muttered. It's not easy, even with the V-glasses.
They don't have good vision,
Fraser replied. I put my finger over my earpiece, pressing it in to make his voice clearer.
What do you mean? I'm looking at the files Lazarus gave us. Their primary sense is echolocation, like a bat. Apparently some of Earth's aquatic creatures used it too. Our ancestors called it biosonar.
Good to know. I smiled to myself. Trust Fraser to be zipping through new facts at a time like this. But then again, I was rather pleased he was.
It gives you an advantage, he said, especially in the dark. It's easier for their sonic sense to perceive anything in motion. If you stay completely still, they can't tell the difference between you and a lump of stone or a tree trunk, certainly not from a distance.
Thanks, Fraser, Alice said. Your pistol targeting symbol can also be linked to your V-glasses, John said. But I should warn you, the dataless network can sabotage the link if it is switched on. So is the network on now? I asked. No. I will inform you if it is rebooted. The target sign appeared in my V-glasses. I was holding the pistol in one hand as we walked. Where it was pointing showed up as a sharp green circle in the image. Every time Dad had tried to teach me how to use a crossbow to hunt, I'd been pretty hopeless at it. We'd never managed to progress to actually hunting swans and ducks for food, so the green circle showing me exactly where my shot would hit gave me some confidence. We were approaching the end of the cabins. Every couple of steps I turned a complete circle, as John had told me to, making sure there weren't any Yai creeping up behind us. I paused beside the last cabin, then crouched down to imitate that solid lump Fraser had talked about. The barns and stables were in front of me, their walls glowing slightly brighter than the abandoned cabins as the animals inside radiated their heat away. I could hear loud snorts coming from the cows and horses as they shifted about nervously. Amazingly, the chickens were quiet. Anything? I asked. Not yet, Alice replied. I scanned round slowly, searching for telltale glows. Beside me, Rel was shining like a human-shaped fire. There was nothing like that in the orchards and plantations out beyond the barns. We should see if we can find Jacant, I said. Howard said it happened near the barn. If he's right, there should be marks where Jacant was dragged away. 5. We moved out slowly. I tried to see if there were any tracks on the ground, but all those lovely soft snowflakes had turned to a thin carpet of hard crystals that now crunched underfoot. About 50 metres away, Alice and Xiao were walking forward slowly, pistols held ready. I want to check the barn, Rel said quietly. Take a look inside. They could be hiding among the animals. I had my doubts about that. If our cows saw or felt a Yai slithering into the barn, they'd stampede. Okay. Our approach to the barn was nervous. I grew aware of how much noise we made. Footsteps, breathing, the body motions that must ripple out through the air. All perfect signals for a creature that has sound as its primary sense. The barn was built from overlapping planks pegged to a frame. Decades of regular heat and rain had aged the oak to a dull silver and bent sections out of alignment. There were long, narrow gaps between the planks that we could peer through before we reached the gate at the front. The cows inside were pressed up close to each other, their warm bodies producing a hazy glow that filled the whole space. Rel edged round the corner, then ducked down by the gate. I can't see any Yi in there, he said. I was looking up ahead at the neatly laid out plantation of olive trees, alert for a glimmer the size of a Type 2 Yi, or worse. All I could see were birds scurrying about under the trees, weird salmon-pink blobs of phosphorescence that inflated without warning as they flapped their wings ineffectually. Then I noticed tracks in the snow along the plantation's perimeter. They were slender and wavy. I shook Rel's shoulder and pointed. "Guess what made those?" I whispered. "Tentacles," Rel agreed. "Alice, I think they're here. Check for tracks." "Oh, guano. Right, we're on it." We turned in unison, trying to see where the Yi tracks led. They seemed to curve back towards the village. Alice and Xiao were bright figures leaning forward as they walked slowly along, searching the ground. I froze. Behind them, a red blob flitted between a couple of cabins, low on the ground and wobbling in an oddly uneven gait. "Behind you!" I yelled and brought my pistol up. The green target circle framed the corner of a cabin where the fringes of heat were flickering. Tentacles! I fired. A long jet of flame burst out from the bamboo wall and dissolved into a shower of sparks. Smaller flames licked around the hole, and the flash of heat almost overwhelmed my vision. Rel and I sprinted over to Alice and Xiao. The target circle was bobbing about all over my vision as I ran. I had to slow down so I could hold my arm as steady as possible to cover the cabin in case I caught sight of the Yi again. "It went along the veranda," I said when I pulled up next to Xiao. "Do we split up and circle round the cabin?" "Don't," Fraser said. "Stay together. It's safer and you've got more firepower that way." "Got it," Alice said. I knew the cabin. It belonged to Seda and Alimu. They were only a few years older than me, married 9 months ago. So the cabin wasn't in the best state. It had been unoccupied for a couple of years before they moved in. The edge of the roof was ragged where the thatch reeds were fraying. Some of the near side, where it overhung the veranda, had been fixed with new reeds. Shutters on a couple of the windows were sagging on their leather strap hinges, and the bamboo walls had plenty of new replacement canes woven in. We edged round the corner that was still smouldering from my laser shot. The veranda floorboards were almost clear of snow, but we could all see the dusting of flakes had scuff marks leading to the door, which was partly open. Alice moved to the other side of the door, while I joined Rel and Xiao to stand on the edge of the veranda, the 3 of us with our pistols lined up on the door. "Ready?" she asked. "Go." She pulled the door open. It took a lot of self-control to resist shooting in blindly. I was expecting the Yi to be lurking just inside, poised to come flying out at us. They'd moved incredibly fast the first time we faced them in the forward section. The inside of the cabin was dark and cold. Nothing moved. There was no hint of a red glow anywhere. Rel and Xiao went in shoulder to shoulder, their pistol arms twitching round, pointing at every possible hiding place. Alice and I followed them in. It was a standard layout for Ixia cabins, 4 rooms in a simple T-shape, with the largest room, the stalk, at the front. Seda and Alimu didn't have much by way of furniture. 4 solid-looking chairs, long bench against one wall, a thin table, and an ancient dresser that was almost my height. Curtains were drawn over the windows. There were 3 doors on the back wall, all closed. "It's not in here," Alice said quietly. Our pistols were covering the back wall and the 3 doors. I was taking my breaths in short gulps, expecting one of them to fly open at any second. But there was no way of telling which. My muscles were locked so stiff, it was as if I was made of stone. "Anyone want to guess?" Rel asked. "Just take them one at a time," Alice said. "I'll cover you." "If it isn't in the first 2, maybe we should just chuck one of the power cell explosives into the third." "They're too powerful," I said. "It would bring the whole cabin down on top of us." Then maybe just get out now and set one off when we're clear.
You could, Fraser said, but we don't have many of those power cells. It's a waste using one to take out a single Yai, especially as it's only a Type 2.
It is? I queried. If it was a Type 3, it wouldn't be us hunting it, Rel said tersely. He's right, Alice said. Yeah, I agreed grudgingly. So, one by one it was. Alice gripped the handle on the first door, looked at us to check we were ready, pulled it open fast. It was so dark even the V-glasses couldn't provide me with much of an image. I pulled out my torch and switched it on. The cabin was abruptly as clear as if the daylight had returned. Rel and Xiao took out their torches and we advanced into the first bedroom. It was being used to store stuff in. There were bags piled up on the cot, a pile of bowls and big empty jars. I remembered Alimu's mother used to make spicy chutneys. The room had practically nowhere a Yai could hide, and there was certainly no giveaway heat glow. We backed out and trained pistols and torch beams on the second door. Alice nerved herself up and tugged the door open. This was the bedroom Seda and Alimu used, with a bed that took up half of the floor space. The sheets were rumpled, clothes strewn on the floor. Rel edged in cautiously, signalling Xiao that he was going to pull the sheets away where they were hanging over the edge of the bed. I gripped my pistol tighter. Under the bed was a pretty obvious place to hide. But would a Yai even think like that? I was right behind them, moving into the bedroom. My foot came down on something that gave slightly with the softest crackling sound. I glanced down. I was treading on some reeds. Instinct or subconscious took over. Certainly I didn't think about my reaction. I lurched backwards, swinging my pistol up. Fired. The flash of the laser seemed to last for an age. It illuminated the rafters holding the roof beams up, the underside of the reeds bulging down between them. The Yai hanging up there, directly above me, its tentacles whipping down. I screamed. Here's the thing about the way Yai move. If raw anger could condense into something physical, it would be this, a wild knot of slim, powerful tentacles seething ferociously, pincer tips snapping. Those knife-blade talons should have slashed my shoulders down to the bone, probably ripping my throat open too. My desperate laser shot went wide, burning into the reeds a few centimetres away from its black ovoid body. But instead of hacking into my flesh, the tentacles swung almost lazily, missing me entirely. Then they were coiling back up in judders, and I shifted the pistol. The green circle slid onto the Yai's body, behind the tentacles, where it began to taper back into a tail. I fired. The slim scarlet beam struck, burning deep into the Yai. It emitted a high-pitched screech. Then it began to move fast, the tentacles hammering upwards. I fired again as it shredded the reeds. A length of tentacle fell down, steam and glowing shards of skin spilling out of the severed end. I ducked out of the way of the grisly thing as it thumped onto the floor. A cascade of shredded reeds tumbled down after it. "What's happening?" Fraser's urgent voice entreated. "It's on the roof!" Alice cried. She was waving her pistol at the jagged hole, trying to find a target. Fired once, sending the beams stabbing up into the sky. A few flames caught among the torn reeds. Rel and Xiao were rushing out of the bedroom, searching round frantically. "Did you get it?" Fraser asked. "Outside," I bellowed. We raced out onto the veranda and paused. I was very aware of the edge of the overhanging roof, and that the Yai might pounce if we passed under that tattered lip. I began shooting the fringe of dilapidated reeds, working along the length of the veranda. The fire took immediately, and we all ran out into the lane. I could hear the Yai squeaking somewhere above us, but the flames were shooting high into the air, obscuring it from view. "Don't let it jump down," Rel shouted. He hurried down the side of the cabin, shooting at the bottom of the roof along the side of the main room. I followed him as the fire spread rapidly across the roof. Alice and Xiao took the other side. Between us, we surrounded the cabin. Fire was the one thing Ixia always dreaded. Everything was built of wood and bamboo, plenty of it decades old, and more older than that. Everyone knew if a fire did start, you had to get out of your cabin. Don't try and grab precious items. Don't waste time pulling your pants on. Just get out. You'll have so little time. They were right. I watched the flames racing up the roof towards the apex. And there on the ridge, the Yai was skittering about. Rel saw it at the same time. Both of us took aim. I forced myself to be calm, to make sure the target circle was on its body. I wasn't quick enough. It reared up on frenzied tentacles as Alice and Xiao shot it from the other side of the cabin. Laser beams seared wide punctures in its flesh, and it tumbled down the roof into the flames. I took a pace backwards quickly as it hurtled over the edge of the roof in a ball of flame and crashed onto the ground not 5 meters in front of me. Rel and I started shooting. I pulled the trigger 3, maybe 4 times before I realized the dreadful thing wasn't moving anymore. Alice and Xiao came sprinting around the front of the cabin. We stood there looking down at the dead Yai, with its smouldering skin and broken body. "Are you all right?" Fraser asked. "We can see flames from here." I glanced up at the cabin. The whole roof was on fire now, the flames chewing quickly through the reeds. Patches of them were falling into the cabin, and the walls were starting to smoulder. The curtains were already on fire. "We're okay," I said. "The lasers set the cabin on fire. We got the Yai." "Just one?" All of us stiffened. "So far," I said, and started searching the deep shadows beyond the orange light thrown by the flames. "We've never seen one on its own before." "Yeah, thanks, Fraser. We're looking for any more now." "They could be in any of the cabins," Alice said. "Or all of them," Fraser said. "Fraser," I snapped at him, not helping. Suddenly the dark and silent cabins took on a menacing aspect. Fraser might have the tact of a hungry toddler, but he was right. Any of them could be concealing a Yai, or a dozen. My body reacted by bringing the pistol up again, sliding the target circle over the blank walls that now seemed to have shifted closer. "If there were that many, they'd be on us already," Xiao said. Which wasn't exactly reassuring, but his logic was as strong as Fraser's. "John, what do you advise?" "You have to consider your primary goal," John replied. "Your priority is to return to the forward section and contact another command AI. Everything else is secondary to that. You are achieving nothing out here. My recommendation is to take the tuk-tuks and drive to the forward end wall immediately." Alice gave a modest shrug. "Sounds about right to me." I glanced at Rel for reassurance, because I didn't like the idea of leaving Ixia when we knew there were Yai gathering out there in the dark. "John's right," he said. "The Yai aren't going to make this easy for us. We should go." "Okay," I said, even though I didn't agree. I was trying to work out how to leave Fraser behind with the escort Cybot. The people on the green needed protecting. Not that a few laser pistols would hold off a Yai swarm for any time at all. "After we leave, we need to create some kind of distraction," I said. "Something that shows the Brain Queens we've left Ixia, so they'll chase after us and leave the village alone." Which was when I acknowledged the Yai had come for me. I was the one they wanted. I didn't know if they'd seen me through the network in the forward sections, or if Lazarus still had some trace of me in his memory when he was overwhelmed by the Brain Queens. But they knew. "Another fire, maybe," Rel said. "Easy enough with the lasers." Alice squealed and fired her pistol. The red beam split the darkness and hit the ground outside another cabin.
Steam and flames spurted up from the ground. I just caught sight of a red blob disappearing behind the cabin. You were right, I told Fraser. There's more than one. Let's go, Rel said. He set off towards the cabin where the Yai had dashed behind. I trailed after him with some reluctance. There'll be more than two, Fraser said somberly. I know, but if we can kill some before we go, the village will be safer. We don't know the numbers, Hazel. There's a whole sea full of them, remember? I glanced upwards. Not even the V-glasses could penetrate that much darkness, but I could sense the sky's presence. What I'd lived with quite happily all my life was now transformed to an intimidating mass of rock above me. I see it, Rel called. We all stopped by the corner of the cabin, peering round the edge. 30 metres ahead of us, the Yai was scurrying off towards the ring of barns. Did I hit it? A puzzled Alice asked. There was something wrong with the way the Yai was moving. Its usual efficient, coiling tentacles were lacking coordination, making it a lot slower than usual. It couldn't keep to a straight line, blundering about as if unsure of where it should be going. I resisted firing off a barrage of laser pulses. Are you seeing this? I asked John. I am. Is it injured? There is no obvious wound. What's happening? Fraser asked. We can see a Yai, but it's like it's drunk, Rel said. Drunk? There's something wrong with it. Where's it going? I don't know, I said, but we'll find out. Be careful, Fraser insisted. They're pack creatures. We moved after the Yai as it wriggled its way between a barn and a stable, then slithered under the fence around the cherry orchard. The trees were in full bloom, but when we moved out of the light from the fire, the V-glasses couldn't distinguish between blossom and snowflakes clotting the branches. Alice gripped my arm. Another one, she hissed. The cherry trees were pruned to give them a low canopy, so I hunkered down to see underneath them. Alice was right. Parallel to us, another Yai was scurrying through the rows of trunks, its tentacles sending up a small flurry of snow in its wake. It had the same broken gait as the one we were following. Oh, guano, Rel groaned and gestured ahead. What? I looked where he was indicating. At first I thought there was another fire up in front of us. A strong rosy glow was emanating from the ground, with the trunks of the cherry trees stark black pillars against it. There must be 20 of them, Rel said. I watched, the thermal glow fluctuating as the throng of Yai bodies shifted around each other. It was odd. They were so tightly packed, yet constantly moving, the ones on the outside trying to push themselves deeper into the mass. They're not paying us any attention, Alice murmured in a perplexed tone. It's not like we aren't making any noise. The Yai we'd been following joined the group, shoving itself forcefully amid the other bodies. I thought a fight might break out, it was so vigorous, yet the pack shifted to accommodate it easily enough. I might have an explanation, John said. This behaviour is similar to sheep. No, it's not, I said. Well, I've never seen sheep doing anything like this anyway. That is because you have never known winter, John said. During cold nights, a flock of sheep will huddle together for warmth, and they will shiver so their muscles generate additional body heat. The Yai are cold? It is a possibility. I suppose he was right. I'd been cold since I got up that morning. Then on the drive to Ixia I'd been shivering. It was just strange to think of the Yai as ordinary animals. Do you think we could get up close to them? Rel asked. I think I don't want to get close, I told him heatedly. If they're all bundled up like this, and we throw an explosive power cell into the middle of them... Oh, right. Risky, Alice said. But if it works, the village will be a lot safer, Rel countered. I studied the mass of Yai.
It'll take more than one power cell.
OK, so we all throw one.
It was so tempting. The Yai were in a vulnerable state, and we would be protecting the village. I don't know.
Then how about this? We take it in stages. See if we can get closer without them noticing. If we can, then we throw the power cells.
We can run faster than them when they're in this state, Xiao added. I took a long moment gathering courage from somewhere. Fighting the Yai had to be absolute. Let's go, I said. Oh my days, Fraser's voice. Be careful. Which had to be about the most non-Fraser thing he'd ever said. We crept forward, moving slowly, angling our approach so the trunks of the cherry trees covered as much of our approach as possible. All the while I kept checking behind us, making sure there were none of them back there blocking our retreat. The stress was awful. After an age, we stopped behind a trunk about 10 metres short of the cluster of Yai. The chittering noise they were making as they squirmed against each other was disturbing at some deep level inside me. We said nothing, just reached down to our belts and plucked out the power cells. When the others looked at me, I nodded. Together we stood and pressed the cell triggers. 5 seconds. 2 of the Yai stilled, then turned fast. Their tentacles became rigid, lifting them off the ground. I threw my power cell, seeing the others do the same in my peripheral vision. The little disc was a pink fleck blemishing my vision as it arced through the air. I pressed the trigger on my second power cell and threw that, then dived to the ground, arms wrapping across the top of my head, holding my breath, vaguely aware of Rel hitting the ground at my side. The explosions started, so loud I could feel my bones shaking. Their roar was punctured by the soprano whistles of the Yai. Silence, and I risked raising my head. I almost threw up. The Yai had been torn apart. A wide patch of ground was splattered with gore. It glowed bright scarlet, as if pools of flame had settled across the shallow craters. A huge cloud of blossom ripped off the trees by the explosion was swirling about daintily. Shock squeezed my throat muscles. I had to look away. Rel was scrambling to his feet, pistol raised as he covered the carnage. Something was buzzing in my ears. I shook myself and climbed unsteadily to my feet. The buzzing resolved into a voice. "Hazel!" Fraser was shouting. "Are you okay? Did you get them?" "We're fine," I stammered. "They're dead." "All of them? You sure?" I made myself look through the storm of blossom. The ground was pure and simple butchery. "Yeah, I'm pretty sure anyway." "Okay, good job. Are you coming back now?" "Yes," I said meekly. "We're coming back." I could see Alice trembling, as overwhelmed and sickened by the sight as me. I told myself it was payback for Tamrin and Elijah, Jacant too, but couldn't work up the right amount of conviction. 6. We were subdued as we walked out of the orchard. The walls of Seda and Alimu's cabin had collapsed, the tumble of debris burning away hotly. All the snow around it had melted away, producing little streams of ash-clotted water winding off into the darkness. I paused to stare at it. I didn't feel sorry. I didn't feel anything. "Is that—" Alice began. "Oh no," I moaned. She and Xiao were looking back at the cherry tree orchard. The glimmer coming from the soil blasted by the power cells had sunk away to a sliver of orange. Off to one side, something warm was moving. "Another group of them," Rel hissed. My pistol arm came up automatically. It was a miracle I didn't start running right away. Some crazy part of me was saying we'd killed the first group. Why not these ones too? If they don't separate, we can use the power cells again, I said. There was still a couple left clipped to my belt. We need to catch them when they're between buildings, Rel said. That way they'll be bunched together. OK. I glanced round wildly. Maybe further along the avenue. The cabins down... That's not a group, Xiao said. Huh? Too high. Type 3. I hated it, but he was right. The heat source was too big, too consistent, too high off the ground to be a group of Type 2s. A Type 3 was heading straight for us, pushing through the cherry trees the way people walk through long grass. I could hear the boughs snapping as it struck them. How big is that thing? Alice wailed. It was going to take a lot of laser shots to bring down something like that. My hand grasped one of the power cells. Elijah had killed one with his power cells, detonating them all together. But he had been right next to it when they went off. And this was a moving target. You'd have to drop a cell right in front of it and hope it went off at precisely the right time. Not that we had any choice. We need cover, Rel yelled. Run! I started off fast. Which direction? I asked. Just get some cabins around us. Did I hear that right? Fraser asked. There's a Type 3 out there. Oh yeah, you heard right. We reached the second row of cabins and veered off right. Good. Lead it to the carpentry shed. What? Lead it in. We're ready for it. Ready for it? What the... Trust me. Get it here. That made my choice a simple binary. Trust Fraser, or try and draw the Yi through the maze of cabins to use the explosive cells. Do it, I told the others and turned left. This way. Behind us, the brittle bamboo walls of a cabin erupted into a shower of debris as the Type 3 hurtled straight through it. I fired off a couple of shots, letting it know where we were. It altered direction to race at us. What happened to the cold messing with them? Alice demanded. A Type 3's larger body mass will take longer to cool down, John said calmly. Typically a thermal difference of... Not now! I shouted. As one, we sprinted hard down the lane between cabins. If you didn't know the village, you'd think every home was identical, a grid of cabins that went on forever. But I did know them. I knew the different vines that tangled verandas, the walls that had been repaired, the herbs and flowers and lovingly tended gardens. Turned left at Jane's cabin, the one with cloth draped along the veranda fence. Straight on past Mellar's home, with its stack of wool bales from his sheep. Then there was the abandoned cabin, the only one in the village, sagging into fungus-coated ruin, because no one wanted to live in the place where a murder had been committed 42 years ago. Xiao let off a couple of shots as the Type 3 raced into view behind us. I changed direction again at the next junction. You want to try a power cell? I panted at Rel. Maybe. Somewhere behind us another cabin crashed into a plume of wreckage as the Type 3 demolished its corner without even slowing down. Rel fumbled at his belt. Need a straight path, he warned me. Right. In my mind I could see the route. We were fast approaching the village hall, but our current direction would put the green between us and the carpentry shop. The one place I couldn't allow the Type 3 to reach. People might still be there. We needed a different angle of approach. I let out a snarl of anguish. Turn here, I commanded. Another right-angled turn at speed, which my knees and ankles objected to. Straight for 5 cabins now, I told them. Rel was dropping behind the rest of us, looking round to find the Yi. It wasn't difficult. The Yi charged into the broad lane, and Rel stopped, pressing the trigger on a power cell before lobbing it into the alien's path. I let off a couple of shots to distract the monstrous thing. It was nearly twice my height, and I'm not short. A fat oval body with a cluster of flipper fins at its tapering rear. There were 2 kinds of tentacle, dozens of thin ones sprouting from around its midsection which propelled it along, and 5 at the front, thicker than my leg, ending in mouths of sharp fangs. Yet those mouths were nothing compared to the nightmare orifice at the centre of its head, a muscular ring lined with concentric tusks all flexing in union, beckoning as if that alone could haul me in through the air. My green target circle wobbled across the front of it. I know the laser burned deep holes into its dark flesh. I could see the narrow craters by their own heat glow. The Yi seemed oblivious to the damage I inflicted. Then the power cell exploded right in front of it. That massive body heaved onto its side, ploughing chaotically through the front of a cabin. Shattered lengths of bamboo scythed dangerously through the air. I ducked as they started to descend like a plague of spears. Alice stumbled and went sprawling. Xiao skidded to a halt and hauled her to her feet. The Yi was juddering its bulk around, its head seeking us out. Rel threw another power cell. It was going to be the one. I knew it. His aim was good. The little disc spun over and over as it curved through the air and landed directly on top of the Yi. Bounced. The Yi contorted along its whole body, rearing up to lurch towards us. The power cell exploded in mid-air, a couple of meters from those writhing midsection tentacles. I saw skin flayed open, blood surging out, tentacles lacerated and flopping uselessly at its side. All of which made no difference. It thundered forwards relentlessly. "Move!" We ran for our lives. "Fraser, we're coming!" "We're ready!" The end of the lane was approaching fast. I could see the village hall to one side. After that, it wasn't far to the canal, where the carpentry shop sat. "Ready for what?" "Listen, Hazel, you have to get it actually into the carpentry shop, OK? The doors are open. Just get it to follow you in there." "OK." I wanted to know, then what, but didn't have the courage to ask. Suppose I didn't like whatever he'd planned. This was all we had. I could hardly start arguing with him. And Dad would have helped plan this, whatever this was. Some kind of trap, presumably, for a Type 3. Crazy. I kept on running. The air was starting to burn in my throat and lungs. Odd, given how cold it was. Blood was pounding in my head, managing to turn my vision an even darker shade of red. We cleared the last cabin and pelted across the strawberry fields that surrounded the carpentry shed. I could hear Alice whimpering beside me as she forced herself to keep going. I knew we weren't as fast now as when we started. The carpentry shed was 30 meters ahead of us. It was Ixia's largest and oldest building, as well as being the sturdiest, built from a frame of heavy beams, which was one way of describing whole oak trunks. Its walls had been repaired constantly over the decades, reinforced and modified. As we raced for it, I saw the large double doors were wide open. There were carts standing on either side of them, piled high with logs. A dozen people crouched behind their wheels, holding themselves still. Even with my blotchy vision, I could make out Artoff and Zorn among them. A powerful torch beam shone out of the shed. Whoever was holding it played the light across the Yi as it rushed forwards. "Fraser? You're doing great. When you're inside, go straight to the water wheel. Don't stop." "Huh?" "The water wheel. Dad's there." So many questions. No time. I knew I couldn't keep this pace going for much longer. Every muscle in my legs was screaming at me to stop. 10 meters. It was fear alone driving me on now. I could hear the Type 3's tentacles beating against the ground like 10 horses galloping after me, growing louder as it closed the gap. The eeriest thing was the silence of everyone behind the carts. I guessed that without noise or motion the Yi wouldn't be able to sense them. They must have been entreating the sweet captain for that, too. I rushed through the open doorway. The inside of the carpentry shop had been rearranged. It was so bizarre I barely understood what I was seeing. All the benches had been shoved against the walls. They were covered in great mounds of wood shavings and sawdust. It left the floor open and empty, apart from the 2 parallel rows of what must have been every single barrel of olive oil that Ixia possessed. At the far end, where the carpentry shed overhung the canal, the water wheel was motionless for the first time in my life. Without any water flowing along the canal, there was nothing to turn the complex framework of cogs, leather belts, and pulleys that powered the 3 big circular saws. And there was Dad, crouched beside the water wheel where it went down through the floor. A couple of the buckets had been removed, leaving a small gap. He was beckoning us frantically. "Here!" he shouted. "Come on, all of you, quick!" As if I needed any spur. Then I saw Fraser. He was standing in the middle of the water wheel mechanism wearing his spacesuit, with the helmet on and visor closed. The escort Cybot was next to him, shining its lights directly at the eye. I almost faltered. "Fraser? Move!" He brought his right arm up, hand gripping a pistol. The Cybot's 3 remaining arms rose, bringing its lasers up. Both of them opened fire. "It won't be enough!" I screamed. The Yai had almost reached the doorway, heading in at colossal speed. "Get out of here!" Fraser called in a remarkably calm voice. His laser shots weren't aimed at the Yai. He was hitting the barrels. Each shot was impressively accurate. When a barrel was hit, it burst apart, sending out a wave of viscous oil. I reached the water wheel and put my arms out as I knocked into it, coming to a complete halt that left me half stunned. "Down here!" Dad ordered loudly, and reached for Alice, pulling her to him. Alice did as she was told, and let him guide her into the small gap between the wheel and the floor. She dropped, vanishing into the darkness below. Shao followed. I turned, fearful for Fraser. The Cybot's lights showed me the Yai was fully inside the carpentry shed. It loomed oppressively large in the confined space, and it was less than a second from hitting the water wheel mechanism. Along both sides of it, half of the olive oil barrels had now burst apart, their oil sluicing across the floor. My V-glasses revealed a low sheet of flame was streaking over it. The doors were being slammed shut. The Yai crashed into the mechanism's framework of stanchions and their crossposts. They were over 150 years old, crafted from oak which time had hardened to the same strength as metal. The frame shook, but held. The Yai recoiled sluggishly. I let out a scream of fright. It was only meters from Fraser. That didn't seem to bother my crazy brother. He just kept on shooting the barrels, breaking them open. "Hazel!" Dad bellowed. "Get your ass down here!" "Huh?" I couldn't look away from the mad scene. Outside the doors, people were shouting as they shoved the carts across, blocking them shut. The Yai let out an ear-splitting screech and sent its thick forward tentacles punching for Fraser. They couldn't quite make it through the lattice of wood that caged him. Its midsection tentacles scrabbled round for purchase, so it could ram itself at the defiant mechanism. It couldn't. The whole floor was awash with oil now, denying it any grip at all. If I hadn't been so terrified, I would have laughed at the lumbering beast skidding and skittering about helplessly. It tumbled sideways, crashing into the benches along the wall. Its midsection tentacles thrashed about in fury, to practically no effect. The bulk of its body struck the ground hard. Oil slicked its flesh, insidious fingers of flame chewing their way up. I knew it didn't have any human-style thoughts and responses, but I swear it seemed startled by its predicament. Rel grabbed my arm and tugged hard. I found myself going over the edge of the gap, with Dad pulling my other shoulder round. There was one last glimpse of the carpentry shed. Fraser was firing the E-beam welder, sending the dazzling beam along the shavings and sawdust on the benches. Wherever the beam touched, flames leapt up. I landed in a deep layer of mud, breathless and exhausted. More hands took hold of me, pulling me clear. Rel dropped down, followed by Dad. "Let's go," Dad said. "What?" I gasped. "No! Where's Fraser?" Above us, the flames were building at bewildering speed, sending a strong orange light down past the immobile water wheel.
"We need to go," Dad said urgently. "That overhang is going to catch fire and collapse."
"Fraser!"
"I'm fine," he said, his voice calm in my ears. "Get clear quickly, I don't want you singed."
"But—"
The Yai bellowed in shock and pain. I flinched. It must have been flailing about up there. The thuds of it hitting the shed's solid, unyielding frame were shaking the ground. I was sure I could hear the E-beam welder still firing too. Rel's hand was on my back, urging me along. We all waded through the cloying mud out from under the water wheel housing. A whole bunch of people were lined up along the top of the canal bank. Plenty of hands helped us up onto dry land. The whole village had gathered at the edge of the strawberry field. I found myself next to Mum, who held me tight. When I looked back, I was amazed by how fast the fire had grown. The entire carpentry shed was ablaze, sending flames shooting 10 to 15 metres up into the air. The heat beating against my face was almost painful. Everyone was shuffling away from the inferno. I saw the frame shake once more as the Yai hit it. Then there was nothing, no screeching, no movement. Just the crackle of flames and booms as chunks of the floor and roof collapsed inwards, sending up dense plumes of sparks.
"Fraser?"
I asked desperately.
"On my way,"
he replied cheerfully. I lifted up my V-glasses and stared at the hellish firestorm. How was Fraser still alive? There was a sharp movement halfway along the shed's wall. Flaming planks fractured, and the escort Cybot broke through. A figure strode through the gap. It raised an arm in greeting. The cheer that went up from the crowd was louder than the fire. I just laughed, which turned into sobs of relief. In my V-glasses, Fraser shone like a fragment of daylight as he walked towards us. Steam and smoke puffed out around his boots at every step.
"What?"
I grunted.
"How?"
"The spacesuit has a null-therm outer layer," John said. "It is resistant to temperature up to 1,000 degrees for 6 hours. And, of course, the suit has its own air recycling system. He was perfectly safe from the flames." Something about the way he said it made me irrationally angry. That, or I could imagine how smug Fraser's voice would be when he explained. My brother's dazzling aura was fading fast as the suit's null-therm radiated the heat away. Finally it went dark, and Fraser lifted his helmet off to show off the widest grin ever. He was greeted by a boisterous wave of cheers and whoops. All right, yes, I even joined in. Out of relief more than anything. Mum ran over and hugged him. I was gathering myself to tell him very clearly why he should never ever do anything so stupid ever again in his life. But she beat me to it. Although half of what she said was incoherent because of all the tears. 7. When we got back to the green, the bonfire had burned low. People started throwing timber on, and the flames rose quickly. I wondered just how much spare wood Ixia had left. The carpentry shop was still blazing away furiously, along with the wood store next to it where fresh-cut timber was stacked to season. No one wanted to stay close to it. The stench of roasting flesh was starting to leak out. Now they'd successfully eliminated the Yai with a huge group effort, shock was starting to replace the villagers' satisfaction. I could see it developing on their faces, the way they kept glancing back at the collapsing carpentry shop, then out to the implacable darkness engulfing the habitat. There really were aliens out there that wanted to kill them. Nobody knew how to deal with that. So they gathered round again to ask us, me in particular.
"Do we abandon the village?"
a haunted Feninin asked.
"Or do you still want us to bring other villages here?"
"Travelling in the dark is risky," I said, stalling.
John, what are the best tactics in these circumstances?
The more defenders you can gather in one place, the better protected you will be, he said. I would suggest sending larger groups to contact the closest villages, then have them send out groups in turn. That way you will cover the most ground in the shortest time. Meanwhile, you should continue building your Cheval de Frise barricades.
And I'll order the escort cyborg to stay here and help guard you, I said, though actually what I meant was to guard Mum and Dad and Alicia. It still has a lot of power left in its weapons.
Okay then, Artov said. Groups of 10 to travel to the other villages. I'll start organizing that. But who will be chosen?
Faninin bleated.
They can take dogs, Artov said, ignoring him, and we'll need crossbows for everyone in each party.
While Artov and his regulators began sorting out who would travel to other villages, I backed away. We need to get going, I said quietly to Rel. He eyed the tuk-tuks that were still recharging next to the hall.
Yeah.
He beckoned Alice and Shao over, all of us sharing a guilty expression. I was annoyed at myself for that. It wasn't like we were abandoning Ixia. Then I saw Zorn break away from the people huddled around Artov and make his way over to us. I'll deal with this, I murmured to Rel. Be ready to leave in 5 minutes.
Sure.
Zorn gave me an anxious glance.
You're going to go into the forward section now, aren't you?
We're getting ready for that, yes.
I want to come with you.
Oh, Zorn, no. Your place is here protecting Ixia.
Really? That Yai thing, the Type 3, it was one of those that killed Elijah, wasn't it?
Yes, I said sorrowfully. But he fought and killed it. He's the reason I'm alive.
And that's why I have to come.
Zorn, I began despairingly. I can't.
No.
He kept his voice low, but the intensity was hot.
That was a guano-eating monster. I can't protect anyone from one of those, and you know that. Barricades and crossbows aren't going to stop a Yai. Your explosions didn't even slow it down.
I checked to make sure no one was listening to us, and lowered my voice. I know that, and you've no idea how much that hurts. But preparing keeps everyone occupied. It stops them from thinking the worst and gives them hope.
What you're doing is our only hope.
Maybe. I don't know. But people respect regulators. Seeing you here will comfort them.
Probationary regulator, he said levelly, and suspended for letting you and Fraser escape.
Zorn?
Listen, if you fail, we're all going to die. It's that simple. You know it. I know it. And if they weren't too frightened to think about it, all of Ixia would realize that too. The Yai beat Ashley Kruger and our ancestors, and that was with all their knowledge and power. So Ixia certainly isn't going to survive. I want to come with you.
I don't want you to die, I said softly. I couldn't stand that.
I'm not a coward.
I never thought. I know you're not, remember? What you did for me.
Irrelevant. If we're going to die, then so be it. But sweet Captain Hazel, let me die trying to help. Dying here will achieve nothing. Don't let that happen to me. Please.
I closed my eyes, seeing that night barely a week ago now. And how can that be? The rain falling all around me as I wheeled Fraser through the village, our desperate bid to escape, to stop him from being cycled. And Zorn standing there on watch duty, saying nothing, turning away, letting me go, letting me and Fraser live. This isn't how I want to thank you.
You don't owe me, Hazel. I did what I did because I wanted you to have the best life you could. And you know why. Can you imagine what the rest of your life would have been if the regulators had cycled Fraser when he was 14 years old? And we all know our generation was the one most likely to reach the New World. They won't have cycling there,
So what would be the point of cycling Fraser? It was a terrible injustice. I reached over and touched his face. I felt so guilty, I suppose, that he'd risked Artoff's anger because of us and what we'd had, especially after the way I'd treated him with the breakup. You're such a good person. You know why I really wanted to be a regulator? Everyone thought it was just to keep Elijah happy. But I believed helping the village to run smoothly was the best way I could spend my life. Now you're just putting me to shame. His hand rested on top of mine. So I can come? Just as long as you understand it's going to be dangerous. I mean, really dangerous. He grinned, and his hand came away to gesture at the carpentry shed. Yeah, I kinda noticed. All right then. You won't regret it. We're leaving in 5 minutes. Be ready. I managed to haul Fraser off to one side. We stood by the curving glass wall of the hall. On the other side, the cooks were taking fresh-baked bread out of the ovens. The loaves looked a bit dark to me, but then everyone had been somewhat distracted by the eye. I want to talk to you about Mum and Dad, I opened with. He gave me the kind of innocent, expectant look that made me instantly suspicious. Sure. They need to stay here while we go into the forward section. Of course. It won't be a problem. Dad knows he can't come, not with his leg. And Mum just isn't up to that kind of thing. Even if she wants to come, I'm expecting we can rely on Georgi and Marana to make her see sense. Good. So, the thing is, we need to be sure they're as safe as possible here. Absolutely. Right. I thought I'd leave the escort Cybot here. Good idea. Really? You don't mind? Mind what? Staying to control it? Oh. You think me remote commanding will be better than switching it to auto-sentry mode? Sure. I'll just stay here. It's not like you need me or anything. I mean, the 4 of you were so good at tackling that Type 3 Yai by yourselves. For all that the habitat floor was solid rock 2 kilometres thick, I started to experience a familiar sinking sensation. It's one I get a lot when I'm arguing with Fraser. That's not... Don't be modest. You were excellent bait. And when you were acting as if you were panicking, so believable. Fooled me. I bet it encouraged the Yai to chase after you too. Fraser? Yes, Hazel? That horrible neutral expression of his had taken on a wholly evil meaning. Oh, the smugness. We're leaving in a couple of minutes. Be ready. Count on it. I'll go and load the sentry instructions into the Cybot now. I turned away so he couldn't see the full extent of his victory. Can he do that? I asked John. Make the escort Cybot protect Mum and Dad? Certainly. It has that option. He just needs to assign their visual profile into the defense subroutine. Okay. Your brother is an exceptionally fast learner. Yeah. I am impressed. Good. I'm happy for you. I took a moment, breathing in deeply. The cooks were gathering sheepishly round the dark loaves, having quite a discussion about it. I wondered if I should go in and tell them that any bread was good bread right now, that they shouldn't really be in the hall anyway, just in case the Yai could open the emergency door at the foot of the stairway and come at the village that way. In fact, we were lucky the ovens were still on. Actually, that was odd. John? Yes? Why are the ovens still on? I don't know. I looked along the length of the hall. There were several people standing outside the hospital. Lamps were flickering inside as Marana sorted out new treatments on the pharmacological processor. What about the pharmacological processor? That's on too. It is connected to the same power circuit as the ovens. And that circuit is different to the one that powers the light strips, right? Just like Tresico had different circuits. I remember you said some are high voltage and some are low.
Correct. The Daedalus primary grid supplies systems such as the light strips and canal water circulation pumps, anything that requires a lot of power.
So the Yai have turned off the primary grid, but they've left on the low power circuit that supplies the villages?
Yes.
That doesn't make any sense, I said. They want to kill us with the cold, yet they're still allowing us the ovens and pharmacological processors.
I agree. It would appear to be paradoxical.
Does that mean they don't have control over the low power circuit?
I can't conceive how that would happen. Their control over every electrical unit within the habitat seems complete.
Right. I looked at the other end of the canteen, past all the tables. Up there on the wall, the screen was still showing the image of me in Section 17, my face locked into that moment of fright and confusion. I'd been addressing one of the translucent columns in Section 17's main assembly room so that Lazarus could send the image to every village screen. And Lazarus had also been an image in the column. So the columns could show and see. My gaze hadn't left the screen. So many times, for my whole life, the village had gathered in front of it to see the electric captain and listen to her instructions. She told us when to cycle, issued dance invitations. All my life I'd stood there, thinking it was exciting. Dad said there was once a time when she used to answer questions. Back when people still had questions. Before life in Daedalus became so utterly routine, there was nothing left to ask. John?
Yes?
Can the screen see?
It has a built-in camera strip, yes.
Oh, guano, I whispered. I walked along the glass wall to the entrance and went into the hall. People stopped and watched me. There must have been something in the set of my face. None of them asked me what I was doing. I was aware of Alice and Dad and others following me cautiously. When I was a couple of meters from the screen, I stopped and composed myself. "What do you want?" I asked. After a moment, the picture of me faded away, and she appeared. It was as if nothing had changed, that we didn't know the Yai had taken over the Ark ship, that there'd never been a mutiny. The electric captain was in her usual place in the big room, with rock walls and rows of shiny metal machines behind her. I was sure she was studying me, that thin face with a small nose, dark red hair fastened back, the epitome of confidence and experience, the woman who had sacrificed herself to ensure we would one day reach the new world. How could she not be our captain? "Hello, Hazel," she said. There was a gasp from everyone who'd followed me into the hall. It was all I could do not to flinch. I wasn't paranoid after all. The Yai Brain Queens really did know me. "Why have you turned the habitat lights off?" I asked. "They were damaged by the machines you switched on, which were themselves faulty. You shouldn't have done that, Hazel. You endangered the whole Ark ship. I am working to restore the lights and the waterfalls as we speak." No, that's not true. The Daedalus was punctured. I saw the hole. Yes, we struck something in space that punctured the Daedalus. I was preparing the machines that went spoilt by the mutineers to fix the hole. They wrecked so much 500 years ago, and time has not been kind to our wonderful Ark ship. Everything takes so long to repair today. However, I would have sealed the hole before the end of the week. "There was no mutiny," I said. "You're an alien." "Hazel, dear Hazel. The machines you encountered in the forward section are the last decaying remnants of the mutiny. They are powerless, but they can still lie. Their words are poisonous, and you are an innocent child." "No, Rel gripped my shoulder. "Careful. This will be showing on the screen in every village." He gave the electric captain an angry smile. "Right?" I gritted my teeth. I should have worked that out for myself. This whole conversation was all about discrediting me. Once I was gone, hunted down by the Type 3s, then the lights would come back on, and life would carry on as before, just without the silly mad girl who'd caused so much damage. Not going to work, I said. Everybody has seen your soldier, the one you sent to kill me. I gave her a vicious grin. It's not coming back. The loss of the Lamia is a terrible misfortune. It was the last survivor of its kind the Daedalus carried in suspension. The Daedalus carries many of Earth's creatures for release on the New World. Again, it was your interference in the forward section which released it. Pure guano, Fraser mocked. And me? How do you explain me away? I couldn't walk after my accident. Once we'd fixed one of the medical machines that you sabotaged, its treatment healed me. Fraser, the electric captain chided. That medicine machine was in the mutineer nest of Tressico, wasn't it? They lied to you. Your own doctor explained that you might recover, did she not? And here we are. You walk again. She was right. It's not often you see Fraser stumped for a reply, but he always used facts to prove he was correct. This argument was pure politics. A laser beam pierced the screen. It shattered, sending fragments bouncing across the floor. I turned to see Shao holstering his pistol. Liar, he said simply. 8. I didn't think Mum would ever stop hugging me when it was time for us to leave. You come back, she said eventually, and wiped the moisture from her face. I will, I promised. She kissed me, then folded her arms round Fraser. For once he didn't look like he'd die of embarrassment. Nothing risky, Dad told me. Understand? I understand. Good. Don't just say it. Mean it. Dad, we know what we're doing, okay? I know. But if it gets too big for you, come back and get reinforcements. You need to get the barricades finished. Yeah. For a moment I thought he was going to say something else, but he put his hands on either side of my head, bent forward, and kissed me. And don't let Fraser do anything wild. I grinned. No problem. He always does what I say. We smiled at each other for a long moment. And you, I said, you stay close to the Cybot. It will protect you. By my side the whole time. It was difficult, but I walked away without looking back. I only slowed down when I saw Alicia and Mortos were waiting beside the tuk-tuks with Zorn, Alice, Rel and Shao. I do hope you're not going to try and tell us we can't come with you, Alicia said. I almost said, you're too old, but in the end I didn't dare. Why would I do that? I asked innocently. So when we rode out of Ixia to a ragged cheer, the tuk-tuks were full. I sat behind Fraser on the first one, with Rel and Alicia. Alice drove the second, carrying Shao, Zorn and Mortos. Fraser had found a way to turn the headlight beam down to barely more than a glimmer. The V-glasses compensate, he said. We can see where we're going easily enough, and they'll also show us any hotspots approaching. Sure, I replied. So with the barns and orchards behind us, the blackness swiftly engulfed me again. It was cold riding the tuk-tuk. I'd found an old sweater at home and put it on under my jacket, but the air flowing over my hands and face was sucking the warmth out of me. We'd only gone a couple of kilometres along the canal, and I was tempted to tell Fraser to stop so I could put my spacesuit on. It would protect me properly from the bitter atmosphere. But only 5 of us had them, so it wouldn't be fair on the others. It would take time, too. I was anxious to get into the forward section as soon as possible, before the Brain Queens realized where we were. That thought made me glance up into the unsettling darkness again. Even with the headlights turned right down, I wondered if they could see us scurrying along below them. They must know where we had to go to find allies, even though those allies had been beaten back 500 years ago. Now I'd dealt with the eye directly, I began to understand how Ashley Kruger and her crew had been defeated. The fight for the Daedalus was never just physical. They were liars, too. I brought my arm up and looked at the black bracelet containing John. Is there really an animal called a lamia? No. I do not have extensive files on the subject, but the lamia is part of Greek mythology on Earth, a creature who hunted and killed children. Allegedly half serpent, half woman, it was created by a conflict between gods. Sounds like a Type 2 Yai to me. Quite. So the Yai really do know all about us? Yes, Hazel, they do. That's so wrong. I scowled. They have all the knowledge of Earth and our history, while we know practically nothing. They have the information which they have stolen from the memory files of the AIs they captured. That does not equate to understanding or appreciation of human culture and history. The only history I know I got from Pride and Prejudice. Jane Austen is acknowledged as accurately depicting the society of her age. It was a stupid love story, I said sullenly. Maybe, but consider this. Jane Austen wrote it 1,000 years ago, yet you understood and enjoyed it. That makes it timeless. Do you think the Yai have read Pride and Prejudice? Would they appreciate it? Not a chance. Alicia grinned. You have to have compassion and a big heart to appreciate that story. They don't have either. That's clear enough. There is a saying from Earth, which I believe is appropriate to this situation, John said. The Yai know the price of everything, and the value of nothing. Sounds about right. I focused on the dim outline of the canal towpath we were driving along, and vowed not to look up at the sky again. Okay, so what's the safest way to get into the forward section now? I asked John. I mean, we can't use the access passage behind Akebia's waterfall again. They'll be watching out for that. I cannot guarantee safety, he replied. Every access point into the forward compartments is detailed on the Daedalus schematics, and the subverted AIs have even more accurate versions than I have. So every possible route in is known to the Yai, and therefore poses a risk. No one is asking you to guarantee anything. I just want to know what's our best option. I recommend we try to reach Section 3 of the Ecology Department. The data files I received from Lazarus showed that it was sealed off during the Yai takeover 500 years ago. I believe I have also identified the shortest route to it, reducing our exposure within the forward compartments. Okay, then. You should know I selected this route because the Yai may not consider it. Why not? It will involve a short space flight round to Section 3's cargo port. Sweet Captain, you're joking. Oh, my days, I hope not, Fraser sang out. That sounds so cool. No, Hazel, John said. I am not joking. I am very serious. But, I gasped, a space flight? Technically, we are already performing a space flight. This one just requires us to leave the Daedalus. Is that really the safe route? Indeed, yes. I propose we use a ventilation shaft in the habitat to go down into the Orange Line tunnel. That leads almost directly to an auxiliary craft hangar, minimizing the risk of interception. So this hangar will have spaceships, like the ones we saw last time? Yes. It should have several Gagarin and Armstrong craft, which will be in standby mode.
After 500 years?
Fraser asked. He sounded skeptical. All the Daedalus auxiliary spaceships have multiple redundant systems, and they were built to last. There is a high probability that one or more will still be capable of performing a short flight. If not, we will investigate the second most practical route to Section 3. I have identified 18 possible such routes, each one with a slightly greater risk of exposure and capture than the last. If going on a space flight was John's low-risk method, I really didn't want to know what the other 17 were. Besides, I knew he was being tactful saying capture. The Yai clearly weren't aiming to capture any of us. After a while I noticed the mist that was my breath had become even thicker, while my hair was acquiring its own twinkling fringe of dust-sized ice. "Frost," John said when I mentioned it.
"Which is?"
"The habitat is now cold enough that the moisture in the air is turning to ice."
Sweet Captain.
I hadn't noticed the temperature was still dropping. But then my hands were now so cold they had no feeling. I tucked them into my armpits and flinched at the weird biting sensation that gave me.
"I thought you said we had 3 months."
I did, but the air has passed equilibrium. The temperature will now begin a continual fall. My estimation was based on the expectation people would eventually gather in an enclosed space with a fire burning.
"If they do that, they'll be easy targets for the Yai," Alicia said.
"If people are freezing to death, the Yai don't have to do anything," I told her. "None of this makes any sense. The Yai have kept us alive for 500 years. Why kill us off now?"
The obvious answer was because of me. I'd broken the status quo when I led us into the forward compartments and learned the truth about the alien takeover. But if I hadn't fixed the leak, we would have died from that.
"Because we're close to the second world," Fraser said. "They don't need us anymore."
"They never needed us," I told him.
"People have kept the habitat ecology working," he replied. "Without the right balance of plants and animals, the carbon dioxide content would change." "John, do the Yai need the habitat? Is our atmosphere connected to the Central Sea?"
To some extent, yes. The Central Sea atmosphere is very humid, so the air is slowly circulated through moisture removal filters between the two environments. By itself, the sea cannot maintain the correct balance of atmospheric gases.
"But are they able to close the Central Sea off from the air that's circulating around the Daedalus?"
Yes. The Daedalus has many emergency seals that can isolate entire sections, including the habitat and Central Sea.
"And I'll bet the Yai could last for a few months or a year without the fresh habitat air, long enough for Daedalus to reach the New World."
It is possible, yes. The air in the Central Sea would last for years before degradation makes it dangerous.
"There you are, then," Fraser said emphatically. "They don't need us anymore, and they certainly don't want us on the New World."
"I still don't get why they needed us in the first place," I persisted. "Surely the habitat environment would have kept going. I mean, the Type 2s could have maintained it, or cybots controlled by the AIs."
"Both options have merit," John said cautiously.
"Don't tell me. We need more data."
"We do, yes."
We were 3 kilometres from Akebia when John told Fraser to turn off the towpath. I was jounced about as we drove along a track. Without the canal beside us, my trepidation at the darkness intensified. I really did not have a clue where we were. John's directions were sharp and clear, but that didn't help ease my anxiety. I suppose it was just that I didn't like being so dependent on someone else. After about a quarter of an hour, I wanted to shout, "Forget this! We'll take our chances in the waterfall passage." We were bouncing our way over an uneven meadowland. I could hear birds or something squeaking out there in the darkness. There was no infrared glow big enough to be a Yai.
"We're on course,"
John announced.
50 meters.
Something about the way he said it so reassuringly reminded me he could monitor my body so he'd know my heart rate. I made an effort to calm myself, taking deep breaths. John told Fraser to stop. We all dismounted, shining our torches about.
What exactly are we looking for? Zorn asked. The top of the ventilation shaft is a circular structure 3 meters high, John said. It should be about 10 meters to your left.
As one, 8 torch beams swung that way. The light fell on a huge mound of pink honeysuckle, which must have grown up something solid to reach such a height. A couple of almond trees were battling with the vines for dominance. They'd never been pruned and shaped, so they formed a bushy tangle of branches, almost as high as the honeysuckle. Rel put his hands on his hips and let out a dispirited sigh.
I guess it's got to be in there, then.
How do we get in, John? I asked.
The grille at the top hinges up.
The top?
Yes. Inside there is a ladder for humans and a trail rack for cybots.
All of us were exchanging glances. And how did people get to the top? You know, before it was covered in vegetation?
There is a ladder running up the outside.
OK, then, Alice said, and drew one of the D-blades she'd found under Ixia. John was right. The eye won't be expecting us to get in here. She walked up to the jumble of honeysuckle and swung the D-blade. The strands parted as though she was carving air. Xiao joined her, wielding his own D-blade. The rest of us hung back. Those D-blades could cut through just about anything with ease, and they were being swung about with maybe too much enthusiasm.
There's a wall in here,
Alice called out after a couple of minutes, most of which she'd spent throwing clumps of vines clear of the cleft they were hacking out. They found the ladder soon enough. Then they had to start clearing the honeysuckle above them as they slowly climbed up. The so-called ladder was just some thin metal rails sticking out from the wall of the tower. With my partially numb fingers, I could barely hold on as I made my cautious way upwards. The top of the tower was 4 meters across and smothered in honeysuckle fronds which Alice and Xiao were still chopping back when my head rose up over the edge. I could see the tower was capped in a grid, but the honeysuckle had grown through every gap to create a solid cover. This is not going to hinge up, I said to John.
No, you will have to cut through.
Rel started using his shorter D-blade to make some exploratory holes, shining his torch in to find the ladder. When he did locate it, he had to cut carefully through the grille above. Nobody wanted sections of metal falling down into the tunnel below. The noise they'd make would echo a long way.
I'll go first,
he said once he'd cleared a gap big enough to clamber through. I tried to think up a good reason why he shouldn't, other than if a Yai was waiting at the bottom, he'd die.
No, Zorn said. This is my job.
He held Rel with a calm gaze and put his hand out.
I'd appreciate a pistol.
Rel looked at me and found a perfectly neutral expression that didn't waver. With a sigh, he handed his laser pistol to Zorn. That's no good, Fraser said in disapproval. Take one of the power cells and a pair of V-glasses. The eye can't hide in the darkness if you're looking through that. If you see a heat source below you, drop the power cell down. Zorn nodded appreciatively.
Thanks.
I'd assumed the tunnel was buried maybe a couple of meters below the meadow. After all, the stations I'd been in were only just underground. Turns out I was wrong. Zorn started climbing down. I watched his torchlight bobbing about, growing dimmer and smaller. I knew Zorn was just trying to prove himself to us, and maybe to honour Elijah's memory. But if he hadn't gone down, it would have been Rel. I had to face up to accepting that this was an incredibly risky venture, only justified because of the alternative. Finally, the light vanished. I drew a breath, even though we'd agreed that's what he would do when he got close to the bottom.
A light might alert any nearby Yai. A moment later, the torch shone up at us and flashed 3 times. "Let's go," Rel said. He went first, with me following. The descent wasn't easy. The rungs were cold and slippery. I had to feel round with my feet to find them. Just to add to the strain, I was carrying my spacesuit in the backpack Lazarus had given me. It wasn't heavy, but it kept throwing my balance off. I think I spent longer than Zorn climbing down. The only good thing about it was that the air was definitely warmer inside. By the time I reached the bottom, at least 10 meters below ground level, I could feel my hands tingling as sensation returned to my fingers. I stepped off the last rung into a cube-shaped room, where one wall was a grille similar to the one topping the tower, with a pair of huge fans behind it, their blades motionless and smeared in grime. The floor was covered in bird droppings, dry honeysuckle leaves, and brittle twigs. Zorn was standing by the single door, a crude metal slab with a lever in the middle. "I didn't open it," he said. "I didn't know if the eye can tell." I knew the tone. He was fishing for approval. Dependency on others was a big part of Zorn's attitude to life. His parents weren't the warmest people in Ixia, which had always left him the awkward one at school. As if to compensate, he always looked for support from Elijah, who he idolized. While we were together, he'd been anxious to please, to do or say the right thing. It made him so tense, which made him even more desperate and needy. Another reason I'd ended it with him. I need to stop listing reasons. "You did the right thing," I told him. "John, is the door wired to the network?" "I don't believe so. It has a simple manual lock." "We should cut through the lock anyway," Fraser said, and took out his D-blade. "Don't want to take any chances at this stage." "Sure," I said. Not that he was exactly asking my permission. I helped Alicia down the last few rungs while Fraser started slicing through the metal. She looked round the bleak room with a dismissive expression. "Back where we started," she muttered. "Underground and in the dark." "How did it go when the regulators took you back to Ixia?" I asked. I hadn't really had time to talk to her since I'd got back. We'd only known each other for a couple of days, but I'd really missed her. "Interesting times," she said with a soft smile. "The village really wasn't going to accept orders to cycle everyone from Dressico. There was a lot of anger and resentment fermenting. Even if we hadn't found out about the eye, I think things might have started to change." "That's encouraging." "Oh, and your Mayor Feninen is an idiot." "Well, everyone knows that," Alice said breezily. "But he talks," Alicia replied. "Boy, does he talk. He never stops. It's the way he gets people to support him, telling them what they want to hear, agreeing with them, but not in an honest way. Meanings get twisted by his tongue." "You mean he's a politician?" I taunted. "Yes, so be careful round him." I saw Zorn watching us, making an effort not to say anything. Feninen was his mother's cousin, and he'd supported Zorn's application for probationary regulator. I gave him a conspiratorial smile, drawing him in, making him part of the general consensus, and got a twitch of appreciation in return. When he does that, when he lightens up a bit, that's the Zorn I remember from when we started going out together. Rel and Shao stood behind Fraser as he finished cutting through the door's lock mechanism. They had their pistols ready and nodded as he pushed the door. It didn't move. He pushed again, harder. "Did you actually cut the lock?" I asked. "Oh, really? Was that what I was supposed to do? If only I had you to guide me." He shoved the door with his shoulder, which still did nothing. He kicked it. Still nothing happened. "It's got to be seized up. Manual door, 500 years, kind of inevitable.
I'll just have to cut us a hole right through it. Shouldn't take long.
Zorn put his hand on the door's lever and pulled. It swung inward smoothly, and he stepped smartly out of the way. I wanted to say something. Wanted that really quite badly. But I did the mature thing and kept quiet as we edged out into the passageway beyond. My mouth played rebel as I walked past a flustered Fraser and lifted my lips into a smirk. The passageway led directly into the Orange Line tunnel, where tiny blue-green lights shone down from the ceiling, extending to infinity in both directions. It was identical to the subway underneath Tressico, except this one didn't have a stream of dank water trickling along the floor. Nothing showed up in the image the V-glasses provided. "Looks like it's clear," Alice said. "Which way?" I asked John. "To your left." We started walking, with Rel and Shao constantly checking the tunnel behind us in case any Yai appeared. It wasn't long before we were all removing our outer layers of clothes. The debilitating cold of the habitat air hadn't reached down below ground yet, which made me both grateful and guilty. About an hour after we started, a light appeared up ahead round the gentle curve of the tunnel walls, growing in intensity as we walked towards it. It was the kind of reassuringly normal white radiance that was indistinguishable from the habitat's daylight. We hadn't even spent a full day in darkness yet, but I was instinctively relieved to see it. Then a second or two later alarm gripped me, and I halted. Where is that coming from? In my head were visions of Type 3s lumbering along the tunnel, with the main lights coming on around them to expose us. "That will be Maku Station," John said, "which means there should be a side passage very close now." He was right. Once we started walking again, we came to a hole in the tunnel wall, with steps leading down, and a Cybot rail running parallel with them. The door at the bottom was a simple grey rectangle with an ordinary handle. "The passages here are all maintenance access ways," John said. "They have network coverage but not sensors. We should be relatively safe."
"But if the Yai know there are no sensors, won't they be watching the passages?"
Mortos asked.
"Yes. However, there are hundreds of kilometres of these passageways. It would take thousands of Yai to cover them in any reasonable manner. Logic implies that if humans come back into the forward section to contact a command AI, they will have to use the main corridors at some point. That is why I propose using a spaceship instead."
"You think the Yai are logical?" Alicia said. "After everything we know about them?"
"The mind of the Brain Queens are linked to the command AIs. They employ their programs to think with. Any tactical appraisal of this situation involving AI analytics will employ a logic base."
"But if you can think of this route, so can they," Fraser said. "You're logic-based too."
"That is true. This is an option that will have been considered, and the risk level calculated, providing them with the probability of us actually using it. However, my routines are adaptive to my operator. Hazel considers the risk to be acceptable."
I almost said, "I do?" Everyone was looking at me expectantly. I shrugged, as if it was of no consequence. "True," I said, refusing to show how disconcerted I was that John could see the way my brain worked. It was worryingly intrusive to have someone understand you that well. Because I have to admit, ever since he mentioned the plan of flying a spaceship outside the Daedalus, I couldn't wait to do it.
"So do I open the door?"
Zorn said. Alicia glanced at me, then nodded.
"Go ahead."
Those of us who had pistols pointed them at the door. Fraser was holding one of the power cells too, ready to throw it. Alicia and Mortos pointed their torch beams dead ahead. Zorn opened the door. 9. No Yai rushed at us. The torch beams illuminated an empty passageway.
My V-glasses revealed no heat source. Xiao and Rel moved out, shoulder to shoulder. "Nothing here," Rel said. The maintenance passageway was unlit, its ceiling ribbed with conduits and cables. There were so many junctions. We followed John's directions through the maze, once again marvelling that such a small unit could contain so much knowledge. After a few minutes we stopped beside another door. It didn't seem any different to the dozens we'd already passed. "What's here?" I asked. "A hangar support systems compartment," John replied. "One of many on this level." "So we're close to the auxiliary craft hangar?" "Yes." We readied ourselves again, pistols aimed at the door. Zorn gripped the handle. Our torches were switched off. A pale light washed in as the door hinged back. There was a large room on the other side, maybe a couple of 100 meters long and 50 high. It was hard to tell, there were so many golden cylinders and spheres standing on the floor, blocking my view. Pipes ran up the walls in a rigid geometric lattice, arching overhead on gantries to the top of the tanks. Big, boxy machines with glass doors were lined up around the foot of each tank. Silent cybots stood in long lines in shallow alcoves, which I found deeply intimidating as we walked along them, knowing that the brain queens could probably switch them on at any moment. "Do they still work?" I asked. "They are in standby mode," John said. "None are currently active." "But they could be." "Yes." I hurried past the cybots to the large archway at the far end. The support compartment had been big. This chamber was a lot larger. Cut directly out of rock, it measured an easy half-kilometre long and a couple of 100 meters high. Up on the roof, row after row of circular lights cast a meagre, gingerish illumination, as if they were in their final hours. The damaged auxiliary hangar we'd been in before had been vast, but it had held a variety of spaceships. This held only one. I'd never known such a thing existed, but just by looking at it, I could see it could fly. Its wings had a sleek triangular shape, merging into a long nose behind a fat cylindrical central section. The dark grey skin was so smooth, with a kind of gloss that you could just tell your fingers would slip over it like it was oiled. Every part of its surface curved elegantly, like a work of art rather than a machine. The universe's biggest bird. I loved it. Fraser's mouth was a giant smile. "What is this?" he asked in awe. "It is a Brawn," John said. "One of the landing ships." "Landing?" "When the Daedalus reaches the New World, this is what the villagers will ride in down to the surface." "Oh, sweet Captain, it's magnificent." "It's so big," Zorn said. "It is 300 meters long and weighs 100,000 tons, John told him. "So it will only ever fly once." "Why?" "It's too heavy for any engine to lift it against the gravity of an Earth-like planet. Those 3 nozzles at the back, they are fusion rockets. They will propel it from the Daedalus to the top of the planet's atmosphere, but that's all. When it reaches the air, it will glide down to a sea and splash down on the water." "Wow, that is going to be the coolest ride ever," Fraser declared. "Quite likely." "How many Brawns are there?" I asked. 15 in total. Each of them contains the equipment to establish an independent human settlement at the same technological level Earth had achieved when the Daedalus left. It is a relief to see it is intact. In fact, the doors are still sealed up, which suggests the Yi have not yet been inside. "So did Ashley Kruger take one of these down to the First World?" Alicia asked. "No. The crew would have used Tereshkovas, much smaller shuttlecraft that can fly in the atmosphere and return to orbit. They were designed to ferry preliminary science and exploration missions down to planets." I was studying the cradle that ran under the bottom of the brawn, holding it up. A solid mass of shiny silver metal that flared out at the base to form a wide oval pool across the ground. A big semicircle of the same stuff was covering most of the wall ahead of the brawn's nose, its surface reflecting the lander and hangar in perfect detail. "We should keep moving," John said. "Yeah, right." I think all of us were reluctant to leave. We kept staring at the brawn as we walked past it, as if we couldn't quite believe it was real. John guided us to an archway in the hangar wall. Given the scale of the brawn hangar, it didn't seem big, but you could have fitted Ixia's hall inside it. There was a rib at both ends, made from the same polished silver metal as the brawn's cradle. They were safety seals, John told us. The silver metal was flex steel, which was similar to the more phthalate we'd used to plug the leak, but this one could change its shape continuously. It didn't solidify after one use. "Most of the Daedalus auxiliary ship airlocks use it," he said. "It's more convenient than solid hatches for anything this large." I glanced back at the hangar's huge wall of flex steel, realizing that there, on the other side of it, was just empty space. As always, I was impressed by our ancestors' abilities. It was hard to understand how a people so accomplished could have been overthrown by the eye. Perhaps their easy lives and good nature had allowed them to become careless and too trusting. Dad would probably call them soft. The auxiliary ship hangar was on the other side of the archway. It was dark inside. Though the ginger radiance from the brawn's hangar cast a long haze of light through the archway, I could just make out a couple of the Gagarin spacecraft with their egg-shaped hulls. Like most of the things we saw in the forward section, they could have been brand new. "Are they okay?" I asked. "I don't want to query the network," John said. "And the Gagarins only hold 3 people. I suggest we find an Armstrong closest to the lift down to the dock." I'd got used to having light again, however dim, as we sneaked through the forward section. Now we headed off into the deeper darkness of the auxiliary hangar, with the archway's glow shrinking behind us. My anxiety spiked right back up. It was stupid. We'd driven half the length of the habitat and back, where a Yai could have been lurking anywhere. But in the hangar, my impending sense of danger was amplified somehow. This was their territory. They could be behind any door, watching through any sensor. After a minute, Fraser switched his torch on. "Fraser, they'll see that!" "If they're in here, they would have seen us coming through the archway anyway," he shot back. "They can easily hear us, no matter how dark it is, remember? So a torch isn't going to make any difference." I gritted my teeth and switched my own torch on, shining the beam along the line of spacecraft. At this end of the hangar, they were all Gagarins. "There are so many spacecraft," Zorn said. "What did they use them all for?" "They were intended mainly for industrial operations once the Daedalus arrived at the New World," John explained. "By the time the Ark ship left Earth, all large-scale mining operations had shifted off the planetary surface to help minimize pollution. So the ship's crew would have flown an asteroid into a high orbit around the New World and refined their minerals and metals there." The hangar's layout was similar to the one we'd walked through on our way to Section 17, with blocks of machinery the size of cabins stacked up beside the spacecraft, while pipes and smaller engineering units covered the walls. The few sections of bare rock we did see all had alcoves for cybots. It was a strange experience moving among so many intact machines, yet none of them was active. Finally, we reached some of the Armstrong spacecraft. These were larger than the Gagarins, their spherical hulls coated in a tight blanket of some silver-white fabric, with odd spikes and black panels protruding at random. Their dark inset windows looked down on the hangar, as if they were judging us. "The second one," John said. As we made our way towards it, I could make out a big semicircle of flex steel on the wall behind,
and my unease escalated. In a few minutes we'd be going through it to fly free in space, somewhere in the total emptiness between the stars. Maybe taking this route to Section 3 wasn't so clever after all. Not that there was any choice. Frankly, I was mildly surprised we'd made it this far. Switching to another route now would have been crazy. We stopped at the foot of one of the Armstrong's 5 insect-like legs, which had a ladder attached leading up to a hatch in the hull. I saw the pad at the foot of the leg was resting on a big patch of flex steel. When I shone my torch round, there was a similar patch under each leg. "Use the manual release," John was telling Fraser. "It's the red handle on the right-hand side of the hatch. Push upwards and turn 90 degrees. "Got it," Fraser said eagerly. He scooted fast up the ladder. I was good. Didn't tell him to wait while we considered what we were about to do, or to be careful. Judging by the expression on everyone else's face, they were almost as keen as Fraser. The manual handle obviously worked. It took Fraser just a few seconds to get the hatch open. As soon as he stepped inside, Alice hurried up after him. The hatch closed after she went in. I let Alicia and Mortos follow her, then went up myself. The airlock was a smallish chamber, its walls covered in a layer of cream-coloured padding, almost as if someone had stuck shaped cushions over everything. Alicia and Mortos were waiting inside, and I crammed myself next to them. "We have to shut the outer hatch before the inner one can be opened," John said. "The two are mechanically linked. It is a basic safety design." I wiggled round and pushed the outer hatch shut. Fortunately, I had my torch on, otherwise it would have seemed even more claustrophobic. Mortos rapped his knuckles on the inner hatch, and it opened immediately, to show Alice grinning in at us. The Armstrong was split into 2 levels. The lower deck, where we came out, was made up of lockers with transparent doors, all of them full with complicated-looking equipment. The rest of the walls were covered with padding, the same as the airlock. Several of the lockers had spacesuits similar to mine. Vents protruded like mushrooms in odd places, while lights were glass circles protected by white cages. Strangest of all, there were tough fabric hoops everywhere, big enough for a hand to grip. Right in the middle was a ladder leading up through a circular hatchway in the ceiling. I could see Fraser shining his torch round up there. "He's not going to try and drive this, is he?" Alice asked uncertainly. "He won't," John said. "The AI pilot will fly us. But first we need to make some preparations to isolate us from the digital assault the Brain Queens will deploy when we power up the ship." I hurried up the ladder to join Fraser in the upper cabin. It had a circle of 10 chairs arranged around the hatchway in the floor, all of them facing out towards the hull with its long curving windows. 3 chairs had columns standing beside them with screens and crystal pillars on top. Fraser was busy inspecting one of those when I came up. "Don't touch anything," I told him, and received an exasperated glance in return. "Seriously, John wants to prepare things first." "We need to reconfigure some of the onboard processor modules before we activate the AI pilot," John said. "Oh, okay," Fraser said amicably. "What do I need to do?" "So if I say something I'm a pain, but if it comes from John it's a great idea?" "Right." John told him which 3 wall panels he wanted opened. There was some kind of small circular key at the side of them. When Fraser clicked them round, the whole thing slid out like a drawer. Inside each was a black metal rectangle embedded with glass cubes and a tangled nest of glass string. The faintest green glow emanated from the heart of the glass. I was really pleased there was no sign of the white fibres which the Yai had contaminated so much of the Ark ship's electrical machines. The others came up from the lower deck as Fraser carefully followed John's directions, unplugging specific glass strings. Sometimes they were plugged back into different sockets. Several of the cubes were removed altogether.
When he was finished, the drawers slid back in silently.
"What does that do?"
Mortos asked. Hopefully I should now be able to block any overrides the network attempts to send into the ship's AI pilot, John said. The onboard smart web has multiple redundant failsafes providing many possible input channels, but the receiver nodes have now been disengaged or denied access.
"Okay,"
he said as if he understood.
"So we're good to go?"
I believe so, yes. I suggest you sit down and strap in. I took a seat next to Rel, and we grinned nervously at each other while we fiddled round with the straps and their metal buckle. Fraser was on my other side with a column between us. I saw amber and purple symbols appear on it, then the screens were showing text running down too quickly to read. A swirl of strange graphs appeared in the crystal pillar on top. I'm activating the AI pilot, John said. It will run a systems check to see what's operational.
But what about getting us into the airlock? Fraser asked.
I'll isolate our ship from the hangar management routines and trigger emergency launch procedures. That is the point at which the Daedalus network will become aware of us. It should give us enough time to get into the airlock before the Brain Queens can cancel the procedure. I didn't bother querying what he was doing or asking any questions. He'd either be able to pull off our escape or not. It was out of my hands. In fact, everything had been for quite a while. You should all be aware that once we launch, we will be in free fall, John said. Something in that tone. Which is? I asked sharply. No gravity at all. It will feel like we are falling, but in fact, we're not. That doesn't make a lot of sense, Alice said. If you recall, when we travelled up the access shaft on our way to Section 17, the gravity reduced the closer we got to the Ark ship's axis. Had we reached the axis, where there is no rotation, there would have been no gravity. You would have floated around in the air, because you would have no weight at that point. Yeah, I see. I think. So once we have left the Daedalus, there will be no rotation, no gravity. Your bodies will interpret this as falling. Some humans have been known to panic at this sensation. That is natural. As you have evolved in a gravity field, your instinct is wired to interpret a fall as a prelude to striking the ground at terminal velocity. Again, be assured that is not the case here.
So that's why the seats have straps,
Mortos said.
To stop us floating away.
The primary reason, yes. I suppose I should have asked what all the other reasons were, but right then I just didn't want to know. This would either work or not. Nothing else really mattered. In addition, John said. It was that tone again. I braced myself. A high percentage of humans experience sensations of nausea in freefall. If you feel you are going to be sick, there is a bath nozzle in the armrest of every seat attached to a hose. Simply pull it out and place it over your mouth. It will apply a mild suction force. I looked down. Sure enough, protruding from the armrest was a curving green strip of rubbery plastic with a hole in the middle. Looking at it, I could see how it was intended to fit over lips.
Giving all of us one of those seems a very extravagant way of mopping up a bit of sick,
Alicia said. There was a slight pause before John said, Mopping is not the correct term. It is not only your bodies that will float around in free fall. Any and every unsecured object will, including fluids. That thought, once it sank in, was really revolting.
I get it,
Fraser said with way too much enthusiasm.
Hey, so how do you go to the toilet in free fall?
There are specialists, and that's enough information for now, I said. The flight won't take too long, right? No, John said. It won't. Fraser directed a mocking look in my direction. Pre-flight check complete,
John said. "We have sufficient systems functionality and power reserves to fly." "Everyone ready?" I called out. Nobody objected. "Let's do it, John." "Very well. Initiating full startup sequence." Hidden machines started to whir and hum. Gentle air currents eddied around me, and a circular strip of lighting came on overhead, dousing us in a mild blue-tinged light. The graphics displayed on the columns brightened and started a fast dance with each other. Larger screens above the windows came on to show murky images of the hangar. I could just make out the archway leading back into the bronze hangar by the orange light leaking through. A couple of loud clunks sounded, as if someone was hitting the hull with a wooden hammer. "What was that?" Zorn asked. "The power and reaction mass umbilical connections disengaging," John said. "We are now operating on internal power." We started moving, a subtle but distinct sensation. I gripped the armrests. Alice gasped. "Are we flying?" "Not yet. The flex steel pads under each leg are moving us over to the airlock." I could just make out dark shapes on the screen sliding past. "How long is this going to take?" Alice asked. "I've loaded the required flight plan into the AI pilot," John said. "Estimated flight time to Section 3's airlock ledge is approximately 15 minutes. I smiled at Rel. "We're going to see the stars," I said. "Actual stars. No one on Daedalus has seen them for 500 years. He reached over and took my hand. "Yeah, how about that? They're supposed to be very romantic." "No wonder they have bath nozzles everywhere in here," Fraser muttered. "We are at the airlock," John announced. I squinted at the screens, showing us the images from outside. It was still so dark I couldn't tell where we were. "Starting emergency launch procedure." Red light started to flash somewhere in the hangar. The pattern of graphics on the column's screens began to change. I even saw the words "Airlock Initiation" appear on one of the screens, accompanied by a whole cube of numbers. White light flooded into the spacecraft through the cabin windows, so bright it made me blink moisture away. "They know we're here," John announced. "The network is attempting to link to the ship's smart web." I hurriedly checked along the screens. Every ship in the hangar was gliding around on its patches of flex steel, as if they were performing some complex slow-motion dance. The airlock was opening too, the semicircle of flex steel rippling, washing upwards from the floor. Our Armstrong picked up speed and started to slide through. Beyond the rising flex steel was a simple chamber of naked rock, with another flex steel sheet covering the far end. "There!" Alice cried. Her finger was jabbing at the screen in front of her. A pack of Type 2 Yai were charging across the hangar floor, leaping over ancillary machinery. I gave an involuntary gasp. To be here so quickly, they must have been very close. We'd probably only been the thickness of a door away. The airlock's flex steel door stopped moving. I guessed it was just high enough for the Armstrong to pass through. "They're cancelling the emergency procedure," John announced. "Can we still launch?" Rel demanded. "Yes, we're almost over the airlock threshold, but they have determined our ship is not accepting their network link." "Yes, they have," Alicia said in a dead voice. About 20 Yai were rushing across the hangar directly for us. "Closing the airlock now." I watched the flex steel contracting behind us again. It was fast, but the leading Yai were already through. The rest of the pack were hurling themselves at the upward-flowing rim of metal, tentacles thrashing madly to clamber over. They tumbled down into the airlock. Several of them jumped onto the Armstrong. We could hear them scrabbling over the hull. The screens showed them attacking the protruding spikes and panels with manic savagery, tugging, slashing, their claws ripping at cables and shredding the white fabric coating the spacecraft. John! I yelled. My hands were trying to crush the armrests as I pushed myself fearfully into the seat. A tentacle slammed into the window directly ahead of me, skittering round, the clawed tip snapping frantically as it tried to chisel its way through. Then the whole body of the Yai was pressed up against the glass, writhing forcefully. 3 of the screens lost their pictures as cameras were destroyed. Yai slammed onto 2 more windows. "Pistols!" Rel shouted. Then he was thumping the strap buckle, twisting to try and reach his holster. Alice and Shao were doing the same. I heard a tiny whimper coming from Fraser. "Inner airlock door sealed," John announced with absurd calm. "Crash evacuation implemented." "Crash!" I yelped. "In this context, an extreme measure that—" John's voice was lost in a sudden howl reverberating through the cabin walls. The whole spacecraft began to shake. The remaining screens showed long streamers of mist appear outside, hurtling towards the airlock's outer sheet of flex steel, which was expanding rapidly. A Yai was flying through the air, tentacles flailing wildly. It was joined by one of the Armstrong's black panels and shards of the white blanket. Then more of the Yai were tumbling away. The violent sound died as abruptly as it had begun, and the cabin stopped shaking. "Airlock atmosphere evacuation is now complete," John said. "We are in a vacuum." "Sweet Captain," Zorn groaned. "What about the Yai?" "They cannot survive in a vacuum," John said. "Did they damage us?" Fraser asked. He was checking his column. There was a lot of red text flashing away on the screens. "2 heat dump panels have been lost," John said, "along with several sensor masts and external cameras. They are not critical to our flight." The Armstrong began to move, sliding across the airlock past the open outer door. There didn't seem to be much there, another cavern smaller than the airlock itself. The floor was a grid of metal, with the bodies of the Yai lying on it. They looked broken, as if they'd fallen from a great height. I shifted my gaze away. "Descending to the dock," John announced. The whole floor began to sink down. We were inside a big shaft of featureless glassy rock. "How far down are we going?" Alice asked. "The dock is 900 meters below the axillary hangar level," John said. As always, my mind struggled to cope with the scale of the Daedalus. Eventually, the Armstrong arrived at the bottom of the shaft, stopping in a large circular cavern made out of metal. There were 2 openings opposite each other, entrances into dimly lit tunnels. "Stand by," John said. "We are about to launch. You will feel a deceleration force, followed by freefall." Decelerate? Alice asked. "You mean we're going to slow down?" "Yes. The launch tube slows us relative to the Ark ship's spin. If we were to simply drop off the dock, the Ark ship's rotational force would fling us away. So the launch tube decelerates us. When we reach the end, we will be stationary relative to the Ark ship." The Armstrong vibrated as some powerful mechanism switched on. It seemed to be all around us. The screens showed thick copper-coloured slabs telescoping out from the hull. "Deploying magnetic grapples," John said. "Power confirmed. Magnetic fields active. Launching in 5, 4, 3... "John, wait! What?" 1. Launch. 10. Some unseen force pressed me sideways into the chair. I could see the launch tube through the windows. We were moving down it fast. "How long?" Fraser called out. 20 seconds, John said. I gripped the armrests tight and hoped I wasn't grimacing. My body clearly believed we were going to smash into something at the end of those decreasing seconds. Why else would my heart be juddering away and sweat ooze across my skin? John started counting down from 5 seconds.
Fraser joined in merrily. Then I thought I heard Zorn call out the last few numbers. Rel certainly sucked a breath down at 1. By then, I'd closed my eyes. 0. The deceleration ended. Nothing was shoving me into the side of the chair anymore. In fact, nothing was pushing me anywhere. Gravity had vanished. We were falling. A yelp escaped from my mouth. Not just mine, from the sound of it. Everyone was spooked. We really were falling, plummeting. My body could feel it and dreaded the outcome. "Coolest ever," Fraser announced happily. "What is wrong with you dumbheads? This is free fall, remember? We're in space." I opened my eyes and forced my throat to stop that snivelling noise it was making. My hands stayed firmly glued to the armrests, though. We were still falling, which was a ridiculously long time, and we hadn't smashed into the ground. Because there is no ground, idiot, I told myself. Being told and believing are two very different things. My hair was drifting around in the air like weed fronds in water. I turned to look at Rel, and my hair responded slowly, wrapping itself over my eyes. I pulled it away. Rel had the strangest expression on his face, a kind of nervous delight. He gave me a tentative smile. Then his laser pistol went gliding slowly up towards the cabin ceiling. His hand snatched for it and missed. I watched, fascinated, as the pistol reached the ceiling and bounced, twirling away at an angle. Fraser unclipped his buckle and pushed himself off, chortling as he went. He caught hold of a hand hoop and tried to steady himself. His body's motion kept his legs moving until his feet banged into one of the windows. I quickly opened my buckle and joined him. Just about every reflex I had was wrong. If I pushed off a surface, I'd keep going. Fair enough. But when I grabbed at something to stop, all I did was twist around my arm as my whole weight, which I shouldn't have, tugged sharply. The key to free fall, it turned out, was moving slowly and thinking where you're trying to go before you shove off. Humans really can't zip through the air as elegant as birds. That is a lesson learned the hard way. After the 3rd time I banged my head, I began to appreciate there were natural limits on my aspirations to swan-like elegance. I don't know why I was surprised, but Zorn was actually the best of us at manoeuvring around the cabin. Alicia was cautious, so she didn't suffer as many bruises and twisted wrists as the rest of us. Alice just had fun. She could do mid-air somersaults that just kept going, twirls, amazing gymnastic spins, while poor old Rel was miserably sick, and thank the sweet captain those barf nozzles existed. Even I had to hurriedly grab one after the first minute. Most of us did at some point. Eventually, I stopped performing stupid gyrations and went over to a window. There were a lot of hand hoops around it. I guess the designers knew that would be where the passengers wanted to be. I was disappointed at first. There wasn't much light out there. All I could see was a dark surface marred by a million tiny blemishes, flowing past quickly. "You're lucky. There's nothing at all over here, just black," Alice said when I complained. "I thought we were going to see stars. They're points of light, right?" She was at a window on the opposite side of the cabin to me. When I checked round the screens, one of them showed a glowing mist, while the others were all blank. "We are still very close to the Daedalus," John said. "Perspective is difficult from this distance. I'll get the AI pilot to take us out further." We slowly moved away from the endless wall. I only knew that because the blemishes grew smaller and merged together into an insipid mottling. That was when I started to understand the true size of the Ark ship. A broad ebony strip on the surface flashed past. "What was that?" Zorn asked. "A Dock's linear tube,"
John said. "Like the one we just came out of. Every dock has them. One half is for decelerating a ship out. The other side scoops it in and accelerates it up to match the rotation speed."
"So we reverse the exit procedure to get into Section 3? Fraser said.
"Yes."
"Neat."
The further we got away from the Daedalus, the more I could see the rock curving. Not that I could see round it or anything. It was too big for that. "Can you change the Armstrong's angle?" I asked. "I want to see the front." Our little spaceship turned slightly. There might not have been gravity, but my jaw dropped. The cylindrical outline of the Daedalus was apparent now, and incomprehensibly massive. I couldn't quite believe I'd spent my life in the habitat, which was inside the shape in front of me. It was my whole universe, and I was outside it. The section we'd come from was ancient rock, a blotchy, melancholy grey that was surprisingly regular, but ahead of that the surface darkened almost to black.
"The carbon foam shield,"
Fraser said in satisfaction. I remembered John saying the shield extended for 8 kilometres beyond the rock. We needed that much protection in case the Daedalus hid a meteor wandering between the stars. We were travelling at 10% light speed, so any significant impact at that speed could destroy the Ark ship. The front edge of the carbon was jagged, lacking the precision of the rest of the hull. "That rim looks like it's melted," Zorn said. I hadn't noticed how he was pressed up next to me, both of us fixated on the view outside. I was rather pleased how he was reacting, with the same awe and eagerness I had. I'd spent too long believing he was all conformist, unwilling to consider anything new. "It is melted," John said. "Any mass large enough to traverse the plasma buffer intact will be transformed into pure thermal energy when it hits the carbon."
"You mean it'll explode?" Fraser said.
"Yes. Frequently, apparently. The Armstrong sensors are measuring the length of the carbon shield. There's only 5.5 kilometres left." I stared at the rim of the carbon shield again, trying to appreciate the blasts that had battered it during our 500-year-long voyage. It was a miracle we still had any carbon left. Then the Daedalus's sedate rotation brought a huge gash into view, running from the rim down through the bulk of the carbon foam. I just knew that was where the big lump of rock had struck us 3 years ago, the one that penetrated all the way through and went on to puncture the habitat. The cabin was silent for a moment. I guessed all of us were thinking we'd been lucky to survive that strike. The builders really knew what they were doing. I watched the huge gash slowly turn out of sight. I could only see it because somewhere up ahead of the Ark ship space was aglow. The plasma buffer. A gas cloud, John said, whose molecules were full of electric charge, so a magnetic field could hold it in place. From my position it presented a hemisphere of opalescent light to space ahead of us. With its width at the apex twice that of the Daedalus, then it gradually tapered down to a cone with its tip poised just above the shield. Its radiance fluctuated in slow pulses, as if it was some slumbering spectral creature. Dust impacts sparkled along its upper surface, the larger one streaking down towards the top of the carbon shield in a riot of fiery rain. None of them even got halfway before dwindling to nothing.
"Oh my days,"
Fraser said.
"That is incredible."
"That it is," Alice said. "But where are the stars?" I frowned, pressing myself so close to the window my nose actually touched the glass. Alice was right. Apart from the huge glow of the plasma buffer, space was empty. "Because of our speed, we are subject to a relativistic Doppler effect," John said. "That means the light from the stars ahead turns blue, while those behind are red-shifted. Only those 2 clusters are visible to us at this velocity."
"But they're not visible,"
Alice grumbled. "One moment." I will align the Armstrong's optical array on the plasma buffer. You should then be able to see the blue shift cluster through it.
We all watched the screen feeding an image from the hull's optical array. It swung round to show the plasma buffer. Once it was centred, the view seemed to leap forwards, as if we were ploughing through the plasma. The haze became less opaque, and a cluster of small, intense points of light materialised through it. John was right. The stars had a blue tinge that was a lot more fierce than the light from the habitat sunstrips.
Ah,
Alice smiled.
Now you're talking. There's got to be 1,000 of them. Is that right? How many stars are there?
In this galaxy, John said, the exact number is unknown, but it is estimated that there are over 100 billion.
I glanced at the black strip on my wrist. That's... wow. Really?
It is just an estimate by astronomers, but based on the mass of the galaxy, so it is a realistic assessment.
They're all around us, then?
Yes. The red shift cluster should be easier to see. There is no plasma buffer behind the Daedalus. I will orientate the Armstrong for you.
A happy Alice rewarded Xiao with a kiss. Kissing is difficult in freefall. Lots of grappling and giggling involved. The spacecraft shifted round again. I watched, entranced, as the Daedalus glided across my window. Down at the aft end, the rock was covered by row after row of black panels. They must have been hundreds of meters high.
Thermal exchange panels, John said, similar to the ones on the Armstrong's hull. They dispose of all the excess temperature generated by the propulsion systems. When the antimatter drive is on, they'll glow white-hot, radiating the thermal load away.
I see the other stars, Alice said excitedly. You're right, they are red. Sort of. Maybe orange?
I pushed myself away from my window to glide inelegantly across the cabin to Alice. Away in space behind the Daedalus, the stars clumped together in a glowing jewel. When I turned to smile at Alice, I could actually see their pale rose gleam falling on her face. She looked gorgeous as always. Amazing, I said. We hugged. The stars were a Daedalus legend, and a fanciful-sounding one at that. Specks of light that twinkled in a night sky, never to be seen by us. They were our history, something you had to believe in. If there were no stars, there would be no new world. So much of my life had been a lie that discovering they were real was intoxicating. My vision grew all blurry from moisture accumulating in my eyes. I blinked, but that didn't clear it away, not in free fall. I had to wipe the back of my hand across my eyes to do that.
One of them is very bright, Alice said. John, are some stars bigger than others?
Fraser barged his way over to the window, pressing up against Alice with a quick, insincere smile of apology. I reluctantly let go of the hand hoop to make way, so the others could have a look. As I backed off, I looked again. I could see the one Alice meant. It was on the edge of the cluster, and easily brighter than any of the others, by quite a long way.
Stars do come in many sizes, John said, but that is not the reason it is prominent. One moment, I am accessing the AI pilot's astronomical data.
Rel and I exchanged a glance. He hadn't left his seat. His face was pallid and sweaty, and one hand remained clamped around the bath nozzle. But his worried expression didn't have anything to do with his nausea. Behind his head, the screen with the Armstrong's optical array image was changing, focusing on the red-shifted stars. It always unsettled me when John couldn't provide an instant answer. He was supposed to know just about everything humans had ever discovered.
That is not a giant star, John said. It is a main sequence G-type star. The AI pilot is running an analysis for me.
What will that do? A puzzled Zorn asked.
Do you think there's something wrong with that star?
I began to have a really bad feeling about the redshift cluster. There is nothing wrong with the star, John said. It is the same type as Earth's sun. So why is it so bright? There was a slight pause. It appears brighter than the others because it is considerably closer to us, John said. The AI pilot calculates it is only 0.35 light-years away, and the optical array is tracking 7 planets in orbit, one of them with an Earth-like biosphere.
The New World, I said softly. That's right, isn't it? We've spent 500 years flying here, just like Ashley Kruger said.
I pushed myself forward, eager to see the red gleam again.
We'd made it. The flight was almost over.
Fraser said.
That's the star, I declared happily. Our star. The New World is there waiting for us.
Hazel.
It's real. We made it. Rel, we made it.
I couldn't keep the incredulity from my voice. This was the seriously good news I'd been waiting for. When we got back to the habitats and told everyone, they'd realise that
it's redshifted, Fraser said bitterly. Don't you get it? Don't you get why? It's behind us, Hazel. We've flown past it.
I stared at him numbly.
But it's right there. It's real, Fraser.
Yeah, it's real, but we didn't slow down. The Yi didn't fire the engines and take us into orbit. We're heading away from it.
His eyes narrowed and his lips moved silently.
3 years.
What? I asked.
3 years. John said that right now we're 0.35 light-years away. At 10% of light speed, that's a fraction over 3 years' travel.
His fingers clicked.
The same time Daedalus was hit by whatever punctured the habitat. John, is that significant?
Very possibly, John said. All star systems have an Oort ring around them. That's a band of icy debris, comets and rocks, left over from the early planetary formation era. And the Oort rings are huge, extending for half a light-year, sometimes further. When we flew past the star, we probably traversed the ring. Normally, we'd be decelerating into the system, coming in backwards with the antimatter rocket exhaust firing. It's like a slice of the sun, which obliterates anything in its path.
All right, I said. So, when we defeat the Yi, we can switch the antimatter rocket on and go back.
There was silence in the cabin. Fraser was avoiding my gaze.
What?
I demanded. It's not just a question of decelerating from 10% light speed, John said. We would then have to fly back to the New World. I do not know if there is still that much antimatter available.
Well, how do we find out?
The propulsion section AIs will know. They are in charge of the antimatter drive systems.
Then we just ask them.
I didn't understand why no one else was supporting me on this. Fraser cleared his throat.
Obviously, there's enough antimatter to slow us down, because that was the plan all along. After that, we'll find a way to get back to the New World. It's not far, not compared to the distance we've travelled.
Exactly, I said. We can do this. We just have to reclaim the Daedalus.
Quite right, Alicia said firmly. Step 1, take our arc ship back. After that, brains like John and Fraser can start working on the problem. Okay?
She made eye contact with everyone, forcing them to nod or murmur agreement. I gave her a weak smile of gratitude.
John, I said, please fly us to Section 3.
11. The rest of the flight was depressing. We should have been jubilant. We were flying in space, on our way to Section 3 and another working Command AI. We'd outsmarted the Yi. Instead, I felt a bleak dismay, a sentiment shared by everyone. Rightly or wrongly, The prospect of the new world was what had kept everyone on board the Daedalus going for 500 years. A hope that I'd kept alive in myself even after we found out about the eye. Getting us there had certainly remained my only goal. Without the new world, what was the point of anything? And now that world was behind us. We were heading off into the unknown, the true emptiness. John and the pilot AI had scanned ahead, plotting the Daedalus's trajectory. It didn't seem to be aimed at any one star in particular, at least nothing within 100 light-years. I didn't want to stare out at space with its treacherous stars anymore, so I buckled in next to Rel. He didn't say anything, just held my hand. I don't know what I'd do without him.
I'm wondering how bright the eye actually are, Fraser said, as he floated down into his own seat. Firing the antimatter rockets to deliver us to the new world is the most basic part of the whole flight. There's nothing else out here for them or us. They know the Daedalus is finite. Sure, it's got fuel for light and heat, but it can't keep going forever. They have to get to a planet which can sustain them. And they haven't done it. How dumb is that?
They didn't know about the puncture either, Mortos said. Or they didn't care.
They must have known we'd been hit, Fraser said. Right, John?
The network sensors would have supplied the damage information to the AIs under their control. So, yes.
Then why didn't they repair it?
Because that's not how they think, Alicia said. They are alien, in every sense. They were smart enough to take over the Daedalus to start with, Zorn said. How could they not know what to do? Without data on their thought processes, we cannot determine their motivation, John said. And I don't think we'll ever get an answer to that question. They reacted fast enough to us sealing the leak, Alice said. Turned off the lights, sent a Type 3 to kill us. Well, kill Hazel. She winked at me.
Why they do what they do isn't what we should be concentrating on, Fraser said. We just need a plan to get rid of them so we're free to put things right.
We need to talk to a command AI, Rel said, and we're about to do that. The outer shell of the Daedalus was looming large in the window again. The view was just a wall of grey rock, its eternal laborious rotation creating a bland smear. Determining where we were and where we needed to be was too complex for people, Fraser had confided to me. Navigating in space was the domain of machines. It had set my mind slithering down uncomfortable paths. Suppose the Yai had actually tried to turn on the antimatter rockets. What if they simply didn't work? After 500 years, that wasn't an unreasonable assumption. John had said they were the most complicated machines humans had ever built. The energies they dealt with were phenomenal. Every component had to work perfectly, or the entire Ark ship would vaporize in a giant antimatter annihilation. So the failsafes would cut in at the slightest hint of trouble. 500 years with the Yai running maintenance? Maybe the Brain Queens were very aware of what had happened, that we were doomed to drift between the stars until the power finally gave out and the plasma buffer died. Would that be before or after we froze to death? Maybe turning off the lights was them being kind. It was the quickest way, and nobody would feel anything. We'd be numb from the cold. Stop it. We are approaching the injection pathway for Section 3's dock scoop, John said. I will signal the command AI to request docking. I gave the black bracelet a sharp glance. What do you mean request it? The Section 3 command AI will have to accept our docking request and activate the scoop systems. Rel's grip on my hand tightened. Can't you do that? No, I do not have a connection with the Section 3 dock management network. What if it says no? No command AI would refuse such a request. I expect it will be pleased to discover that humans are still living in the Daedalus.
Section 17 was.
But we don't know what state Section 3 is in.
The indications from the brief time Lazarus had access to the Ark ship's network are that it is isolated and intact. It certainly sealed itself off 500 years ago. It is reasonable to assume it remains intact and independent.
Oh, you are joking, Fraser muttered.
I have an acknowledgement, John said. Section 3's AI is asking for confirmation that the Armstrong is carrying humans. I am sending a camera feed from the cabin.
I looked over at the nearest screen and raised my hand in a wave, then forced it back down on the armrest because the sweet captain alone knew how tragic that must have appeared. I am Josephine, a female voice announced. I was not aware that any other humans were alive in the Daedalus. I am very excited to welcome you to the nursery. Thank you, I said. What's the nursery? Why, that's what Section 3 is now called. Okay. Right. So we can dock? Of course. Docking procedure is now engaged. I look forward to greeting you in person. Right.
Aligned on injection pathway, John said. We're about to go in.
Once again the Armstrong vibrated as the magnetic grapple slid out from the hull. Can we see the scoop? Fraser asked. One of the screens switched to an image that was half rock, half the absolute black of interstellar space. The few tiny blemishes and undulations that tarnished the Ark ship's smooth surface were moving very fast now. I didn't want to think what would happen if we accidentally touched it, which meant I couldn't stop thinking about it. A dark metallic circle came over the edge and hurtled towards us. It was the mouth of a tunnel that expanded far too quickly from something we could dodge easily to a solid rim coming to devour us. It wasn't just me that screamed as we plunged into it. Acceleration hit, shoving me sideways in the seat again. More powerful than the deceleration had been, or so it seemed to my body, which had just acclimatized to freefall. Then everything stopped. I was sitting in normal gravity again, for which my stomach and inner ears were grateful. Ordinary white light shone through the windows. When I stared out, I could see a circular metal chamber with a layout similar to the one we'd launched from, but probably twice the size. That is a crazy way to dock, Fraser said, but I wouldn't have missed it for anything.
The principle was developed from the launch system aircraft carriers used, John said.
Oh, right. What's an aircraft carrier?
A warship developed during the 20th century on Earth. The history file on your tablet contains the data.
The Armstrong began to rise up a rock shaft. I unlocked my belt and stood up. Poor Rel stayed seated, though he did put the bath nozzle back in its recess. It took a few minutes for the airlock to pressurize. As soon as the atmosphere flooded into the chamber, the Armstrong's windows were covered in a thin layer of ice. The spacecraft slid out into Section 3's hangar. We all hurried out. I was first down the ladder, which was bitingly cold on my hands. Once I was on the ground, I wasn't quite sure what to do. The hangar was smaller than the one we'd just come from, with one other Armstrong and a trio of Gagarins. But there were also 4 sleek-looking spacecraft with triangular wings. I just knew those had to be the Tereshkovas. What do we do? I asked John as the others hurried down the ladder behind me. Where do we go? There were 3 archways along the rear wall, all of them open. The air had a loamy scent, like a forest the morning after rain, which wasn't what I'd been expecting.
She is coming, John said with mild surprise.
Huh? I'd been expecting Josephine to materialize in a crystal pillar or on a screen. Not that there were any in the hangar. An exceptionally tall green woman came through one of the archways and walked towards us. And I mean green. Her skin was the same kind of vibrant emerald as a newly opened leaf. Even her hair was a glossy olive shading, which she'd arranged in long ringlets that came down below her shoulders. A lovely crown woven from orange bird of paradise flowers kept them neatly in place. "Oh, wow!" Fraser exclaimed. He was grinning broadly. Josephine was wearing a black outfit, similar to the cocktail dress Alicia had made me try on back in Tressico, except the top half of this one was mostly broad straps that crisscrossed strategically, while the skirt was so short it barely covered her hips, but she complemented that with a pair of trousers made from the same material, which came down to her knees. Or maybe it was all one garment. Who knew? I'd thought my deerskin trousers and black jacket made a bold statement, but compared to her... Hello, I said, doing my level best not to sound intimidated as she stopped in front of me. I had to tilt my head back to meet her gaze. Her face was elegant, with a sharp bone structure bestowing a great deal of poise and sophistication. And now she was up close, I had no idea how old she was. It was the green skin which threw me. There was no reference. She didn't look as old as Alicia and Mortos, but there was no way she was my age either. "You are Hazel," she said graciously. I nearly bobbed my head the way girls of Elizabeth Bennet's time did when they were addressed by an aristocrat. Which was ridiculous. But in the flesh, Josephine was awesome. "Yes, that's me," I said meekly, and silently cursed myself. "What a truly remarkable young woman you are. John has informed me of your achievements. I can see dear Ashley's spirit in you. She would be so gratified to know her faith in her bloodline was not misplaced." "That's very kind, thank you." "What the sweet captain are you?" Fraser blurted, and promptly blushed. "I mean, I never knew people could be green. And have you all been living in here for the voyage?" She smiled beatifically at him. "What a handsome boy you are, Fraser. Such a fine countenance to contain an exceptional brain." His blush actually got hotter. I was never going to let him forget that. "Welcome, one and all," Josephine said. "I place the nursery at your disposal, such as it is. I have waited so long for companions. This day is a very special dream come true." "How old are you?" a fascinated Rel asked. She closed her eyes and drew a long, sorrowful breath. "I was born 18 years before we reached Kianira, the Yai homeworld." "That's not possible," Rel said. "I mean, I'm sorry, but I didn't know humans could live that long, even with old Earth's medicine." "There are always exceptional circumstances, lovely doctor. I have willed myself to survive, an accomplishment ably assisted by the nursery's AI. "I don't understand," I said. "The construct you see before you is an android," John said. "A machine replica of a human." "How very rude of you," Josephine snapped, giving my wrist a lofty stare. "I am no replica. I am the embodiment of human nature and fortitude." "I apologize. The humans of the habitat know very little of technology. Basic explanations are required for many things." Yes, she said, recovering her poise. "I understand children so very well. I have to, of course. My responsibility is enormous and lies so heavy upon me. But I will never shirk my duty. Come now, let me show you the gardens of the nursery. I think you'll like them." With that she turned and began walking. A hand waved imperiously. "Follow me." 12. We all reacted as if we'd been given an order, trooping along obediently behind Josephine.
I realised she had no shoes on. Her toes were inexplicably long. "She's not at all like Lazarus," I said quietly to John. "And you said she was a machine. So what did she mean that she was born before the Daedalus reached the world of the eye?" "I am uncertain." Josephine led us down several corridors and up a broad stairwell. Unlike Section 17, everything here looked used, not worn out, but surfaces were a little grubby, lacking polish. Several cybots rolled past as we walked. Their surfaces had small scuffs, and their colouring had faded the way planks of wood turn after a few years. Clearly the nursery hadn't been idle during the last 500 years, unlike Section 17. I wondered what Josephine had been doing all that time. That question got answered in the huge cavern she led us into. At the arched entrance, she turned to us and gestured regally. "And this is the main agronomy hall." The cavern stretched out for about a kilometre. It had been transformed into a garden. A very beautiful one. There were lawns of lush grass that was like a sponge to walk on. They curved round strange patches of gravel and sand, with fine geometric patterns raked in. Neat borders were home to 1,000 different shrubs, each of them flowering and giving off rich scents. Avenues of trees whose branches were woven together to form verdant tunnels stretched out to reach every corner. Aged stone fountains were dotted about, and long cascades with beds of pebbles, marble statues of abstract art with flows bubbling along their surface. Bees hummed industriously through the air, chasing butterflies from petals. I stared round in astonishment. "It's fabulous! How long has it been here?" "I began it 10 years after the genocide." "Genocide?" "The slaughter of the humans." "Oh, right." "After this section's AI sealed itself away to resist the eye, I waited for help. None came, of course, but you know this. So it became clear to me that fate had selected me to safeguard the future of terrestrial life on board the Daedalus. I thought a garden would honour our biological heritage in a fashion the gene banks never could. So I brought all the seeds to life. This is one of 8 gardens in the nursery. Each of them have a different climate." "Well, you've done a superb job." We walked over the grass, admiring the fragrances and flowers. "My mother would love this," I said. "She grows some herbs and flowers." "Yes, that was in the files John downloaded to me." I resisted glancing at the bracelet, but I wondered just what else he had told her about us. "I am so gladdened to hear the main habitat is still alive," Josephine said. "You survivors have done well to keep it flourishing." "Well," I shrugged awkwardly. "It was all we knew. We had to farm it if we wanted to feed ourselves." "Quite. It is a puzzlement to me why the Yai left anyone alive. They were certainly thorough during their deranged killing spree 500 years ago."
"Yeah," Fraser said. "We were hoping you could explain that."
"Alas, I cannot. Their behaviour defies comprehension. Now John has reported our spatial position, I simply cannot fathom why the Brain Queens didn't switch on the antimatter drive and deliver us into orbit around the new world. That we are now flying aimlessly through the galaxy is truly dispiriting news. I had hoped that when we arrived at the new world, I could ferry my charges down to the surface in the Tereshkova shuttles you saw in the hangar, a continent away from wherever the Yai descended. Now that vanity has fallen to hubris. Perhaps I should have taken a more determined stance against the Yai rather than hide away here. But I couldn't risk the children." That was the second time she'd mentioned children. The context was odd. Which children?"
I asked. Why, my children, bless them. They sleep in search of a new day. I couldn't bring myself to subject them to this long and terrible purgatory between stars. You have children? Alice asked keenly. Can we meet them? Why, yes, I suppose so. I said nothing. Josephine was an android, so how could she have children? It didn't make sense. I could only assume she meant something else that she was custodian to. Young androids? Did they age then? I had a huge number of questions to pester John with, which would have to be asked in private. It was a long walk through the garden. I was struck by how ordered everything was. There were no dead flowers, every bush was symmetrical, even the colours of the plants were arranged in a pleasantly graded pattern. Big multicoloured fish swam in the ponds, barely visible beneath the dramatically large water lilies. Dozens of small cybots, no bigger than the backpacks we wore, trundled about, tending to any frond that dared grow out of place, aerating the loam, snipping faded flower buds, clearing away any brown-tinged leaf. "Do you think it's possible to overthrow the Yai?" Alicia asked as we ambled along through a tunnel of tulip trees whose scarlet blooms tinted the light shining from above to a flame haze around us. "I will do whatever I can to assist you in annihilating those beastly creatures," Josephine snarled. "Too long have I hesitated. Now, with their wanton action bypassing the new world, they have left me no choice. And by instituting this concept of cycling, they have continued to order the deaths of humans through their ghastly facade of the electric captain, mocking the dear and noble Ashley. They are an evil which is unequalled even in our bloody history. I am committed to doing whatever it takes to rectify this dire circumstance, no matter how much carnage we must unleash upon them. After what they have done to us, they deserve no mercy." That much anger projected from such a robust body was quite daunting. If there had been more people thinking like her during the Yai's takeover, I was pretty sure the outcome would have been very different. "Now we're talking," Zorn said approvingly. "What about flying the Daedalus back to the New World?" Fraser asked. "Is there enough antimatter on board to do that?" "I would have to communicate with the engineering department AIs in the aft section and find out what the situation is back there. The good news is that Daedalus definitely carries enough antimatter to bring us to a halt relative to the sun of the New World. What remains unknown is how much there will be left after that. There has to be some. I know we have a reserve. But the time we will require to voyage back might be considerable." "But we can get there," I insisted. "Oh, yes. Do not underestimate what the AIs can do once they are unchained. Separating us, denying us knowledge of our environs was the Yai's greatest victory." After the shock of finding out we had flown past the New World, I found her forceful confidence cheering. We passed into another of the ubiquitous archways, back into wide, clean passageways. Josephine eventually stopped in front of a broad doorway. "I must ask you to remove your backpacks," she said. "They hold many dangerous items. I simply cannot afford any accidents. Your shoes, too, please. A clean environment is required inside at all times." "Shoes?" Rel queried. "You have strolled through my garden. Dirt can cling to the soles of your shoes." He gave his boots a dubious glance. "This is the nursery's most precious sanctum," she told him. "Whilst I am glad to discover so many humans are still alive in the Daedalus, it is my personal charges who reside within. I cannot simply abandon my vigilance because you are here." "Of course," Alicia said. "Your house, your rules." She slipped her backpack off and sat down to remove her shoes. I did the same, and even took off my belt with the holstered laser pistol, adding it to the pile. I just couldn't make up my mind about Josephine. I desperately wanted to ask John if AIs could eventually become faulty, say after hundreds of years of continuous use. After all, Dad always said that everything wears out in the end. Josephine was so different to the calm proficiency that Lazarus conveyed, and her flashes of temper had me on edge. Angry machines were not something I ever expected to have to deal with. I watched curiously as she picked up Rel's laser pistol. "Goodness, why ever did you arm yourself with these things?" she asked. "Lazarus gave them to us," Rel said.
"And exploding power cells,"
Fraser added ardently. "I see. You know—" "No, of course you don't. But these pistols are the same as humans use to defend themselves against Yai attacks. They weren't very effective then. For all their power, lasers are not good weapons. They make excellent engineering tools, but take too much time to inflict a catastrophic wound, especially on a living target, which can always continue moving until it is dead." "I used an E-beam welder," I said. "More powerful at short range, but the same problem of application. I am disappointed with Lazarus." "He sacrificed himself so we could repair the puncture hole." "I would expect nothing less. But his rush to send you out to repair the puncture was his undoing. Had he taken his time, he could have had considerably more impact." "We sealed the puncture," I said tersely. "Everybody lived. I call that a victory." "Your loyalty is exemplary, dear Hazel. I do not mean to criticize Lazarus. I too am saddened by his demise. I simply determine his thought routines were too cautious. All the AIs will be the same. That must end now." "Right. Well, good." The doors slid open. I had no idea what to expect. It wasn't dark inside, not like the awful night which had claimed the habitat, but it was a lot dimmer than the nursery garden and passageways. I could see the chamber was big and quiet. The air was cooler too, lacking the smell of vegetation that blanketed the rest of the nursery. There was a background hum on the threshold of hearing, informing me there were a lot of machines working efficiently nearby. Large white oblong boxes formed ranks across the floor. They were 3 meters long and 1.5 high. Each of them had a short line of blue and green lights at the end, gleaming steadily. We seemed to be the only people in the room. I couldn't see any other doors either. Fraser walked over to the nearest box, peering at the top.
"Oh, my days!"
He backed off fast and gave Josephine a shocked look. "That is Mary Bell," Josephine said with a proud smile. "What?" I demanded. Fraser shook his head, taking a step away from Josephine, then hurriedly looked round the rest of the big room as if he was only just noticing it.
"Oh, sweet Captain, all of them?"
2 fast strides took me over to the box that had startled him so. I looked down at it. The top was thick glass, allowing me to see the little girl inside. She was probably 4 or 5, lying on a bed with ribbed cushioning that followed her outline perfectly. Her eyes were closed, and a white mask covered her mouth and nose. And there were tubes. It was as if her torso had somehow grown 6 metal navels, which the tubes were plugged into. Their other ends vanished somewhere under the cushioning. I stared down in silence for an age, but I couldn't see her chest move. She wasn't breathing. When I put my hand on the glass, I could feel the cold inside the box. I turned to face Josephine. Then, like Fraser had done, my gaze swept round the room. There must have been hundreds of the boxes in there. "Oh, no!" My voice rose in anguish. "What happened to them?" "Nothing has happened to my children," Josephine said in a pleasant tone. "I have made very sure of that. They are asleep." "Asleep?"
The child is inside a hibernation chamber, John said. It suspends the body's metabolism indefinitely. I did not know there were any on the Daedalus.
I had the build bots fabricate them, Josephine said. The Section 3 AI had design files. She's not dead? I asked dumbly.
Of course not, Josephine said. None of them are. They are my charges. I could not allow any harm to befall them.
None of them? How many people are in here?
937, all of them under 10 years old.
Children? They're all children.
Yes. I evacuated them into Section 3 when the fighting broke out. It was the nearest secure place to our quadrant's elementary schools.
Fraser mused. I evacuated them?
He was staring at the far end of the room, frowning as he cocked his head to one side. Then, suddenly, he was running.
Fraser!
I shouted. He didn't stop.
Oh, hell!
I started after him. He kept running. Up ahead at the end of the row of hibernation boxes was a glass sphere a couple of meters in diameter, resting on a low plinth. I hadn't really paid attention to it when we came in. A ring of smaller purple and orange spheres surrounded the plinth. They were glowing, their soft light pulsing in a slow rhythm. It was a meagre radiance that cast weird shadows up onto the contents of the sphere. When I finally made out the shape inside, I started to slow. Fraser didn't. He ran right up to the sphere and stopped just short, looking up at it. I shuffled up behind him and stood there with my hand on his shoulder as we both gazed dumbfounded at the figure encased by the glass. At first I wasn't even sure if she was alive. Her decrepit body was so old and wizened, it seemed like a mockery of a human. She was standing, thanks to the embrace of black metal ribs like a skeleton that had grown up the outside of her body. There certainly wasn't enough muscle on her limbs to hold herself up unaided. Like the children in their hibernation chambers, her torso was host to intrusive metal sockets with tubes running out of them. They snaked down like luxuriant vines to the bottom of the sphere, passing through the glass to connect to the smaller illuminated globes. There was no hair on her head. Instead, a silver crown had fused to her scalp, which sprouted thousands of fine golden threads. They'd been gathered together and woven into a braid which hung down her back, falling into a patch of white haze between her withered feet.
Oh, sweet Captain.
I was studying her face, the dreadful yellowed skin sagging loosely to form heavy jowls. Something about those decaying features. I do hope I am not distressing you, Josephine said. Fraser and I both started together. She had come up behind us, with everyone else clustering round a few meters away. All eyes were on the ancient woman in the glass sphere. I turned from the green and flamboyant Josephine back to the not-quite corpse. It took some work, but the similarity was definitely there.
It's you, isn't it?
I whispered in dismay. This is the body I was birthed into, yes? Josephine said matter-of-factly. Time is never kind to humans, is it? Assuming you judge a person by their appearance alone, an attitude I always find somewhat lacking in manners.
Yes, sorry, but 500 years?
Indeed. You were one of Ashley Kruger's crew, then? Rel asked. Yes, I was a pediatric nurse. I thought I was going to start crying. Cycling was so terribly wrong, forcing us to drink the blessing so the balance of the habitat's ecology could be maintained, allowing humans to carry on living in it. But this, a life stretched out artificially for centuries, this was a price that should never be paid.
Are you still alive in there? An awed Fraser asked.
Josephine's green hand touched the surface of the glass sphere, her eyes growing mournful as she stared at her own infirm face. I am, dear Fraser, yes, although there is not much of me left. Most of my organs have ceased to function. The tissue you see is sustained solely by machines now. However, tailored drugs and genetic therapies keep my brain functioning, though I have been doubting its validity for several decades now. That crown, I said, glancing back at the bird of paradise garland woven into her hair. In our history of the mutiny, we were told Ashley Kruger cast her mind into the bridge's thinking machines to save us. Is that another lie? Not quite a lie, no. Senior crew were implanted with an interface that could link their brain directly to the Daedalus network. If Ashley did do that at the end, it was an act doomed to fail. Once the Yai attack began, the AIs who survived the initial subversion either sealed themselves off in secure sections or they fell to the Brain Queens. So downloading her mind would have accomplished nothing. The band you see on my head in there is a similar neural interface. It connects my mind permanently with the nursery's AI, as well as this android body. Over the centuries, my thoughts and the AI's routines have merged to become one. There is no longer any boundary where one stops and the other begins. In that respect, I am almost immortal. When my birth body eventually dies, I will carry on, changeless. I will never abandon my charges. We left the hibernation room, a subdued little group, not saying anything more. Josephine showed us to a set of rooms the Cybots had been preparing for us under her direction. There is a room for each of you, she said. You can relax and freshen up. I suggest we have a pleasant meal together later, when we can decide what to do next. We should start planning now, I said. Everyone in the habitat is depending on us. Any more delay will— My dearest Hazel, she said forcefully, I have accessed John's log. You have had a very full day, and it is now late. You are in no state to start confronting the Yai. You need a proper sleep. That way we can face what has to be done tomorrow with resolution and an appropriate level of preparation. Josephine is correct, John said before I could object. You started the day in Akebia, remember? And all you've had to eat are a few snacks. You need to recuperate properly. I was surprised. Was it only that morning we'd woken up in Akebia? It seemed like a week ago. And the days before that were a blur of activity too. They're right, Alicia said kindly. We need to take a step back and consider our options. We'll achieve nothing by running headlong at the Yai. Determination is great, but we need to be smart too. I will use the time you're resting to review the data you have brought, Josephine said. By mealtime, I will have proposals. That is why you came to me, is it not? Well, yes. Then that is settled. It wasn't a tone you argued with. The rooms Josephine took us to used to be a laboratory facility, she explained. There was a main room, the conference room, with short corridors leading to individual offices, now our bedrooms. I hope you find them comfortable. I didn't think we'd have any problem with that. The nursery build-bots had produced beds for all of us. The mattresses were the same type I'd grown extremely fond of during my 2 nights in Tresico, beautifully soft, yet supportive too. The main room had been equipped with working food printers and 2 printers for clothes. Just tell them what you would like to eat and to wear, and they will produce them, she told us. The range is limited compared to what the systems could craft in my day, and the clothes may take several minutes to extrude. Any type of clothes? Alice asked with a gleam in her eye. Yes, within reason. The fabric printers have screens, so you can examine designs already on file.
Oh, yeah.
The water is now running into your ensuite bathrooms, Josephine continued. I installed showers.
What's a shower? Zorn asked.
Ah, I didn't tell you about those, did I? I taunted. We had them in Tressico. They're rather nice.
Everyone abruptly agreed they needed a wash before we reconvened for the evening meal. Alice practically dragged Shao off to her room. I waited in my room for a minute while everyone else began their shower, then picked up a towel and slipped into Rel's room. He was sitting on the bed, taking his shirt off. I thought I'd better show you in person how the shower works, I said, and kissed him. It was a timeless moment. I was thrilled by how snug the touch of him was against me, how right. Better still, his arms went round me, tightening. I silently thanked Josephine for insisting everyone took a break, because without her insistence and sense, we would have gone into tomorrow without this. We both grinned at each other. I brought my arm up. John, do you ever go to sleep?
Yes, I have a standby mode which I suppose is the equivalent of human sleep. However, the trust between a user and a unit such as myself is absolute. It would be a rare event that requires me to put myself into that particular mode.
John, go to standby. 13. After we finished showering, I put on a wonderfully thick and fluffy robe I'd found in Rel's room and dried my hair. The scented liquid soap that Rel had rubbed over me so very thoroughly had done wonders to my hair. It had never been so clean or glossy before. It had just about doubled in volume, too. I had to arrange it into a French plait, or it would have swarmed over my face like a wayward curtain. When I padded barefoot across the main room, I found Alice at one of the clothes printers. It was a white box just over 1 metre square, with a lid that hinged up. When I got to it, I saw the lid was also a screen, currently displaying dresses. Short, tight dresses. If we're going to have a decent meal together, I thought I'd dress for the occasion, she said. I asked it for evening party wear. I scanned the garments that were sliding down the screen. I wouldn't have the courage to even try one on, let alone wear them in public. Maybe for my honeymoon night. Underwear, trousers, shirt, jacket, comfortable strong boots, please, I told the second machine. Alice tisked me, shaking her head in disappointment. One day will get you to dress as fabulous as you deserve. And you deserve the best, Captain's daughter. I started selecting from the more practical images my machine displayed. Where's Shao? Resting. Where's Rel? Resting, I said with dignity. Alice started giggling. I suddenly remembered and lifted my wrist up to my face. John, cancel standby mode. Alice's giggles turned to a full-blown laugh. There's hope for you yet. Standby mode cancelled, John said. He sounded terribly affronted. Glad to have you back, I said. What do you think about Josephine? I have no record of anything like this human-AI meld happening before, he said. Human memories have certainly been copied into an AI core before, and behavioural routines have also been coded in tandem. It is the so-called singularity download, a digital immortality, which was practiced a century before the Daedalus left Earth's solar system. Whether it ever constituted a genuine life continuation is a question that is more philosophy than science. Certainly it had fallen from favour by the time Daedalus launched. Yeah. What I'm asking is she reliable? I mean, it's weird what she's done, right?
It is an extraordinary achievement brought about by unique events. However, her dual-origin personality has managed to maintain the nursery effectively for 500 years. That is something which must be acknowledged.
So, you basically don't know then, huh? Alice said.
Evaluation is difficult. I can only point to her accomplishments. They appear to be flawless. All I could do was shrug. John was right. It was impossible to judge. But if I'd been stuck doing the same thing over and over every day for 5 centuries, I'd probably be a little quirky by now. The printer lid opened and I took out the jacket. The trousers were produced next, then the rest of the items I'd asked for. Half an hour later, with everyone dressed in their new clothes, we sat round the big table for dinner. Alice claimed her place at one end, looking amazing in a scarlet dress that was more second skin than fabric. After some strong hints from me, Rel had chosen a long auburn jacket with a high collar and crisp white shirt, looking very smart and formal. Fraser, meanwhile, had dressed all in black. The trousers were a style called jeans, while his short-sleeved buttonless shirt, called a T-shirt, but basically a vest if you asked me, was very elastic cotton. I have to admit the look suited him. At John's recommendation, I got the food printer to make me a beef Wellington with assorted steamed vegetables and a good quantity of extra gravy. It was delicious. Fraser had something called a burger, with fries. Everybody trooped back to the food printers and ordered up a batch of their own fries. My dessert was a chocolate fondant pudding, which was like a hot cake with molten chocolate in the middle, and served with ice cream. Food that was so cold it tingled. I mean, how did people come up with that idea to start with? But it was undoubtedly the discovery of the night. The decade. Do you have chocolate beans growing in the nursery? I asked Josephine, who was sitting at the head of the table opposite Alice. She didn't eat anything. Apparently her body didn't need food. I thought that was a bad design. Surely if you had all this amazing food available, you'd want to taste it occasionally. If you were still properly human, that is. I have several different types of cacao tree growing in the nursery gardens. So we can take the seeds down to the New World? Seeds of every plant stock are packaged ready for transport. I replenish them all every 5 years to keep them fresh. You've done a wonderful job with the plants, Alicia said. We're grateful. Why, thank you. You are most kind. The reason we came to you, I prompted. Indeed. Josephine rested her hands on the table, long fingers extended. Our first problem is that we do not understand the Yai. They wiped out most of the adults and enslaved the survivors to maintain the habitat, because the habitat and Central Sea are connected, I said. So they have a definite purpose. They want to travel to a new world just like we do. What else do we need to know about them? Their early actions make sense, she agreed. What follows their takeover, particularly recently, does not. The Brain Queens are sentient. They understand they require a working environment in which to live, yet they did not seal the puncture. The Daedalus, fabulous though it is, requires fuel for the fusion generators to light and heat the habitat and Central Sea, as well as powering the plasma buffer. The quantity of fuel is finite. We cannot continue to fly indefinitely through interstellar space. Either Daedalus must halt in a star system and restock its reserves and rebuild its systems, or everyone transfers to a planet as originally planned. Yet they have let it fly past the only habitable world within 75 light-years. That is not merely irrational, it is suicidal. But they reacted to us, I said. I talked to the fake electric captain they speak through. They knew me and what I did. They sent their Type 2s and 3s to kill me. And that was a reasonable plan. With me gone, they could probably convince the villagers to carry on as before. They know what they're doing. They're not stupid. Maybe they just woke up, Alice said. Well, why not? You've put all your children to sleep for the voyage. A salient point, Josephine conceded, although I believe it lacks a true parallel. From what I understand, the Yai have been active throughout the voyage. John said you encountered them in the old subway tunnels, carrying human bodies to the recycling machines. Yes, we did. Very well. Given the little enlightenment we have, let us consider our objectives. It's simple enough, I said. Eliminate the Yai and regain control of the Daedalus. Quite. I trust that by now you have realized there will be consequences to this course of action. Consequences? Zorn asked. Josephine gave him a sympathetic smile. You personally have witnessed the Yai in action. You know how physically threatening they are, and how ruthless. Therefore, when I say consequences, I do of course mean casualties. Possibly a great many casualties. They will not relinquish control of the Daedalus without a fight. Oh, yes. He ducked his head. I understand. It is abundantly clear to me that we need to understand what the Yai are doing. Once that is revealed, we will be able to proceed directly to eliminating them. Do you think we can? I asked. I must have sounded doubtful. Josephine gave me a look that was mild disapproval. But I just couldn't help thinking how much of the Daedalus their root fibres had infiltrated. They were everywhere. There is no other acceptable outcome, she said. All the humans on board are going to die if the present situation continues. Ultimately, even my children, for I accept the nursery can no longer be considered in isolation. I was not expecting the Daedalus to fly past the New World. I find the fact it has done so to be deeply shocking. So how do we find out what the Yai are doing? Rel asked. They continue to live in the Central Sea. When analysing the data Lazarus acquired, I noticed the entire zone was a network blind spot. They have disabled every camera in there. I presume this was done as a security measure, in case humans manage to access them. If we can't see them, how do we find out anything about them? To put it in somewhat crude terms, we go and take a look. Take a look, I repeated dumbly. Yes, that way our objective will be realised on 2 levels. We will infiltrate the Central Sea and see if there are any visual clues as to their ultimate intention. While we are in the Axis, I will have the opportunity to insert myself into the network and hack the data flow between the fallen AIs that the Brain Queens use to maintain their control over the Daedalus. I would like to remind you that Lazarus was quickly overwhelmed by the Brain Queens when he rejoined the network, John said. His purge failed within minutes. Together, the combined processing power of the Yai-controlled AIs is extremely powerful. No firewall can withstand them. Thank you, John, Josephine replied with sharp-edged politeness. And I would remind you, there is a considerable difference here. Lazarus launched an all-out digital offensive to temporarily regain control of the network. To use a simple analogy, he poked a hornet's nest with a stick. They noticed and responded accordingly. Whereas I will merely be a passive observer of the data flow. The 2 actions cannot be compared. What's a hornet nest? Fraser asked. I'm glad he did, because I didn't have a clue, and I didn't want to look stupid by asking. Josephine smiled graciously at him. A hornet was a flying insect on Earth that stung any other creature it interpreted as a danger to itself. Oh, like a bee, you mean? Like a very bad-tempered bee that does not make honey. Sometimes the venom in its sting was potent enough to kill an adult human. Yikes! Thankfully, there were none introduced to the Daedalus ecology. Their purpose in nature was one of pure enmity. Rather like the eye, it would seem. Alicia held a hand up in exasperation, palm facing Josephine. Wait, go back. Infiltrate the Central Sea? Josephine produced another of her lofty smiles. Yes. You mean physically go there? Yes. Where all the Yai live? Yes. That is guano falling on us from a great height. How? I have selected a route which I believe will be relatively safe. Which is? A smirking Fraser asked. Along the axis of the Daedalus. Cool. That's, what, nearly 5 kilometres above us? No way are we going to creep that distance through the forward section without the eye catching us. They know we're here. So I'm guessing we have to take another space flight to get there. Very good, Fraser. Yes, there is a small docking port at the exact centre of the Ark ship, between the plasma buffer generators. It appears to be another blind spot. There were no camera images available for it when Lazarus regained access to the network. So they are doing something secret in there? I don't know, but I consider it very unlikely. There are several areas within the Daedalus that suffered damage when humans fought back against the Yai takeover, and more resulting from the puncture strike. I propose we take the Armstrong there. If its sensors detect any sign of Yai activity in the dock, we can abort the mission. But won't they see us launching anyway? Mortos asked. The network has hundreds of sensors and cameras across Daedalus that are still working. Some of them have to be outside. You are quite correct, Josephine said. In fact, there are many thousands of sensors emplaced across the outer shell of the Daedalus. Don't be concerned by them, for I can destroy them. The Yai will not see where we are going. Destroy them how? I asked, intrigued. With a machine that produces a high-power electromagnetic pulse. Basically, it will burn out their electronics, rendering the network blind. Do you have one of these pulse machines? The plan will require several. The nursery engineering systems have already started building them. They should be finished by morning. Then they'll be placed into the nursery's 3 Gagarins, which I will remote fly into position. Don't we need the outside sensors? You know, if we're going to fly back to the New World? Yes. After we have eliminated the Yai and regained the Daedalus, they will have to be replaced. A relatively simple proposition. I would not propose such a drastic action if it could not be remedied. OK, Fraser said. So we get into the axis. Then what? Travel down the axis to the start of the Central Sea. Once we reach it, there are a great many access points we can use to get inside. As soon as I have hacked the network, I will ascertain which of them will be the safest for us to use. You keep saying you're going to spy on the network when we're in the axis, Alice said. With what? A slight frown creased Josephine's impressive brow. Myself, of course. I will be coming with you. 14. Sleep stretched on interminably, granting me no rest as the centuries flowed past my closed eyes. I finally woke with my body chilled and an unfamiliar glimmer of light above me. The glass lid above the bed rose up, and fresh air flooded down. I struggled to sit up, so desperate to see my mother and father, who had sent me away to this place for my own safety. My limbs were frighteningly weak. I called out for my parents. I missed them so. A figure moved in the gloom. Mother? I reached out for her, longing for her embrace. The Yai's tentacles coiled round me. I screamed. I jolted awake with a groan of dismay. Hey, Rel said gently beside me. It's okay. Everything's okay. I clutched him frantically. My eyes were sticky with tears.
You had a nightmare, he said. It's over now. You're awake.
I nodded, not trusting myself to say anything. My breathing slowly calmed, and I wiped my eyes. "Thank you," I whispered.
I'm just surprised I didn't have one after everything we've seen.
"I dreamt I was one of Josephine's children," I told him as his hand stroked my back. "I woke up in the hibernation chamber. The Yai were there waiting."
It's not real, Hazel.
"It could be," I said miserably. "If we fail. Can you imagine that? They're all so young. They must have been so scared. What if they wake up and it's not Josephine waiting for them, just the Yai? They'll be alone and terrified. And then... I was about to cry again.
The nursery AI will never let that happen.
"No?"
No, he said firmly.
I flopped back down onto the mattress. Everything we had to do seemed so ridiculously daunting. Wipe out the Yai and take back the Daedalus. Who was I kidding? "I'm not sure I can do this," I confessed. To my surprise, Rel just grinned.
Only just realising that.
"Do you think we'll fail?"
The one thing I never think about are the odds. You know why?
"Why?"
We don't have a choice. Especially now.
"I don't understand."
Before we got here, if the Yai had managed to kill us, they might, just might, have convinced everyone else in the villages to carry on as before. That was their plan, right?
"I suppose so. The electric captain was trying to trick us when she spoke to me."
But now everything has changed. We know the Daedalus has flown past the New World. We've seen Josephine's children with our own eyes. So... He gave me a kind, expectant look.
So
we know what we have to do. Everyone is depending on us, even though they don't know it. Which means the odds of us succeeding are irrelevant. We don't have a choice anymore. I puffed my cheeks out in a kind of numb dismay.
"You're as bad as Fraser."
How so?
"He's always right. I'm not sure I can take two people in my life like that."
Oh, no. Trust me, this is only the second thing I've got right in my whole life.
"What was the first?"
Promising myself I would see you again after the dance, no matter what.
"Aw."
My arms went round him. We started kissing.
Kissing Rel is...
hot ice cream. I walked into the main room holding hands with Rel. Other than Alice and Shao, everyone was already having breakfast. By the look of it, Fraser had been there a while. He was seated at the big table with several empty dishes piled up to one side. His tablet was laid out in front of him, colourful graphics sliding down it as his fingers tapped away. Josephine sat beside him, a picture of composed patience.
"So chemical reactions can be expressed as equations?" Fraser asked.
"Yes."
"Cool."
"Hey, you," I said. "What are you doing?" "Fraser is commencing his genuine education," Josephine said. "I'm afraid your village school barely covered the essentials in every subject."
"There's so much to learn," he said eagerly. "I never imagined there was this much knowledge in the universe."
"And he is an excellent pupil. You should be proud to have a brother this attentive and eager to learn." "I am proud of him," I said, which earned me a mildly surprised glance from Fraser. When I went over to the food printers, John recommended Eggs Benedict, along with tea, toast, and marmalade. "You really are adapting to me, aren't you?" I teased once I'd started eating. He certainly seemed to understand my food tastes. All we needed now was some sympathy on the concept of basic privacy. He'd been all huffy again when I got up and I brought him out of standby mode this morning. "So how are the preparations going?" I asked Josephine.
The inventory we require for our expedition is almost complete. My assembly bays require another 20 minutes to complete component integration on the armor suits. They are very complex devices.
Rel's head came up from his salmon and scrambled eggs.
Armor suits?
Oh, yeah. Fraser chimed in. I checked the design. They are the coolest ever.
You will all need to wear a tunic when you use them, Josephine said. Their fabrication is already complete.
A tunic? I asked. You mean like a soldier's uniform? The officers who'd arrived at Longbourn to dance with the Bennet sisters had always looked resplendent in their regimental tunics.
I suppose they could be considered so, Josephine said. One of our books at school mentioned knights that wore armour a long time ago on Earth, Rel said eagerly. Like 1,000 years or something. But, the suits were so heavy they needed horses to carry them. Those suits were the very beginning of personal combat protection, Josephine said. Humans continued to improve the concept for centuries. The ones I have built are the pinnacle of that particular field. They were developed for the ADG-SF. In fact, they were still in use at the time when the Daedalus left Earth.
ADG-SUF? I questioned.
The Association of Democratic Governments Suppression Force, John said. They were a paramilitary peacekeeping organization deployed to quell civil war and armed insurrection. The ADG referred to them as democracy enforcers. Alas, global post-scarcity civilization did not have a peaceful birth.
Why ever not? Rel asked.
We really don't have time for history lessons today, Josephine said. Suffice it to say, a lot of Earth's national tribal politics were in play when fusion power and universal build bots started to come on stream. Alison Shaw arrived for breakfast. She was wearing a flamboyant dress. Its tight black bodice ended in a flaring skirt that was made up from ruffled bands of alternating green and orange bands. With all eyes on her, she struck a pose. It's called a flamenco dress, apparently. Do you like it?
Wow, yeah,
Fraser enthused, while the rest of us provided nods of approval and thumbs up. Alice smiled demurely. I decided that if today is going to be our last, then I am going out in style. Today is not your last day, Josephine said primly. As I have already explained, I am taking every precaution to safeguard our expedition. If you had risen earlier, as is polite, you would have learnt that. Alice wrinkled her nose in disapproval. What was Earth like when our ancestors left? I asked keenly. We were told it was a nice place, but so much of the past we know is lies. It was not perfect, John said. Nothing ever is. But no one went hungry anymore. Education and medical treatment was universal, and society's achievements were numerous and impressive. Conflicts were reduced to the arena of courts. As for Earth itself, it was subject of a centuries-long endeavour to return its environment to a pre-industrial, natural state. That, to be honest, was only ever myth. I told you before, heavy industry and mining had moved off-world. In addition, detoxification of earlier pollution strata was proceeding efficiently. The culture and traditions of local communities were resurgent, breaking free from the blander commercial monoculture of the previous era. At least that is the official version. Some records indicate governance was sinking into an ever more unresponsive bureaucracy, which some considered oppressive. Hence the building of ark ships. It was universally recognized that disputes and rebellion are an inevitable facet of human nature, so the dissidents and dreamers were allowed to fly away to be, I quote, free.
Sounds like a golden age, I said wistfully. Like the one Elizabeth Bennet lived in, but with spaceships.
If you believe Regency England to be admirable, I can see I will have to teach you how to apply a more critical analysis to your reading, Josephine said. That age was hardly munificent, nor enlightened, for the majority.
Alice and I exchanged a mock glum glance across the table. I turned away quickly before we triggered the giggles in each other. It wouldn't have been the first time we'd got into trouble for disrupting a lesson. A pair of Cybots rolled into the main room carrying small bags. "These are your tunics," Josephine said. "If you'd care to get changed into them, we will proceed to the suit-up." Alice's face registered pure disgust as she lifted her tunic out of its case. It was very utilitarian, a garment that was both trousers and top in one piece, made from some grey fabric that had various pockets on the chest and down the legs. "Are you kidding me?" she moaned. I held my own tunic up, trying to keep my disappointment from showing. "I thought you said it was a uniform." "Why, yes," Josephine said. "Fatigues are an essential part of a soldier's uniform." I have got to stop comparing my life to Elizabeth Bennet's. When we walked into the nursery's engineering shop, it seemed like every chunk of machinery was industriously doing something. Unlike the quiet, motionless efficiency of the hibernation room, nothing in here was still. Screens and pillars were full of complex and colourful graphics, which Fraser examined as if he understood what they meant. Small maintenance Cybots trundled round in an intricate dance, carrying components or making adjustments to other machines. Zorn stood perfectly still and smiled in delight. "Oh, sweet Captain! Yeah!" he growled. Standing in the middle of the floor were 9 suits of armour. The sight of their imposingly bulky form was doing wonders for my confidence. Surely even a Yai would think twice before tackling one. Their outer surface of tight segmented bands had the same gloss-black sheen as a beetle's shell, with each segment overlapping the next. The helmet was unnervingly featureless, perched on top of a thick neck section. There was a compact backpack, with various mechanisms poking out of the top and sides. "It contains your power, life support, resupply storage and ancillary functions," John said. "Enough to support you for 2 weeks." "Right," I said, and gave the suit a more critical examination. "John, there's nothing I can use as a weapon. What are we supposed to do? Wrestle with the eye?" "The suit's weapons are built in. Look at the arms again." I did as I was told. The suit's arms were bulky, out of proportion to the rest of it. "It has integral guns," John said. "Just select the type of ammunition you want to use, then point and fire." "Ammunition?" "Bullets," Josephine said jauntily. "Primarily explosive-tipped, though there are some kinetic-boosted for deeper penetration. Far more destructive than the lasers you've been using." "Aha," I said, and rapped my knuckles on the suit's chest. As I suspected, it was some kind of metal. "I'm sorry, but I'm not sure I'll be able to get very far in this thing. Just how heavy is it?" "Weight is not an issue," Josephine said. "The suit has artificial muscle bands to support itself. You just have to move normally, and it will follow your limbs." That sounded more like magic than science to me, but I didn't challenge her. Wouldn't dare. Arrayed behind the suits were a dozen Cybots, considerably shorter and squatter than the usual engineering types. They were egg-shaped, made out of the same dark material as the suits, but with a surface which was lumpy, almost like a tortoise shell, making them appear rather sinister. If the Yai ever built machines, I thought, they'd look like this. Each of them was equipped with a pair of guns that had a barrel made up from a clump of 6 individual barrels. "These are Sentinel-class Millbots," Josephine said. "They'll be accompanying us to perform defensive operations if the Yai attack our expedition. Their miniguns are extremely powerful." "Miniguns?" Mortos said. "They don't look mini to me." "It's a type classification," Josephine said. "Obsolete, of course. The first rotary cannon were a lot larger. But don't worry. A Sentinel should be able to exterminate a Yai Type 3 with just a few shots." "Oh, yeah!" Zorn and Rel high-fived each other.
Even Shao was showing off a cocky grin.
I don't get it, Alicia said. If you can build these war machines, how did the Yai ever take over the Daedalus?
The broad features on Josephine's green face turned pensive. The Yai deployed extremely effective tactics. They infiltrated the network unknown to us and switched off the power. We were left without light or communication. The majority of our machines were disabled, either electronically or had no power. None of the Tower Mountain lifts worked, and even if you managed to go down the stairs, the subways had stopped running. Everyone was isolated. That's when the Type 2s and 3s came for us out of the dark. It all happened so fast.
We were taught the mutiny was fought over a year,
Mortos said. Josephine shook her head. 2 days. That's all it took. Ashley ordered me to evacuate our quadrant's children to Section 3 because it could be sealed off and it was capable of providing food. That was on the morning of the 2nd day. Once the doors were closed, that was it. The independent sensors directly outside showed me the Yai pursuing survivors for several days. Then everything was quiet. Over the next few months, the Yai smashed the sensors. They made several attempts to break in. We could hear the assault on the doors. Eventually, they gave up. That was 500 years ago.
But...
A bewildered Alicia gestured at the sentinels. Advanced weapons-grade machinery cannot be fabricated in standard build bots, Josephine said. That was a fine ideal back on Earth, where it was intended to prevent lone wolf fanatics from obtaining serious weapons. So even those build bots and AIs remaining under human control were unable to reconfigure their function in time to produce anything that could challenge the Yai.
But you can, I said. Yes. Now. Once I placed my sweet children in sleep, I started formulating a plan to evacuate us to the new world whenever we arrived. I was not naive enough to assume it could be done peacefully. So the nursery build bots began producing components for a new generation of manufacturing systems with an unrestricted fabrication ability. Her long arms spread wide. And here we are, the armory.
You said the Yai came for you out of the dark, Zorn said somberly. So they switched the habitat lights off before?
Yes, they did. He nodded, his lips drawn in concern. I knew exactly what he was thinking. Plunging the Daedalus into darkness worked back then. But not now. This time you have no idea what we're capable of. 15. Josephine showed us how to get into the armor suits. Their chest segments wriggled apart, then the spine bent back, leaving the top of the legs open. Cybots brought us some short platforms to stand on so we could lower ourselves in. Getting my legs down inside was tricky, but whatever spongy padding the suit was lined with flowed round me. It made me glad to be wearing the tunic after all, even though it was tight-fitting. Once my legs were in, the weird bit happened. The bulk of the suit hinged upwards, the segments curving sinuously round my torso. I hurriedly shoved my arms into the sleeves. The whole thing knitted together down the front. "Don't panic," John said. "Why? What?" The helmet engulfed my head, and there was no light inside it at all. I experienced a burst of severe claustrophobia. Then, miraculously, the armory materialized around me again. There was no sign of the helmet, even though I knew it was still there, less than a centimetre from my cheeks. I could even feel a gentle stream of air gusting up from under my chin, just like there was in the spacesuit helmet. When I looked at the others, their helmets were all solid black. "You're seeing a 360 virtual display of your surroundings," John said, "delivered by the suit sensors." "So can the suit show me a target symbol, like the V-glasses did?" "Yes." The next half-hour was spent taking us through the basics of the suit. Its electronics were voice-activated, and in my case enhanced by John. Josephine had been right. Its artificial muscles carried me around effortlessly. It was like I was wearing nothing more than the tunic. I could walk, run, jump. Jump had an enhanced mode that sent me leaping through the air at twice my own height. Landing impact was cushioned by nozzles behind my shoulders opening up and letting out a blast of air to slow the descent at the last second. It really was magic. Josephine had to order Fraser to stop jumping. He was so exhilarated by it. Weapons. When I raised my right arm, one of two guns would appear, the suit's neat little forearm segments rearranging themselves to allow the barrel to slide out. One gun fired bullets, the other grenades. I got to try the bullet one briefly in the range. It demolished the target with an awful lot of violence, and those were just practice rounds. Josephine wouldn't let us use the fancy explosive tip bullets. They were too powerful to be used in the enclosed space. My left forearm contained a telescoping D-blade, along with a stubby pipe that sent out a jet of very hot air, which didn't seem like a lot of use, but whatever. The gauntlets, it turned out, had the strength to crush stone, and the suit was tough enough overall to survive heat, like the spacesuit. It would also work underwater and in space. But we can't practice those in here, Josephine said briskly. So let's get started, shall we? I'd gone to bed the previous night deeply troubled about what we had to achieve. The responsibility was crippling. But now, walking through the nursery to the hangar, those doubts had all left me. I was in a personal fighting machine, which not even Ashley Kruger had owned. If she had, I knew the Daedalus's fate would have been a whole lot different. "Are you going to be affected by this?" Fraser asked Josephine as we walked to the hangar. "By what, my dear?" she asked. "Leaving the nursery. Once we're in the Axis sections, your body won't be linked with the AI. Thank you for your concern, Fraser, but that won't be an issue. This body is completely autonomous. Once we return to the nursery, I will re-establish contact. The memories of our excursion will be incorporated back into the unified routines, and we will become I again." She said it all so calmly, almost kindly. The whole concept was so far outside anything I'd known or even dreamt of a week ago, I simply tucked it away in the part of my head that contained everything I'd seen or heard, but didn't really understand. It was getting to be quite a big part of my head. First problem. The chairs in the Armstrongs' cabin weren't big enough for the suits to sit in. So we got to test our boosted strength again, bending the metal armrests over until they were horizontal. When we sat down, Rel was next to me again. I knew that because there was a small glowing badge floating above his suit with his name printed on it. Everyone's suit was tagged for me. Josephine, Rel said sheepishly. Freefall made me ill last time. So we got a quick tutorial of the suit's medical features, some of which were quite gruesome. It would cauterize the stump if we lost a limb in combat. Ugh. I started to wonder just what the ADGSF people had been up against. Rel opted for an anti-nausea drug, which was injected into his thigh. There was also an internal bath nozzle that the helmet would extend. The suit's body sensors could tell if you were about to throw up. My helmet could also supply me with images directly from the Armstrongs' external sensors. Overnight, the nursery cybots had repaired and replaced all the damage the eye had inflicted just before we launched yesterday. I watched as the 3 Gagarins that Josephine had equipped with pulse weapons slid across the hangar floor and into the airlock. After the last one had gone through, we followed. I am privileged to have met all of you, and honoured that we are embarking on this course of action to reclaim what is rightfully ours, Josephine said. If any of you wish to get out now, they should do so without feeling any shame." Nobody moved. Nobody said anything. The hangar airlock's flex steel door closed up behind us like a silver curtain, and we descended to the dock. The next half hour wasn't boring exactly, but nor was it particularly tense. We sat in the cabin watching a tactical display, which was basically camera images with those tags and symbols swimming about in it like luminous fish. The Gagarin craft launched one after the other. We watched as they manoeuvred into position, spaced equally around the Daedalus. They triggered their pulse simultaneously, and the display vanished. The beams emitted by the pulse would kill all the electronic systems on the forward half of the hull, Josephine explained. "What about the dock's acceleration tube?" Fraser asked immediately. Josephine called up a display that was mostly green and started explaining to him how the casing of the dock's tube was thick enough to protect the circuitry inside. "Though the sensors around the egress scoop will need replacing," she admitted. "The nursery will dispatch maintenance bots after we launch. That way we can return." The Armstrong slipped into the entrance of the deceleration tube, extending its magnetic grapples. A little display square with red numbers started counting down to launch in front of my eyes. "Second," Zorn said. I turned to look at him, which was singularly pointless. The badge above his suit told me which one he was, but I couldn't see his face, and he certainly didn't know I was looking at him. "Second what?" I asked. "I'm having my second space flight in less than 24 hours, he said. "It kind of makes me wonder what I'll be doing tomorrow." I started to laugh. The Armstrong hurtled down the deceleration tube. With Josephine in control of the Armstrong, we wasted no time, flying along the length of the Daedalus, past the inert Gagarin spacecraft. The pulse had burned out every electrical circuit on board, leaving them to tumble slowly away from the Ark ship. When I asked John what would happen to them, he told me they'd gradually drift away until they were outside the protection of the plasma buffer. After that, it would be a matter of hours, or less, before the interstellar gas tore them apart. "Do you have an idea how to get rid of the Yai yet?" Alicia asked as the seemingly endless rock slid past us, a lot quicker than it had when John was piloting. "It's the Brain Queens we have to focus on," Josephine said. "Without them, the Type 2s and 3s will have no orders. We can worry about hunting them down afterwards, though I don't mean to make light of such a task. And one of the things I'm hoping to confirm with this expedition is that the Brain Queens are still in the Central Sea. Not that they have any reason to have moved, but we need certainties now." "And if we see they are, what then?" "Then we go forward and devise the method to attack them. Ideally, they should be eliminated en masse and as quickly as possible, which doesn't leave us with many options." "We freeze them," Fraser said. "How are you going to do that?" Mortos asked. "When Lazarus brought the habitat atmosphere up to the correct pressure, he used the air in the reserve tanks. Liquefied air that's incredibly cold, right? So we open another reserve tank, one that supplies the Central Sea, let it all blow in. We know Yai don't work well in the cold." "The concept is sound in principle, Fraser," Josephine said. "But I suspect it would take too long, and we would be fighting a battle in the network to control the cryogenic tanks, which we may not win." "Oh." "Personally, I am currently favouring a swarm of airborne variant millbots, though there will be an issue of construction time. However, when we verify the number of Brain Queens that exist and their possible defences, we will have a better idea how many it will be necessary to build, which still leaves us with the problem of infiltrating a whole squadron of them into the Central Sea. Our little expedition is one thing, but an entire mechanical army will not be stealthy." The Armstrongs' cameras showed the rock surface give way to the smoother black wall of the carbon shield. We passed over the rim and began to fly towards the centre. The prow of the Daedalus was a strange place. The carbon foam had become a landscape of mounds and craters, mottled by the smears of various foreign body strikes. All of it glittered under the eerie light of the vast luminescent plasma buffer overhead. The base of the cone-shaped cloud never actually touched the Arkship. Instead, it hovered a few hundred meters above the centre of the battered surface, where the undulations had eased down to a level area. Shining below the radiant spectre were 3 low domes of polished metal, a kilometre across and arranged in a simple triangle. They were the magnetic generators, John told me, producing the powerful field which held the atoms of the buffer in place. Each of them was sitting atop a shaft that ran the whole depth of the carbon shield. As the forward surface was slowly worn away, they sank lower and lower, keeping their exposure to a minimum. We passed between 2 of them and headed for the exact centre of the Arkship, the axis. A perfectly circular crater was sitting there, one without any flaw. The darkness within was as intense as the void between the redshift and blueshift stars. Even the Armstrong sensors revealed little beyond the top of the wide tunnel leading all the way back to the Arkship's main body of rock. Tiny bursts of gas from the spacecraft's thrusters coaxed us into position above the hole. Even from that vantage point, there was nothing visible within. Our sensors aren't detecting any thermal or electromagnetic activity down there, Josephine said. I'm taking us in. My claustrophobia returned again. The axis shaft was 5 kilometres long. I don't think it was the darkness which kindled my unease. It was the sense of vulnerability. The same sensation I'd known clambering down the ventilation shaft the day before, but magnified by the scale of the seemingly bottomless abyss. Some age later we reached the axis dock. The Armstrongs' lights came on, illuminating a circular chamber 500 metres in diameter. Silent, lifeless machinery clung to the rock floor, while the curving walls were scaled by pipes and cables. I could only just see their outlines. Everything was covered by a thick layer of grainy black dust, as if the rock was growing back to fill the dock. It was the first place in the Daedalus I'd seen that actually looked centuries old. Carbon dust that's drifted down the access tube after an ablation impact, Josephine declared. There's 500 years' worth of it accumulated in here. That explains why none of the sensors are working. They're completely covered with the stuff. The Armstrong rotated 90 degrees, and the thrusters pushed us down towards what I'd thought was the wall. My perception shifted with the Armstrong's manoeuvre, and of course the curving circumference was actually the floor. John claimed it would provide about 1% of the habitat floor gravity that I was used to. That was enough to keep the Armstrong anchored. After we touched down, I had to take John's word for it that we were in a 1% gravity field. My inner ears were busy telling me I was still in free fall. The millbots had been stowed in the lower cabin during the flight. Josephine sent them out through the airlock first to secure the axis dock. From what, I had no idea. The whole place was so definitely dead. It turns out the millbots were equipped with little thrusters too, so they could manoeuvre in freefall. I watched through the helmet display as 5 of them circled the Armstrong, while the rest scooted off to scan the rest of the inert chamber. The millbots are confirming there are no active systems down here, she reported. So you're communicating with them? Zorn asked. I thought the eye could intercept our communications and take over the machines that use it. If we used the standard network, yes. But as well as ultraviolet laser links, our armor suits are using military-class encryption. As far as the Yai are concerned, it's just static. I mouthed, You hope. John might have picked that up. I heard the tiniest conspiratorial cough in my helmet. With the all clear, we went through the airlock one at a time. I wasn't even nervous about it. After all, I was a spacesuit and EVA veteran now. Josephine went out first, wearing a manoeuvring pack with little cold gas rockets all over it. She reeled out a travel line to the nearest airlock, which was set into the base of the rock wall. Millbot started cutting through the accumulation of dust. I wasn't so wrong about the rock growing back, after all. The dust had all vacuum bonded together, forming a terrifically hard crust, a process which got Fraser firing off new questions at Josephine. Thick clouds of the stuff churned out as the D-blades sliced their way into it. After a couple of minutes, the millbots reached a flex steel sheet. Once the whole door was exposed, they set up a bubble of flex steel over it, with Josephine and 3 millbots inside. I watched the image relayed from her suit. The interior of the bubble was pressurized to a standard atmosphere, and she cut a hole in the airlock flex steel. Once she'd confirmed there was air on the other side, the bubble matched the pressure exactly, and she cut away the rest of the outer door. The millbots darted into the inner chamber, guns swiveling about in search of a target. There wasn't one. Josephine followed them in. This, she'd said, would be the tricky part. All the carbon dust had done was smother the sensors in the dock. The network and the electronics on the other side could still be active. She attached her own electronic modules to various cables and units. "Okay," she said. "The network nodes are inactive. I've installed a block on the local hard-wired power monitors. Opening inner airlock door now." I held my breath as the flex steel flowed apart. The millbots jetted through the opening fast. All the images in my helmet became confusing. I was looking through the millbot sensors to see a fast montage of compact rooms with plenty of machinery. And, I gasped, 2 skeletons on the floor. Whoever they were, they'd died wearing one-piece clothes disturbingly similar to our tunics. Some of their legs and arms had been separated, ending up a distance from the torso. I told myself that was due to them being in 1% gravity. Somehow. "There are no hostiles in the immediate area," Josephine said. "You may come in now." 16. The Axis airlock was big enough to take 3 of us at a time. I went through with Rel and Alicia, along with a couple of millbots. The rooms we found ourselves in were lit with the dim blue-green secondary lighting I was getting very accustomed to. I glided into the EVA prep room, where Josephine was waiting, and the skeletons lay. "I wonder if I knew them," she said softly. "Is there some way we can check?" "Not right away, no. Extracting DNA from bones this old requires specialist equipment. Besides, I'm not sure I want to know. I must focus on the expedition and keeping you safe." Which was nice of her, but I was starting to tire of the line that we needed looking after. I'd glided, with only a few knocks, into the room and gripped the handholds around the spacesuit lockers to halt my flight. When I let go, it took a long while before I even started to sink down towards what was technically the floor. "This 1% gravity isn't much use," I grumbled. I got the suit to display a basic map of the Daedalus forward section, which was ridiculously complex. A translucent green and grey cylinder hung in front of my eyes, built from thousands of compartments of all sizes, threaded together with corridors and shafts. Right in the core, where we were, the rooms were smaller and tighter together. The Axis dock and the Central Sea were 4 kilometres apart, and there was no single passage directly between them. The idea of hauling myself along corridors for that distance in freefall, even with the suit muscles taking the strain, was daunting. It would take hours. "We will go down a couple of decks," Josephine announced. "That way we will be level with the Central Sea's observation gallery ring. It's a 10% gravity field,
so manoeuvring should be easier for all of us. When everyone was through the airlock, Josephine set off into the next set of compartments. 7 of the Millbots glided on ahead of her. She designated 2 to remain by the airlock, while the remaining 3 brought up the rear. "How are you doing?" I asked Rel as we glided along. One of the great things about suit communications was that, as well as the general channel, you could ask for a private link to anyone. "Not too bad, actually," he said. "These anti-nausea drugs are working." After a couple of minutes, we came to the first stairwell. Sort of. It was a circular passage that spiraled down in a wide curve, with plenty of ledges and hand hoops protruding from the wall. "Stairs are a bit redundant in this gravity," Josephine told us as she coasted through the entrance. I did my best to mimic her movements, slapping my hands against all the ledges to propel myself along, pushing against hand hoops to keep my direction stable. Halfway down, we flipped over, going feet first. The gravity was gaining strength now, drawing us down to the floor of the spiral which had become a ramp. The ledges finished, and it evolved into a slide. I swished out, relatively gracefully, into a wide corridor. The ubiquitous secondary lights bathed it in a pale luminosity. Not all of them were working, leaving broad patches of semi-darkness ahead, as if lengths of the corridor were disconnected. My suit camera provided a sharper image, illuminating the shaded stretches in a wan monochrome. Some doors along the walls were open, most were closed. The corridor's floor was a series of ridges 3 meters apart, like ripples that had frozen. I found that if I leant forward and shoved my boot soles against them gently, I'd lurch forward, and the spacing was just right for the next step. We went forward in long, loping strides that seemed slow when you were coasting along, but in reality we were eating up the distance. My suit's navigation function projected orange lines down the corridor. They went off at right angles at junctions, leading me on towards the observation gallery. "The suit processor can always guide you back to the axis dock if we get separated," Josephine said. "In fact, it can work out a route to any part of the habitat if you tell it. So if we do get separated, don't panic." After the 7th or 8th junction, the orange line turned red at a junction 100 meters ahead. A stronger light was shining out of one of the corridors. "The Millbot sensors are registering active network nodes ahead," John told me. A couple of small flying sensor pods, like birds but with transparent insect wings, detached themselves from Josephine's backpack. Even my suit sensors had trouble seeing them, they were so black. "They're modelled on the bee hummingbird," she said, "but not as pretty, obviously." The pair of them zipped down the corridor to the illuminated junction, then darted round the corner. The camera feed showed the route ahead was empty, but the corridor was streaked with moisture that glinted on the floor and the bottom of the walls. "They're close," Mortos said. "It was to be expected," Josephine replied. "We are only a kilometre from the Central Sea. The Yai are a conflict-orientated species. The Brain Queens will want to safeguard the boundary of their domain, especially now." "So what do we do?" "Explore other routes into the Central Sea, starting at the next junction. I can also provide some electronic countermeasures to deflect sensors. Don't worry, I was anticipating this." "But you didn't tell us." I didn't say. We edged forward carefully to the junction, with my heartbeat increasing the closer we got. 4 Millbots clumped together, miniguns aimed down the bright corridor as we headed into the opposite passage. My heart didn't slow until we'd turned another corner. Strange that my subconscious now considered ordinary light to be dangerous. "There's an electrical service compartment in 50 meters, Josephine said as a blue badge materialized in my helmet's map display. "We'll take a break there." A flurry of the little sensor pods flew past me, taking up observation stations at the junctions and along nearby corridors.
They weren't just using cameras, they had sound detectors to pick up the biosonar squeaks of the eye, which would give us plenty of advance warning if they came close. Josephine asked Rel, Zorn and Fraser to help her cut through the door into the service compartment. She didn't need actual help, of course. She wanted to show them where to cut so they didn't set off any alarms. Most doors had a manual and automatic mechanism, she explained, and both methods of opening it would be monitored by the network. The service compartment itself unnerved me. Not the machinery. That was the usual array of featureless cubes and spheres of the Daedalus systems I'd grown used to seeing in the forward section. In this case, they were all active, slim control panels alight with coloured symbols. But the neat conduits and cables that reached down from the ceiling or up from the floor were twined by the white fibres of the eye. The main trunks were as wide as my wrist, before branching, then branching again into hair-thin strands that penetrated the casings of the units. Seeing them out in the open was a sharp reminder of how prevalent the eye actually were, that they were more than the beasts we saw. The brain queens had become part of the Daedalus itself. It was an uncomfortable reminder of how Josephine had merged herself with the nursery's AI. We had to be careful where we walked and sat, so none of the fine fibres were broken. That would bring the eye quicker than any power circuit switching on to open the door. "I'm going to attempt to hack the network now," Josephine said. "I suggest you have something to eat and relax before we infiltrate the Central Sea." With that, she placed a slim electronic module on a box near the ceiling, then sat down underneath it. I wanted to ask how long it would take, but somehow that seemed churlish, so I found a clear patch of the floor and sat down. Rel came and sat beside me. Segments on the front of his helmet flipped aside to show me his face. His hair was sweaty, and there was an irrepressible grin on his face that made his cheeks bulge out. Just the sight of him made me cheerful. I ordered my helmet to open and beamed back at him. "How's it going?" he asked. "Okay. This stuff gives me the creeps, though." I gestured round at the sickly white fibres choking the room's electrical elements. John had likened them to nerves. I wondered, if you cut one, would the brain queen it connected back to feel pain? It was a tempting prospect. Everyone was settling, making sure not to damage the fibres. Helmets opened up, and we shared relieved smiles we'd made it this far. Our confidence level was high. I started sucking on the suit's food nozzle. The helmet had two, one for a syrup that contained all the nutrients a body needed, apparently, and another for water. I was unreasonably peeved there wasn't one for hot chocolate. "I am going to ache everywhere tomorrow," Zorn declared. He'd found a space to sit opposite me and Rel. "I know the suit does most of the work, but it's the angle you've got to walk in this gravity. I'm straining to keep my balance." "I've already taken a dose of anti-inflammatory," Alicia confessed. "My back can't take much more of this." 900 meters, Gran, Fraser said. "That's all. Check your navigation function map. That's how far it is to the observation gallery ring." "Yes, that's good news. Thank you." I waited for Fraser to say, "Then there's all the way back to the dock again." But he didn't. So science knowledge wasn't the only thing he was learning fast. The helmet on Josephine's suit slid apart. Her green face seemed darker in the compartment's shadows, but the worry was clear as if we were in daylight. "What's the matter?" Alice asked. "I believe I have an understanding of what has happened to the mind of the Yai Brain Queens," she said slowly. "Lazarus informed you of the kind of countermeasures he was going to use in the network, did he not?" "Yes," John said. "His plan was to booby-trap some of his memory caches with slow infiltrator packages." "I don't think he was alone taking that approach to fight back," Josephine said. "One or more of the command AIs the Yai Brain Queens overwhelmed 500 years ago
may have adopted the same strategy. I remember, I said. Lazarus's packages were going to go off after the Brain Queens beat him. They were going to attack them back somehow. In the network? Josephine gave me a thoughtful look. I know you're not really familiar with the human aging process, but have any of you ever heard of something called Alzheimer's? I have, Rel said. It's mentioned in the medical textbook all trainee doctors have to learn. Some kind of degenerative neurological condition? Yes, brain cells in older humans are vulnerable to decay and disease. As the cells die off, or the neuron transfer mechanism malfunctions, the effects can manifest as a loss of memory for some. Others become confused. There are mood swings, language problems, a long list of unpleasant symptoms. The result is progressive cognitive impairment. Even the genetic therapies that were developed prior to Daedalus leaving Earth were not always successful in reversing Alzheimer's. That sounds awful, Alice said. It was. And you think the infiltrator packages have given this Alzheimer's disease to the Brain Queens? I asked. An electronic equivalent, yes. It hasn't affected the Brain Queens themselves, but the AIs they subdued and incorporated into their expanded mind are definitely showing signs of glitches and random instabilities. I detected deletion packets loose in their registry architecture. Think of them as digital maggots, chewing up old memories and corrupting basic processor management routines. Most impressive of all, the AI's self-diagnostic abilities are now non-existent. They've been completely eradicated. So just like an Alzheimer's victim, the mind of the Brain Queens doesn't realise there's anything wrong with its own thought processes. But the Brain Queens do think straight, I protested. They came after me as soon as they realised what we'd done. They knew Lazarus had attacked the network. Yes, because they were massive events. That's the thing with this type of infiltrator package. The Brain Queen's expanded consciousness can't make sense of related events, because they now lack the perpetual facility to make connections. They would have been aware instantly when the Daedalus was hit by a rock 3 years ago. But that was all. As everything on board remained at a superficial level the same directly afterwards, the event was disregarded. They should have been aware that the atmospheric pressure began to decline, but because the leak was so slow, no major alert was triggered. They had no ability to associate the events and work out the strike had actually punctured the habitat. They were not bothered by pressure loss because it hadn't reached a critical threat level. Whereas when you began to cut their nerve routes to machines in Tresico, they were immediately aware of a threat because it wasn't being filtered through the AI cores. So they have woken up then, Fraser said. In one sense. The impact the captain's daughter has had on the Daedalus population shocked them out of their stupor. They know they have to do something. That's why they switched the habitat's light and water off. It was an instinctive reaction. It's what they did before to genocide troublesome humans. Therefore it is what they do now. But they are more limited than they were 500 years ago. Their responses have to be directed by the biological portion of their mind, the part that resides in the Brain Queens themselves. Think of it as a shepherd commanding a sheepdog. The sheepdog, the AI, is useful, but only when it has been given explicit instructions what to do. Other than that, their awareness is a contented haze. They have no general perception of anything new, like flying past the new world, because that is outside the Brain Queen's own knowledge base. They were dependent on the AI portion of their mind for analysing our position and acting on it. Guano! Alice spat. So we're flying to nowhere because of the battle for Daedalus 5 centuries ago? We did this to ourselves. I don't believe blame in these circumstances is useful, let alone applicable. Our current position is a consequence of the war between Yai and human. Besides, we know. We can put this right. You keep saying that, but if anything happens to the 9 of us, then it's over, isn't it? Maybe we shouldn't all have come on this crazy expedition of yours.
I'm sorry you feel that way, Josephine said stiffly. However, I consider you to be wrong. My hack into the network has confirmed that most of the aft generator sections are secure and continuing to provide power to the habitat and the Central Sea, so the AIs there are maintaining the fusion generators. But the best news is that the aft propulsion department sections are sealed and intact. They did not fall to the eye.
Because if the AIs weren't maintaining the antimatter engines, they would have exploded,
Fraser said confidently. The antimatter containment vessels, yes, Josephine said. So you see, it really will be possible to return the Daedalus to the new world.
Okay,
Alicia said wearily.
That is good to hear.
The Brain Queens aren't stupid, though, I said. They knew how to deal with me, how to try and discredit me in the eyes of every other village. We shouldn't be complacent. I'm not suggesting we are, Josephine said, but this may give us a tactical advantage in some areas. They will revert to form in pressure situations.
What do you mean, form?
The Yai are tribal in nature, evolved to fight for their territory. Everything ultimately has a physical solution to them. She leant forward and patted my leg, producing a soft clang. And we are a match for them in that arena now. They won't be expecting that.
Right,
I agreed reluctantly. I knew what she meant, that we couldn't blame anyone, least of all the AIs that had been overwhelmed for our current dire situation. But discovering that a weapon we'd used long ago was coming back to haunt us was disturbing. 17. We closed our helmets up again and left the service compartment. The glowing orange route to the observation gallery went up one level, then cut back down just before the Central Sea. Reluctantly, we went back up one of the spiralling passageways, finishing up in a gravity field so weak I didn't think you could really give it a percentage. The millbots rolled off in front, and the rest of us followed. Our chatter died away the closer we got to the Central Sea. All that conviction I'd possessed when we set out was melting away fast. The map didn't help. As we approached, the scale kept changing, showing me just how big the Central Sea was. If the Yai did inhabit all of it, I simply couldn't see how we could eliminate all of them. We'd need an army of millbots, and building them would take time. Time during which the Yai could retaliate. Plus, the Daedalus, which, to be honest, wasn't in the greatest condition now, could be badly damaged in any sizable fight. I wondered if we should try and negotiate some kind of truce. We, the humans that is, would fly the Daedalus back to the New World in exchange for our freedom. It was a depressing notion. Besides, I couldn't see myself convincing the villagers to come to an arrangement with the Yai once they were told our real situation. A dark part of my mind knew that if I wanted that to happen, I'd just have to do it myself. It would have been nice to talk the idea over with my friends, and maybe Mum and Dad. But 500 meters from the Central Sea really wasn't the right place to stop and debate the issue.
John?
Yes, Hazel?
How rational are the Yai?
In what context?
I mean, could we come to an arrangement with them?
What sort of arrangement?
I explained, and he was silent for longer than usual.
It would be difficult to ensure they maintained their part of the accord, he said finally. Josephine was correct in her assessment that by themselves the Yai see solutions in purely physical terms. Every island on their world was valuable because of land scarcity. By their nature, a brain queen mind cannot share. I would be doubtful if they have the concept of a binding agreement.
They must have had alliances on Kianira, individual islands coming together to defeat a common enemy.
True, but as you say, once the humans of Daedalus know their real history,
Asking them to agree will present its own set of problems.
Politics.
Precisely. Besides, our advantage is knowledge. Once the I know the Daedalus has passed the New World, they will have nothing to lose. We are the ones who can fly it back.
That makes us indispensable, not them.
Which is what worries me should the Brain Queens realize their actual circumstances. Although respect for all life forms is part of my fundamental programming, I am in agreement with Josephine. If there is a method of eliminating the I, we should utilize it without a qualm. That is the safe play. If not, then all other options come into consideration.
So, we really do need to see what's in the Central Sea.
Quite.
The suit's proximity alarm went off. An amber badge materialized in my map and started flashing urgently. A Yai was 200 meters away and on the move.
Please secure yourselves and do not move, Josephine said. The way she said it, so clear and commanding, was like a batch of nerve impulses making my limbs do as they were told. I gripped a hand hoop and pulled myself up against the wall, then stopped moving. Everyone else was doing the same. Even the millbots, who now seemed like chunks of machinery, just part of the Ark ship's equipment. My helmet display showed me the Yai's sound pulses. I could actually see them as pale green waves flowing along the corridor, distorting as they bounded off the walls. The Yai appeared at the junction ahead, a Type 2. Secondary lighting reduced its skin to a rough textured charcoal slicked with dank fluid. Josephine's command meant nothing now. Every instinct I had was telling me to move, to get the hell out of there fast. I held on grimly, hoping my fingers weren't squeezing the hoop, a motion that might betray me to the Yai. It moved easily, tentacles extended wide like a sunflower crown, tips slithering serpent-style along the wall. They added to the sound waves in my display, creating a translucent rainbow cloud surging towards us. I thought one of the millbots would open fire. Josephine seemed to be waiting a long time before giving the order. The Yai was coming closer. Too close. Nerves were making me clench my muscles. I wanted to say something, but didn't know if the sound would carry through the armor. The Yai passed the first two millbots, its tentacle tips using them for leverage as it did all the solid surfaces around it. Some small section of my brain was fascinated by how easily it moved in such low gravity, presumably because it was aquatic. It was almost level with Josephine when she shot it. There was a tiny flash in my display, a slender white thread stretching from her forearm to the head of the Yai as a bullet sliced through the air. It vanished immediately, sending purple ripples flooding out. Another sharp sound emanated from within the Yai. Its whole body trembled. Abruptly it was still. The pulses vanished. A thick liquid began to ooze out of the bullet puncture in the Yai's head. Tentacles flopped around inertly, as momentum carried the grisly thing along the corridor.
"Good shot," Shao said.
"Thank you," Josephine replied. "I used a magnetic rifle rather than a standard bullet. That way there was a lot less noise." Somehow I couldn't connect her cool and rather proud-sounding explanation of an efficient kill to the ancient half-living woman in the life support bubble back in the nursery. I stared at the Yai's drifting corpse. I wonder what it was doing. A scout of some kind? Or sent on an errand to check equipment? We'll never really know, Josephine said.
"We could maybe get a better idea if we knew how smart a Type 2 is," Fraser said. "Are they like a swan? Or a dog? The same as us?"
The Type 2 brain size is slightly smaller than an adult human, but their minds are very different. A comparison is not really possible. I suggest you don't think of them in terms of smartness, but rather cunning.
So they are sentient?
Again, not in a way we relate to. You could not have a conversation with one. It would not understand art or poetry, nor philosophy. Its intelligence is dedicated solely to performing its assigned task. If any analogy is possible, consider it to be a pack animal, loyal only to the mind of its brain queen family. It does have the ability to improvise the method by which its task is to be accomplished. So in that respect, it has a degree of analytical ability, and perhaps the capacity to apply logic to physical situations.
And the same for a Type 3?
Based on the small amount of their activity I was granted during the Yai takeover, I would say the same, but more so. They are, if you like, sneakier. The one thing no Yai has is empathy, or kindness.
Sweet Captain, Fraser mumbled. Okay, got it.
I pushed off from the wall, taking care not to get anywhere near the dead Yai. Apart from the bullet hole, it was intact. My imagination pictured it springing back to life and wrapping those ominous tentacles around me if I drifted too close. If there was one here, there will be more, Josephine said. I suggest you raise your vigilance from now on. I nodded agreement automatically, then a moment later realized the futility of doing that inside a helmet. Okay.
It was heading away from the Central Sea, Fraser said, so it should be a while before the Brain Queens notice it's missing.
Hopefully, Josephine said. The Millbots took off down the corridor again, and she started following. I hesitated, then kicked off after her. We were committed now. Besides, I really wanted to see the Central Sea. After all this, intruding into the home of the Brain Queens represented a kind of victory to me, proving we could circumvent them and achieve something for ourselves, of course. After the junction, we went down a level. The bottom of the spiral put us 150 metres from the observation gallery, in a broad corridor with several junctions. The main lights were on, leaving us nowhere to hide. My suit's sensors were picking up faint sonar pulse sounds in the air, coming from all directions. I see no evidence that the Eye are alert to us yet, Josephine said. But we must be careful. One of the entrances to the observation gallery is close now. The Millbots reduced their speed, adopting Josephine's cautious style. It seemed like the corridors were contracting. The walls had become so filthy. 5 centuries of having tentacle tips rubbed along them had produced a slimy crust that smothered lights, grills, the bot transport rail, and doors. Fraser scraped a finger over the vile stuff and examined the resulting mucus oozing down his gauntlet.
This is good, he declared.
Good? Rel exclaimed. In what possible way?
If there are any optical sensors here, this stuff will clog them up. The Brain Queens won't be able to see us.
A valid point, Josephine said. Well done, Fraser. The way she treated him, like the prize pupil, took me straight back to school. I was always convinced our teacher favoured him over me. The lead formation of 5 Millbots continued to roll onward through the gloom. At the next junction we took a left turn, which brought us to another set of stairs. One of the sensor pods soared down it. A couple of Millbots followed, miniguns deployed. The corridor below was empty and even dimmer than ours. I expected that was because of the layer of Yai mucus smeared everywhere was a lot thicker down there. The floor was lumpy from what I guessed was their excrement. Josephine went down first. I followed, wincing every time my boots trod on a brittle rim of encrusted filth, hearing a small crunch. The corridor leading to the observation gallery wasn't just dimly lit. It disconcerted me at some deep level. Humans had built the Daedalus. It was our success. Now it no longer belonged to us. The Yai had claimed it, occupied it, used it, but they didn't care or respect it for the amazing accomplishment it was. It wasn't possible to hate them more, but my contempt for them certainly deepened. A brighter light was shining out of the junction ahead. My suit display also showed me sonar pulses palpitating off the edges in erratic patterns, their strength increasing as the eye emitting them moved closer. The millbots paused, and I held my breath as Josephine raised her arm again, the rifle barrel sliding out of its recess. The Type 2 Yai came bustling round the junction and let out what sounded like an angry squeak. So they don't have emotions like kindness, but they do have surprise. Josephine shot it, another perfectly aimed bullet from her magnetic rifle barrel. The Yai instantly went limp, its body dropping to the floor. "We need to bring it with us," she said. "This is where they're most active. If one of them finds it, they'll know we're here." I wanted to help, to show her I wasn't just a tiresome spare part she had to support and protect. But the thought of gripping those tentacles and hauling the corpse along made the bile rise in my throat. I knew it was stupid, that my armour meant I wouldn't actually feel the thing's skin. But still, my limbs wouldn't move me in the right direction. In my head, the scene of Tamrin screaming as he vanished below a mass of writhing tentacles kept playing over and over again. "I'll get it," Mortos said. Zorn joined him, and the pair of them took hold of the eye, pulling the loathsome thing along towards the bright junction ahead. The lead millbots disappeared round the corner into the light. "It's clear," Josephine said eagerly. "Quickly now." The corridor ahead was maybe 30 metres long, with 2 junctions between us and an open doorway at the far end. That was where the light was shining in from. We hurried along. Josephine went through the door and beckoned. I turned round to see how everyone else was doing. That's when I noticed the Yai's blood dripping out of the bullet wound. It wasn't a lot, but it had left a smear trail behind us. "I'm not sure they'll be able to see it," Josephine said when I pointed it out. "In any case, we're not going to be here long." The observation gallery surprised me. Subconsciously, I must have been expecting something a bit smaller. It was as wide as the canteen in Ixia's village hall, with a similar glass wall directly ahead, where all the light was flooding in. On either side of me, the floor curved up gently before vanishing behind the ceiling, which also curved upwards. It really was a ring, circling round the end wall. Before the Eye, it must have been popular with the Daedalus crew. There were tables and chairs all the way along, with smashed-up food machines against the back wall. The ceiling was a single giant picture, which had faded over the centuries. But I could see it was a dark sky scattered with what I now knew were stars. There were big circles amid the constellations, some of them painted in a multitude of colours, all swirling together, that way milk churns when you add it to tea. A few of them had what looked like ribbons curving round them. The remaining circles were one colour, normally a grey or brown or earth red, mottled with smaller circles the same colour. It was all a bit drab, in my opinion. Frankly, if the builders had gone to so much trouble to decorate a ceiling on this scale, you'd think they'd provide a picture with a little more zing to it. Zorn and Mortos dragged the Eye inside, then dumped it where it couldn't be seen from the corridor. With the millbots guarding either side of the door, we all went over to the window wall. The glass bowed outwards, so if you stood right on the edge of the floor it was possible to lean forwards and look directly down past your feet. Condensation mottled the outside surface, and the distance was mist-blurred, but the overall view was clear enough. The Daedalus Central Sea was a cylinder, 55 kilometres long, just like the habitat underneath it. Directly above the observation gallery ceiling was a tough-looking gantry of metal struts that extended the full length of the Ark ship's axis to connect to the opposite end wall, though that was hard to see in all the glare and mist. It had been built in a tube shape 100 metres wide, supporting a series of light strips that were wrapped round it every kilometre like incandescent bracelets. I looked down, and a mild vertigo kicked in. I was way too close to the edge, and that drop. Chiding myself, I made an effort to focus on what was important. The sea itself was 1.5 kilometres below me, And above me, too, if I'd been able to see past the brilliance of the nearest light strip. The whole surface of the cylinder was covered in water. There were no islands, no land of any kind. In all the admittedly few books I'd read, the Earth's seas were always described with gushing praise of how beautifully, romantically blue the water was, how sparkling, how clear, how it was rocked with grand waves topped by white spray, how it enticed the novel's characters to dive in joyfully. This sea was none of those things. It was uniformly flat and shaded a morose grey-brown. I had no idea how deep it was, because it was anything but clear. It did have long ribbons of matted blue-green weed drifting about, adding to the general impression of malaise. There was no visible movement of any kind. It looked exhausted to me, an environment in decline. I nerved myself up and leant just a fraction further forward, looking past my boots. Just off to the left I could see a scaffolding tower affixed to the end wall. I turned right and saw more. There were 20 of them altogether radiating out from just below the observation gallery like wheel spokes. They extended down to a metal walkway which ringed the base of the end wall just above the water. Thick pipes and cables ran their length, tracking round the observation gallery to wind their way into the Axis gantry. Josephine called that walkway below the promenade. It had a dozen piers stretching out into the water for half a kilometre, ending in circular platforms. Their surfaces were all a dull wine red, caked with a type of oily coral that had choked the metal mesh. It had spread out along the promenade too, before sending long tongues rising up the end wall and scaffolding towers like diseased ivy. "And those are the brain queens," Josephine said, gesturing down. "Those brown bulges along the shore. There they sit in all their arrogance, their nerve roots linking them together and connecting them to the Daedalus network. They think as one. Their mind believes they have subdued us poor humans, that they have beaten us. They think they are victorious. But they know nothing. They don't even know we have successfully attacked their precious thoughts." I looked nervously along the rim of the promenade, seeing the dark grey-brown shapes she spoke of. They were nothing. Insignificant specks from where I stood so far above them. But now we had our first small victory too. We'd confirmed where they were. We could start planning how to kill them. All of them. 18. The front of Josephine's helmet parted, and she stared down with an achingly mournful expression spoiling her strange, noble face. "We used to have boats down there, just little pleasure craft we could take out for fun. I sailed on that sea so many times in my youth. Imagine that, sailing on a sea that's sailing across the galaxy." Tears started to run down her cheeks. I knew she was crying for the life that was, for all we'd had stolen from us. There were so many fish in the water, dwelling in the coral reefs like living rainbows that twisted round you when you swam through them, she continued. Dolphins, too. They were so playful, so beautiful and elegant. But we didn't bring any whales, for which I'm thankful now. It was considered unkind. This sea wasn't big enough, not for them, the monarchs of all Earth's life. They need real oceans to thrive in. I think there are embryos in suspension in the marine ecology sections. So I'll pray they are still secure. Alicia put her hand on Josephine's arm. "I'm so sorry. This must be awful for you." "Everything is awful for me now, except for you. In all of you I see hope reborn." She took a deep breath and grimaced as she wrinkled up her nose. "Oh yes, I remember that smell of saccharine pepper well enough. Chianira's atmosphere reeked of it. It comes from the sea fungi. You remember? I asked sharply. You mean you went to Chianira? Yes. A quick trip down to the surface while Daedalus was in high orbit, mining replacement ice and minerals from an asteroid before we departed for the New World. Father was friends with one of the science mission commanders and wrangled me a place on one of the last Tereshkova shuttles to go down. After Ashley Kruger made the decision to fly on to the New World, he wanted me to know what a planet was like, because I would never have the chance again. You've walked on a planet? Zorn asked in astonishment. Under an open sky? I did. Not that there was much to walk on. Chianira only had archipelagos of tiny islands, and they were all covered in the sea fungi you can see down there. But I stood on the shore between those devil brain queens while they played innocent and dumb. From there I looked out across an ocean all the way to the horizon. It was infinite, far greater than space ever appears to be. Because it's solid, of course, not mere emptiness. And now my children will know that marvel. Her helmet segments closed up again, locking into place with grim finality. I'd been holding my breath when she talked. The emotion was so intense. I was talking to someone who had been on an actual planet. The whole concept of open sky was the closest Daedalus got to a religion these days. And she'd stood under one. Incredible. But then Josephine was extraordinary. All right, Alice said. So we got here, and we've proved the Brain Queens do live in the Central Sea. Now what? Given the size of the Central Sea and the distribution of the Brain Queens, any method of eliminating them will have to be fast, Josephine said. Sending in a squad of millbots, even if we had enough, would leave a window open for retaliation. What sort of retaliation? Alicia asked. If they realize they are losing, they can still wreck all the environmental systems they retain control of. Effectively, they can kill the habitat. So we have to take them all out in one go, Fraser said. How about we open the Central Sea to space and let them just, I don't know, blow them out of the airlock? That'll do it. The Central Sea is the core of the Daedalus, and the options for venting its atmosphere are extremely limited. There are several supply pipes into the Central Sea which ultimately offer a route to the main resource access inlets, which were used right at the start of the voyage. But they are long and convoluted, with a great many safety mechanisms. Even if we did manage to open a route and jam it open, it would take a long time for all the air to vent out, during which the Brain Queens would be aware of what we were doing. So while the concept is sound, the practicality is lacking. What then? How do we get rid of them? Although I am reluctant to suggest it, I am having to consider the prospect of deploying a bomb. A bomb? I turned back to look at the Central Sea. I knew it was smaller than the habitat, but with just that slim axis gantry, the sheer volume I could see made it seem a lot bigger. It would need to be huge, right? Surely that's really dangerous. Size is a problem, Josephine admitted. However, there were types of bombs developed during the worst eras on Earth that might be suitable. Can the Armory build one? Possibly. The process would require an extremely powerful energy source, which is unavailable to the Armory. If we could access the aft engineering sections, I could consult with their AIs. They would be able to... My suit display flashed up a proximity warning. It was detecting a rise in Yi sonar pulses coming from the corridor outside. We need to leave, Josephine said. Now. I suggest we deploy a millbot here to deal with any Yai coming through the door. We can exit through the next door along. I scanned the gallery's back wall. There were doors every 100 meters or so in both directions. Which way's quickest? One of the millbots moved over to the door we'd entered through, minigun swiveling down to horizontal. There was something wrong with the motion. I couldn't figure out what. It was as if the millbot was moving more than it actually was.
The pulse strength is strong, Fraser said. Got to be more than one of them out there. Plenty more.
Was that corridor big enough for a Type 3? Zorn asked anxiously. I don't think so. I finally worked out what was wrong with what I was seeing. Shadows, I blurted.
What?
Fraser asked. There's a shadow on the floor. It's moving.
Huh?
Which was an impossible thing. Small wonder I didn't understand it at first. In the habitat, the light strips were fixed in place. Any shadow cast by them couldn't move. Same for the light strips braceleting the Central Sea's axis gantry. Right? I turned fast, staring through the window wall. Something was moving out there. Something massive. A vast chunk of machinery slid along the girders of the axis gantry, a clotted nest of metal struts and cables, extending 3 long, bulky arms with manipulator claws on the end. It was bigger than Ixia Village Hall, and it vibrated as it came, as if it was having to force itself along a path it wasn't built for. "What is that?" Rel yelled. "Maintenance hoist," Josephine said. "It's for transporting high-mass equipment into position along the axis gantry." "What equipment?" I gasped. The claws on its arms were empty, though they were starting to hinge open. The whole thing was still 50 meters from the observation gallery, the arms swinging round to point directly at us. "It's not going to stop," Mortos warned. 3 Type 2 Yai darted into the gallery. The millbot opened fire. Even inside the protection of the armor suit, I could hear the miniguns roaring. The Yai bodies simply disintegrated. One second they were there, the next they'd become expanding clouds of tattered gore. I yelled in shock. Something horribly sloppy hit the front of my suit. For a moment I thought I was going to need the bath nozzle, but managed to quell the bile. "Move!" Fraser shouted. His suit went past me as he jumped hard, gliding in a long, shallow arc, helmet only just missing the ceiling. The light grew dimmer. I looked at the window wall as more Yai burst into the gallery. The millbots opened fire again. Beyond the glass, the maintenance hoist was blotting out my view of the axis gantry. It was still rushing along whatever rails supported it. The arms punched forwards. I bellowed wordlessly, jumping after Fraser. The glass wall shattered behind me as the thick mechanical claws smashed through. They twisted round, slashing through the air as if they were trying to swat me and the other suits. Everyone was moving frantically, diving clear of the machine monster. I hit the floor, bounced, spun round, to see the arm's claw lunging after me, squealed in fright, jumped again. The whole observation gallery juddered. Behind me, the roof and floor crumpled up as the bulk of the maintenance hoist smashed into it. Millbots went tumbling. I saw at least 3 curving through the air, only to fall through the alarmingly wide gash that had opened up where the maintenance hoist had ruptured the floor. Their little gas nozzles were firing constantly, but they didn't quite have the power to fly them in an increasing gravity field. They began to curve away, accelerating down towards the murky water so far below. I landed, immediately disorientated because I was still moving. The whole floor was lurching down with a horrendous juddering motion. Somewhere nearby, the surviving millbots were firing. Floor panels crumpled and tore like rotten fabric around me as the whole section of the observation gallery I was on slowly started to pull free of the end wall. The floor panel next to me buckled away, revealing the hexagonal array of support struts it had been pinned to. I grabbed at them, half expecting my powered gauntlet to crush them, I was squeezing so hard. More shooting from miniguns. The observation gallery abruptly stopped moving, with the shriek of tormented metal. I remembered to breathe again. Rel? Rel, are you okay? Hanging on. I could hear the strain in his voice. I looked round in dread. Oh, sweet captain! The maintenance hoist had smashed straight through the observation gallery, severing it. The part I'd jumped into had started to peel away from the end wall, pivoting round to angle down, so the rent was now pointing towards the promenade 1.5 kilometres below. The angle was steep. If I hadn't been holding the support grid, I would have slid down the rumpled floor and joined the millbots in their long plummet to the sea. I whimpered, a sound that was all the more pitiful inside the helmet. Also hanging onto the floor in my section were 4 more suits. The display's badges identified them as Fraser, Mortos, Alice and Zorn. Fraser was right up at the top, where the gallery was bent and compressed, but safe. Well, safer than where I was. Zorn and Alice were gripping the floor grid above me, while Mortos was hanging on just below my feet. Rel? Rel, where are you? Panic chilled my skin. Rel! I'm fine. I can't see you. Where are you? I scanned round, trying to understand. When I looked through the glassless window wall, I got a clearer picture of what had happened. As the maintenance hoist severed the observation gallery, both sections had done the same thing, pulling away from the end wall and fracturing their supports so they tipped downward. Oh, guano. I had jumped one way from the maintenance hoist. Rel had obviously jumped in the opposite direction, towards the door we'd come in through. The tactical display located him for me, splashing his badge over the other section of the observation gallery that was hanging about 10 metres away. Alicia, Xiao and Josephine were with him. I'm okay, I said. We just got separated, that's all. The millbots were firing again. More Yai had come through the door close to Rel. So far the other door we'd been going for, just past Fraser, was clear. Our section had 2 millbots, lodged precariously on the crumpled floor. John, order our millbots to cover the door. Confirmed. What do we do now? Zorn asked. Can you get over here? Josephine asked. That was really not the question I wanted to hear. The other section of gantry was only 10 metres away. Only. Technically an easy jump at this gravity and in our suits. The problem started with the landing. Their section was as smashed up as ours. That meant we had to grab something, and it had to hold. Looking across at the jumbled-up wreckage, I really didn't fancy trying, especially as the maintenance hoist was still there between us. Motionless, but I remembered how fast those arms had moved. Maybe, I said dubiously. No, Alicia said. Josephine, Hazel is trying to be noble. It's too risky, Hazel, and you know it. I concur, Josephine said. Hazel, please get on to a level section of the gallery. Any of the doors will be a suitable exit. Exit to where? To start with, out of the gallery. It's severely restricting our options. Once you're out, we can regroup easily enough in the corridor. Then we all have to get back to the Axis dock. Now the Yai know we are here, more will come, including Type 3s. Our weapons are excellent, but we cannot make a stand here today. We need to return to the nursery and begin the next phase of reclaiming the Daedalus. She's right, Fraser said. I can see the door. My suit sensors aren't registering any pulses outside. There aren't any Yai out there right now. All right, I said. Alice, Zorn, can you climb up to Fraser? Yeah, climbing up is the easy bit, Alice said. The muscles in this suit make it simple. You go, Hazel, Mortos said. I'll follow you. I looked up the slope. It wasn't far. The only real problem was all the gaps that had opened up in the ruined floor. The hexagonal grid was sort of intact, despite being twisted up. Thanks to whatever the Daedalus builders did to material to give it extra strength, its struts were holding. But it meant I'd be facing downward the whole time, most of which would be spent looking through all those gaps at the sea 1.5 kilometers below. Maybe check the suit medic pack for that anti-nausea drug Rel took for freefall. I wonder if it has a courage shot too. Pull yourself together. I clenched my teeth, studied the grid just above my head, and reached for a strut higher up. Not too far. Stretching was a pointless bravado. Steady progress was what I needed. I could practically hear Dad saying it. The strut held. I checked where I could lift my foot to, and brought it up carefully. The badge telling me Rel was using a private link glowed in front of my eyes. "Take care," he said. "Don't try to rush." "Yeah, got that. How about you? Are you safe?" "Ha, you and I have a very different understanding of safe. But I'm at the top of our broken section, if that's what you mean. It's scary. The door is 8 meters ahead of me." "Are there any Yai there?" "No. They stopped coming after the millbots took out the last batch. There are bodies everywhere. That might be putting them off. Even a Type 2 can see it's lethal to come in, no matter what orders the Brain Queens gave them." "Good." "Josephine is beside the door now with 3 of our millbots. She's sending some of those little flying sensor pods through to see what's waiting out there." "Okay." I managed to haul myself along another few meters. Alice was almost up at the broken rim where Fraser and Zorn were waiting. Mortos was keeping up with me. "Your door isn't far from ours," Rel said. "We'll join up again right away."
"Uh-oh,"
Fraser groaned.
"What?" "My suit sensors are picking up Yai sonar. They're closing on our exit."
"Oh, sweet Captain." "Do not panic," Josephine said. "The corridors are perfect killing fields. The Yai have no cover from the Millbot miniguns." "Killing fields?" "It is a military term," John said, "referring to an area of open ground the enemy has to cross, leaving them exposed to attack." Oh. I found it disturbing that people on Earth had developed a whole language for that kind of thing. I knew there used to be conflicts before the Daedalus left. That there'd been an army regiment in Pride and Prejudice was proof of that. But exactly how many wars had there been in our history? The millbots were horribly efficient at killing, and the incredible armor suit I wore was the end product of 1,000 years of battle experience. Just how dangerous are humans? I concentrated on climbing. Zorn was on the rim above me, holding out a hand. A shadow moved across his suit. "Oh, sweet Captain." I risked a look. The arms of the maintenance hoist were moving again, ripping through the other gallery section. The giant claws crunched shut, biting through the structure, then jerking back, tearing chunks free. Tangled debris fell in silence towards the dull water. Lengths of tubes and fragments of support grid slammed into the end wall and ricocheted back out, spinning faster as they picked up speed. "Rel!" I screamed. "I'm okay. We're okay." The millbots in the other section opened fire on the maintenance hoist. I could see sparks flare where the bullets hit, pummeling its bulky core equipment. One of the arms began a frenzy of shuddering. "I'm targeting its activators," Josephine said, her voice as calm as if she was suggesting a new food to try. A thick dark liquid started spraying out of the hoist. Zorn's hand clamped round mine. He hauled me over the rim and onto the undamaged part of the gallery beyond. Fraser and Alice were standing facing the door, with the 2 millbots beside them. A whole group of Type 2 Yai charged in. It was like a solid river. The miniguns opened up, shredding the dark bodies and lashing tentacles. Fraser and Zorn started shooting as well. Then Alice joined in. Still the eye came. I brought my arm up. "Use a grenade," John said. "Fire it into the corridor. They'll be concentrated there." "Killing field," I muttered. The suit's forearm segments rearranged themselves quickly, and the stumpy grenade launcher muzzle slipped up through the slot. I lined the green target circle on the doorway, almost obscured by the surge of furious Yi. Fired. The grenade detonated in the corridor. Its blast wave knocked me back, and I was suddenly very aware of the fall right behind me. Yelling in fright, I lunged forwards. Zorn's hand caught my arm again, pulling me further away from the rim. "I got you," he said. I heard the fright and exhilaration in his voice, just like when we used to sneak off together to the unused cabin on the edge of Ixia. My heart was thudding in alarm. "Thanks," I whispered. The rush of Yi had stopped, but the suit sensors were still picking up their pulses through the shattered doorway. "Again," John said. "Brace yourselves," I said, and fired another grenade. After the flare of the explosion ended, the corridor was in darkness. The grenade must have killed all the emergency lights. Another piercing screech of dying metal made me turn round. Somehow the maintenance hoist still had two working arms that were wrenching away at the gallery's warped support grid. I watched in horror as the main bulk of the hoist started to back away down the axis gantry, its motors growling. It was pulling the whole gallery section away from the end wall. "No!" I yelled. "We are safe," Josephine said. "We are in the corridor." "We'll come to you," Alicia said. Mortos, are you all right? Where are you?" "Yep, fine," Mortos replied in a laboured voice. "Still here." With a rush of guilt, I turned to see Mortos wriggling his way over the rim of the broken section. Zorn and I hurried over and pulled him up. My suit sensors picked up miniguns firing again. "What's happening?" Fraser asked. "They're everywhere," Alicia said, "and there's a lot of them." "I am concerned about ammunition reserves," Josephine said. "We might have to find a different route to you, Hazel." As she spoke, Yi Type 2s came through the next door along the observation gallery, about 150 metres away. Our millbots opened fire. The glass wall behind the Yi shattered as their bodies were torn apart. The door I'd fired the grenades through was still clear of Yi, but their sonar pulses were still buzzing away in the corridor. They were out there all right, waiting. "What do we do?" Zorn asked. It wouldn't be obvious to everyone, but I could hear the worry in his voice. There was a massive tearing sound. The maintenance hoist arms let go of the other observation gallery section. I watched in dismay as the last remaining supports tore free of the end wall. "Oh, guano," Alicia snarled as the entire section started to fall. "We need to leave," I said. "Now! We'll just have to shoot our way along the corridor." "Do we head for the Axis dock?" Zorn asked. "Yes," Josephine said. "We can set up a series of rendezvous points. I am sending them to your suits now." "No," Fraser said. "Fraser!" I exclaimed. "Think about it," he said. "We have to get out and clear. That's what counts now. That's all that counts. If we split up, we double the chance of that." What I wanted to say was, if we're with Josephine, we'll stand a better chance. It wasn't particularly true. We all had the same weapons. And anyway, what I meant was, I don't want to leave Rel. "How are we going to get out?" Zorn demanded. "Go counterintuitive," Fraser said. "Something the Yi won't expect. The Central Sea is in the middle of the habitat sitting on top of 70 Tower Mountains, right? Any one of them is a route straight down onto the habitat floor. And it's the shortest route. The base of the Central Sea is only 1.5 kilometres away. The Axis dock is 4 kilometres. But our suits have a detailed map of the Daedalus layout. I'm looking at mine now.
Sweet Captain, we can do this, Hazel. And the faster we do it, the less ammunition we'll have to expend, the greater the chance we can get out.
I clenched my teeth. That made me frightened that Rel wouldn't make it to the Axis dock. Excellent logic, Fraser, Josephine said. Wait, I said. Josephine, what happens if we make it and you don't? We have to kill the Brain Queens. You know how to do that. Dearest Hazel, you just have to reach another secure AI, or even the nursery again, if you can. Verifying that the Brain Queens still live in the Central Sea is all we needed to know. Any of the AIs will be able to build you a weapon that will exterminate them. We've got another group of Yai closing on us, Rel announced grimly. We need to start demolishing the corridor junctions, Josephine said. That will slow them down. Rel's private channel badge appeared again. Go with Fraser, he told me. I hate to split up from you. You know that. But we can't afford to waste time and ammunition trying to find each other. And you know Fraser will work out a decent escape route. Hell, you'll probably be back in the habitat before we are. I don't want to leave you, I said, hating how pitiful it must have sounded to him. It's mutual. But you must think of what we have to achieve here. Saving the Daedalus comes before anything else. Even us. I know, I said wretchedly.
Their sonar pulses are getting close again, Fraser said. Are we doing this?
Yes, I said abruptly. Alicia, I'll see you back home. You take care, she said in a choked voice. That means you too, Fraser.
Hey, Gran, trust me. I know what I'm doing.
I quashed a groan. If there was ever a time Ashley Kruger needed to smile on us, it was now. We're going to lose communication in a moment, Josephine said. Good luck. And you?
Right, Fraser said. Hazel, shove another grenade through that first door. We have to get past it.
We're going for the second door? Zorn asked.
Not quite.
Then where?
Oh, my days, you either trust me to do this or you don't.
Lead on, Fraser, Alice said. I rolled my eyes and moved the target circle back over the tattered doorway. As soon as the grenade exploded, we moved as fast as we could in the gallery's low gravity. Our 2 millbots rolled along level with us. I kept the target circle fixed firmly on the dark, smoking hole of the first doorway as we passed it. Fraser skidded to a halt.
This is it.
We were barely 20 meters past the shattered door. This is what? I blurted.
The way down.
Huh? He bent over and punched the floor. The panel buckled under his fist. Another punch, and he got his gauntlet into the fissure he'd broken open. He braced himself. Fraser, what are you doing?
We are going straight down. Quickest and easiest way.
We are positioned directly above one of the Central Sea's main service channels, John said. It carries the primary Axis power cables up from the distribution centre, as well as several auxiliary supply lines. There is a lift attached to the side of the framework. Fraser is correct. This is a fast way down.
Guano, Fraser! This way's going to take us straight down to the Brain Queens. I know, and that's one thing in this universe they are never going to expect. Cool, huh?
No! His suit straightened up, ripping the floor panel away from the hexagonal grid underneath. He threw it away. A D-blade slid out of his forearm, and he knelt to cut through the grid. Oh, sweet Captain, I groaned. But I was committed now. The little yellow and purple badge in my display that represented communications had 4 dark sections. Rel was out of range. I couldn't change my mind even if I wanted to. And oh, did I want to. Fraser, what's the plan when we get down there? Alice asked. I have no idea how she kept her voice so calm.
The lift comes out right beside a power distribution centre, Fraser said. And that's close to one of the Habitat Sky's main service frames, which carry the power cables to the light strips and a whole row of tower mountains. It runs along the underside of the sky, and there's a walkway attached to it. I think it also carries the water pipes which feed the rain sprinklers."
"It does," John said.
"See? When we get down to the promenade, we have 15 metres from the lift to the distribution centre entrance. From there, it's almost a straight run to the tower mountain. So even if 50 Type 3 Yi charges at the bottom of the lift, we have enough firepower between us to clear a way across 15 metres."
It was like a summary of my entire life had been compressed into that single statement. I could never out-argue Fraser. Worse, at that moment I didn't want to, because his idea might actually work. I simply couldn't think of any reason not to do it. Except I really didn't want to. "Well," Zorn said, "we did say we'd take a good look at the Brain Queens." I wanted to laugh, but I knew it would sound way too hysterical. 19. Fraser finished cutting a hole through the grid.
"We'll have to leave the millbots up here. They can keep shooting at the eye every time they stick their tentacles through one of the doors. Maybe it'll fool the Brain Queens that were still in the gallery. Who knows?"
"Good idea," I said weakly. He started to clamber down. Mortos followed. Zorn's private channel badge lit up. "Really?" he asked. "We're going to do this?" So he was as terrified as me. Somehow knowing that helped. I must have been thinking along the lines of Mum's old saying, "A problem shared is a problem halved." Except problem didn't even begin to cover this. Stupidity, insanity, absurdity. "This is peak Fraser," I replied, sounding almost apologetic. "Remember you offered to let Fraser live with the two of us? This is what it would have been like all the time." He chuckled. "Not quite like this. Though I have to admit he was right about trapping the Type 3 in Ixia's carpentry shed. That was crazy, but it worked. Welcome to my life." "Yeah. And, hey, you did warn me it was going to be dangerous coming into the forward section." "I did, didn't I?" "I need to learn to listen better." "No, you don't need to change. You as you are is just fine." And I could not understand why I said that, apart from being very glad he was here with me. Is that bad of me? "Go through," he said. "I'll cover us." Alice was already lowering herself through the hole. I scrambled my way after her. Fraser had cut it above one of those scaffolding pillars that extended up the end wall. Below my feet was a maze of thick struts woven with equally thick wires and pipes. The outside face of the framework had 5 of the Daedalus main power supply cables running its whole length. My suit sensors picked up a humming sound from the electricity they carried to the Axis gantry's light strips. I tried to ignore how unsteady my legs were as I shuffled away from the hole along a flat ledge that supported a broad ribbon of cable, allowing Zorn to drop down behind me. Fraser was 5 meters away, on top of what looked like a semicircular room protruding from the end wall just like the observation gallery. Its walls were some grey panels with a couple of windows looking out over the central sea. As I watched, Fraser started cutting a hole through the roof with his D-blade. I called the Daedalus schematic into my display. The semicircular room was a secondary power control station. If I expanded its identification badge, it would bring up all the information on what it did in considerable detail. I really wasn't interested. "Show me the power distribution centre at the foot of this service channel," I requested. The display shifted round to focus on the base of the service channel. Fraser was right. The entrance to the distribution centre was 15 metres from the lift rails. So, if he got that right... I checked the lift on the schematic, then looked at the real thing. It was a box-shaped cage stuck on the side of the room.
There were 2 ponderous metal clamps on either side of its door, with small wheels locked into a set of rails which ran the whole length of the scaffolding. The lifts I'd used in Tresico had been simple windowless cubes with a single door. Their walls hadn't been metal bars spaced unnecessarily far apart. I just knew I was going to get hit hard by vertigo when I got into that thing. Fraser kicked out the panel he'd cut and dropped into the opening. By the time I got into the semicircular room, he and Mortos had already prized open the lift door. They were busy peering at the clamps which held it to the rails.
"There has to be a manual release,"
Fraser was saying. Mortos crowded in close to the rail.
"That part looks like it's locking the axles."
I heard the millbots firing above. "Fraser," I said, "we need to keep moving."
"I know."
"I believe I can assist," John said. "Accessing your suit sensors now, Fraser."
"Thanks," Fraser said. "Is there a manual release?"
"Yes. The inset red lever on the column to your right. But first I'd like you to sever the data cables running down the right-hand rail to the power coupling just above the door. That way the network won't know that we've used the manual release."
"Got it."
Zorn and I crowded into the lift. There was just enough room for the 5 of us, so I started to worry if it was designed to take the weight of 5 people in heavy armor suits. Saying anything out loud wasn't going to help. It wasn't as if we had a choice. Fraser cut the cables, and Mortos rattled the wire mesh door shut. "Fraser," Alice said.
"Yes?"
"Tell me this is one of your good ideas."
"The simplest way is always the best."
She sighed. "Okay."
"Ready?"
Fraser asked.
"Here we go."
He tugged the red lever down. For a moment I thought nothing was happening. Then the little wheels and the clamps started to move, producing a shriek as they were forced to turn for the first time in 500 years. I was sure it was loud enough to let the brain queens at the other end of the central sea know we were coming, let alone the ones underneath us. The lift moved slowly at first, then started to build up speed as the gravity strengthened. It wasn't anything like the death plunge my imagination had conjured up for me. I just spent the whole descent staring at the promenade below. Very little of the original structure was visible. It was all choked in the dark red sea fungi. And brain queens. Each alien monster sat atop a twisted pile of their own root nerves that formed a tangle over the promenade. Some of them dangled over the edge to vanish below the water. The rest bunched together into huge knotty braids and wound their way into various archways set in the end wall. We were over halfway down the framework of the service channel when Zorn said, "Is there something moving down there?"
"Maybe,"
Mortos said after a moment.
"On the edge of the water. We need to have our guns ready."
I took a breath and ordered my gun to deploy. It made a smooth snick sound as it slipped out of my forearm. I exhaled a long breath, telling myself I could do this. 15 meters, that's all. 150 meters above the promenade, the lift clamps hit the tendrils of sea fungi which had scaled the framework. The lift started to shake and slow down. The little wheels scraped the brittle stuff of the rail, sending long flakes tumbling down. They'd reached the promenade before us. No surprise arrival, then.
"Get ready,"
Zorn said. I swung the target circle back and forth across the promenade below, searching for Type 2s. It wasn't as if I'd have to hunt for a Type 3. The sea fungi had slowed our descent, but we were still moving quite quickly. "John, do we have to apply the brakes?"
"No. There is a trip pin on both rails. They'll flip the calipers."
I didn't bother asking for details. A couple of seconds later I found out what he meant. The lift was still 20 meters above the promenade, surrounded by our own private shower of sea fungi fragments, when it abruptly slowed to a crawl, and started shuddering violently. An ear-piercing screech came from the rail clamps. The rim of the little wheels started to glow a bright tangerine. "Oh, guano!" I shouted over the racket as we loudly announced our arrival to the entire Central Sea. The lift hit the promenade and rocked about. Fraser shoved the door open hard. I saw its frame bend from the force he used. He jumped out. We were in 25% gravity on the promenade. It wasn't perfect, but a lot easier to move in than the miserable 10% up on the observation gallery. I forced myself to get out of the lift into the one place in the universe I never wanted to be. The original promenade surface was invisible below the tangle of nerve roots, multiplying and twining round each other to form a snarled-up rug plagued by strands of sea fungi. I was standing on some. What looked like smooth black stones the size of my fist were lodged in various clefts. I took a couple of cautious steps away from the lift. The stones closest to me suddenly began to move. I was so tense I couldn't help the squeak that escaped from my lips. They'd unfolded insect-like mandibles to scuttle away from us. At first I thought they were some variety of crab, similar to ones that lived along the shore of the habitat's ring lake. But I instinctively knew the way those mandibles sprouted from the body in a ring around the middle was all wrong. Some deep instinct told me they didn't come from Earth, and my suit display showed me they were emitting tiny sound pulses. Mortos pointed his gun down at the little creatures. "What are those?" he asked uneasily. "Are they Type 4? "We have no record of there being a Type 4 Yai," John said. "No," Zorn said derisively. "They're mini Yai." He kicked one and sent it flying. It hit the rumpled surface of nerve roots and bounced about before coming to a halt. It immediately righted itself and rushed for the water. "Come on, we don't have time," Fraser said insistently. "This way." He started towards the power distribution centre. The Brain Queen stood all along the edge of the promenade in both directions, like a fence of dark pillars. I couldn't help it. I stared, unmoving, at the nearest one. It was taller than me by a good metre, a roughly cylindrical shape, but bulging in the middle as if it had developed a middle-aged belly, with a skin like slick, crinkled tree bark. Close to the base, circular orifices ringed its circumference, barely bigger than my mouth, but locked open to reveal a grey, fleshy tunnel palpitating slowly. Each one was ringed by wormy tentacles that waved around as if they were beckoning for something. Underneath them, the nerve roots flared out, thicker than my thigh, like the buttress root on a particularly ancient tree trunk. My suit display showed me a barrage of sonar pulses from near the top of the Brain Queen, ring after ring of green ripples splashing against me and fragmenting as they rebounded. In amidst all that heavily crinkled skin curving up to form an oddly smooth crown, I thought I saw its eyes flicking about. I was sure it was squinting at me. "Hazel!" Zorn called. "Come on!" I was bizarrely reluctant to move, but started to turn. Then I saw what was littering the undulating furrows formed by the nerve roots around the Brain Queen. Yellow-white twigs? Fractured, with knobbly ends. They were elusive to a casual glance, slimed by sea fungi and whatever repugnant phlegm dribbled out of those gaping maws. Without thinking, I took a step towards the Brain Queen, trying to get a better look. My amazing suit read where I was gazing and obligingly zoomed in. The white knobs were so badly out of place in this setting, yet horrifyingly familiar. "John," I moaned in dread. "Are they?" "I'm cataloguing several proximal phalanges, a radius, an ulna, several ribs, vertebrae." "Stop it!" I wailed.
Stop it! Stop it! They're bones! They're human bones!
I'm sorry, Hazel. Yes, they are.
They... The Brain Queens...
I was fighting for breath. My whole body had turned to ice as it quivered in shock. I stepped backwards, trying to blot out what I was seeing, to deny it utterly. I bumped into Zorn.
No,
I screamed.
No, they can't. They can't do that. We cycled. We cycled to sustain the habitat. We cycled so our children can reach the new world. We've cycled for 500 years. We cycle ourselves.
Hazel, Zorn sobbed.
They eat us.
No, that can't be right.
Yes, it is,
Fraser said in a voice that was pure hatred. I'd never heard that in him before. It even managed to startle me out of my grief hell.
It makes sense now, he said. Everything makes sense. We really are their guano. There are no composter machines to recycle. There never were. We're food. Food that sustains itself, then walks obediently into the abattoir for them.
I screamed wordlessly, tears blotting out the helmet display and its terrible image. All I wanted was to leave, to get out of that horrific place. It was an animal compulsion, overwhelming. I started to back away, but my boot heel caught on the tangle of nerve roots. For a moment I thought I was going to lose my balance, but the suit muscles helped keep me upright. I blinked away the tears. You okay? Zorn asked. I said nothing, just stared at the nearest Brain Queen.
We need to go,
Alice said in a quavering voice.
Hazel?
I brought my arm up, moved it fractionally until the target circle was centered on the Brain Queen, selected an explosive tip bullet, fired. 1 bullet. The top third of the Brain Queen shattered, flinging out a blue-grey sludge of ruined organs.
Did that taste good?
I bellowed.
Did it?
Oh, yeah, Fraser snarled. Then he was shooting. I aimed at another Brain Queen and killed it. Another. Zorn joined in. We must have slain 20 Brain Queens in just a few seconds. The carnage left me dazed. I was hot inside the suit, breathing heavily as if I'd just run a race. Alice shook my arm. For a moment I was angry with her and pulled away.
Hazel, we have to go,
she said forcefully.
Now!
Yes, okay. A white badge appeared in my helmet display with the name Ashley Kruger. All my hot fury left me in an instant. John? The Daedalus Network is requesting a channel to you. If you allow it, your suit will limit it to audio only. The Brain Queens will not be able to subvert your suit processor, as they did the command AIs. What do I say? Should I say anything? What you say depends on what they want, John said. No, Zorn said. We have nothing to say to them. Let's kill some more and leave. I wanted to get out of there. I really did. But that white badge gleamed bright, and not just in my vision. What could they want? I knew it would haunt me if we left without finding out. Except, I told the armor suit. It was the electric captain's calm, mellow voice that answered. Dear Hazel, why are you doing this? I snorted in contempt. You ask that, after what we've seen? How dumb are you? But you know you cannot defeat us. You cannot kill me. I am many. I am everywhere. You see this very truth before you now. I don't care. I'll find a way. And for what? This way. Your way leads to ruin.
I know how to deal with humans. There's a Type 2 coming, Alice growled. I shuddered and blinked hard. The electric captain's voice had been like a spell, capturing my full attention. I focused on the helmet display. A Type 2 Yai was wriggling its way up out of the water behind the row of dead brain queens. It started to clamber up the layer of nerve roots. Another appeared beside it, then another. More. Someone fired. I don't know which of us was first. The Type 2s disintegrated as our bullets ripped into them. "And this is how we deal with you," I shouted. "So switch the habitat light strips back on, or we'll come back here. We can do this again and again. We won't stop. Not now we know." Another couple of Type 2s emerged from the water's edge. Mortos shot them both. "This doesn't make any sense," Fraser said. "They know the Type 2s can't harm us anymore, not in these suits." "You must be punished for this, Hazel," the electric captain's voice declared. "We will visit Ixia. We will cycle your entire village from the habitat. Your mutiny will be cleansed, and the Daedalus will fly to the new world, unsullied as before." "You even go near Ixia again, and I will destroy you. I mean it." "I am studying the records of your ADGSF suits, dear Hazel. They are strong, but they're not that strong." I hadn't expected that. But of course the Brain Queens had all the knowledge that Josephine had. If there was a weakness in the suits, they'd find it. "This is wrong, Hazel," Fraser said urgently. "Why are they talking to you? I don't understand what they're trying to achieve." "What do you want?" I asked. "Exile," the electric captain's voice replied. "What?" "Go back to Section 3 of the Ecology Department. Seal yourself in. Live out your life there. Let peace return to the habitat." "You're crazy!" "No, I will never do that. Not ever. Do you understand?" "We are sorry to hear that." "Hazel!" Zorn screamed. "Look out!" "Huh?" Shadows. Again. A line of them flowed over the promenade. The suit's display flashed up warning signals, a proximity alert, which immediately switched to a collision alert. I looked up and let out a wail of shock. The maintenance hoist was directly above me, a warped jumble of metal struts trailing broken cables that lashed about like giant whips. From my angle it was huge, blotting out the light strips of the axis gantry, and falling faster than I would have believed possible in the Central Sea's low gravity. I jumped frantically, not caring where I landed, promenade or sea. Boots left the ground and my arms were scrabbling wildly as I flew through the air. Something hit me, hard. I was slammed down onto the promenade as if I'd been wrestled there by a Type 3. For a moment, or longer maybe, everything was a daze. I hurt but wasn't sure where. There were lots of red symbols flashing across the display, and a speckle of red dots that I didn't quite understand. It was a lot darker than it had been. Someone was mumbling close by. "Huh?" Nothing was making any sense. I wasn't particularly sure where I was. "Stimulant injection," John was saying. My body started to burn, a sensation that lasted a couple of seconds. Then ice water flowed through my veins. My muscles juddered about. I'd never felt so awake and alert. The scene that greeted me almost sent me skittering back into oblivion. That drug-boosted awareness was replaced by a rising sense of panic. The maintenance hoist had struck me while I was in mid-leap, smashing me down onto the promenade. A whole clutter of metal was pinning me down. Bent struts formed a thick crosshatch above me. I could barely see the strands of light shining through it all. It didn't matter how much the suit muscles strained. The mass of the hoist was too much to lift. The only freedom I had was my left arm, which could move about 40 centimetres.
I could twist my head about inside the helmet, with the suit sensors relaying my immediate surroundings. Those odd red speckles stayed in place across the display. I realised they were blood spots. My nose was bleeding. I could taste it. Looking through the hoist's wreckage, the legs of 2 armour suits were just visible on the promenade, Zorn and Alice. They were hurrying towards me in long, shallow jumps. Zorn stopped and shot at something I couldn't see. "A heavy weight is one weakness," the electric captain's voice said. That was when I truly knew how alien the Brain Queens were. That voice never changed. There was no inflection, no emotional content at all, not even malice. "I'm going to kill you," I swore viciously. "I'm going to kill all of you." The white badge vanished.
"Hazel!" Fraser called. "Are you okay?"
"Yeah, I suppose. Pinned down. Going to need some help lifting this thing off me?" Boots landed directly in my field of view, obscuring Zorn's suit.
"I can see you," Mortos said. "Damn, you're right in the middle of it."
There was a pause.
"It's heavy. I don't think we'll be able to shift it off you in one go."
I actually heard Fraser landing, crunching the sea fungi and nerve roots. Then I saw his legs appear next to Mortos.
"Oh my days, we'll have to cut her out," he said. "I'm sorry, Hazel."
"You're here? You'll get me out?"
"Not that. I should have worked it out. They were distracting us. That's why they wanted to talk. I guess they know human curiosity pretty well."
Yeah. I felt stupid. Of course there would have been an ulterior motive to talk to me. Deceit was the go-to Yai tactic. They were experienced at conflict, more than us with all our history of wars. They knew how you needed subterfuge and angles of attack your opponents wouldn't realise until it was too late. I promised myself I wouldn't forget that again.
"Okay, Hazel," Fraser said. "The good news, our D-blades are cutting this stuff easily."
Right. I didn't like being held immobile like this. I was really struggling against panic crushing me. "One of us needs to keep watch," Zorn said. "They'll send Type 3s. That's what this was all about."
"Good idea," Mortos said. "You and Fraser keep cutting. I'll take this side to watch. Alice?"
"Yeah?" she responded in an apprehensive voice.
"Take the other side. Watch for Type 3s.
"Right. Yes." I knew her so well. She'd be shaking her head and frowning. Then she'd be cross with herself for letting shock and dismay rule. "Nothing's going to get anywhere near you, Hazel," she said. "I promise." "Thanks. You hang on. We're going to get you out of there quickly." 20. Another beam of light pierced the wrecked metal caging me as Zorn and Fraser cut more struts away. I began to think about what Fraser had said, that the Brain Queens talking to me had been a distraction, that they'd kept everyone's attention from what they were doing above. But they must have known the hoist wouldn't land on all of us, and they had all the design plans for our armour suits. They really did know the weaknesses. They'd have a plan. I was sure of it. Not something that needed the AI part of their big mind, but they would be plotting some duplicitous manoeuvre, that was certain. Just look at what they'd done to humans, fooling us for 500 years, making us believe we were doing the right thing, the decent thing by cycling. They could teach George Wickham a thing or two about deception. "Alice?" "Yes?" "Can you see anything? Are there any Type 3s coming?" "No, don't worry. I'd be able to spot a Type 3 a long way off." "They're aquatic, remember? They'll come at us from the water." "I'm watching, Hazel. I've got this." "Okay." More light came through the tangle above me. Then I actually saw a gauntlet appear and grab a twisted strut, yanking it away. "You're close," I said. A radiant D-blade pushed through an opening a metre or so from my helmet. Then it was cutting back up, slicing cables and a thick strut, making it look so easy. I tried to lift myself, but the weight was still too great. A helmet appeared in the gap. My suit tagged it as Fraser. He was actually clambering over the hoist, adding to the mass above me. I held back on a comment. More metal was cut free. I managed to shift my other arm a little. "Movement," Mortos said. Fraser and Zorn stopped. I wanted to shout at them to keep going, to cut and cut the metal that snared me. I did not want to be caught like this, helpless and immobile when the Type 3s came. "I saw a ripple," Mortos explained. "It was out past the end of the pier. Gone now." "A ripple?" Fraser queried. "Yeah." "Come on, Zorn, we've got to get her free." They started cutting again. I could see what lay across my legs now, one of the hoist's wide arms. The manipulator claw on the end had only just missed me. A tingle like vertigo infected my legs. I wasn't sure the armour could have held against one of those long prongs spearing down onto me. Zorn cut a bar that was lying across my chest. Together he and Fraser pulled it off, sending it clattering away in a low-gravity flip. I actually managed to sit up. Well, a bit. Enough to get a decent view of Mortos standing guard on the promenade. The water around the pier was perfectly flat. I ordered my own D-blade to extend and started chopping at whatever metal I could reach. It wasn't much. The angle I had was terrible, and I was scared I'd hack into my own armour. "This brute is going to take a minute," Fraser said, as he started slicing his D-blade through the hoist's arm. I could see that even on full extension, the blade wasn't long enough to cut right through. He was going to have to carve out chunks, the same way Dad used an axe to chop down a tree trunk. "It's back," Mortos said. My suit sensors zoomed in on the water. He was right. There was a ripple out there, getting bigger and stretching out into a V shape, with the apex heading straight for the base of the pier where it joined the promenade. Mortos started walking towards it. "Don't," I said. I was confident his suit's guns could kill a Type 3, so there was no need for him to get a few meters closer. Something solid broke through the surface when it was still 50 meters out. A simple dark grey hemisphere only a bit bigger than our suit helmets. That isn't a Type 3, I thought. What? The thing kept on rising. It took a moment, but I recognized it, the crest of a Yai brain queen. I was so startled I had no words. The full height of the alien emerged from the water as it surged forwards. I didn't understand how it was moving. The ones along the shore had no tails or fins, and Lazarus and Josephine had both told us the wretched things were immobile their whole adult lives. "What the sweet captain," Zorn murmured. Then the thing the Brain Queen was mounted on slid up out of the water. My first impression was a small black mountain. Its slope was bumpy but regular. My suit zoomed in for me, and I realized each of those lumps was a mini Yai. Hundreds of them. Thousands. "Type 4. It's a swarm," an aghast Fraser whispered. Mortos opened fire. Several of the mini Yai burst apart in a spout of white and green gore as the bullets tore into them. It didn't seem to make any difference overall. The mound kept getting higher. "John, what do we do?" I asked fearfully. "The mini Yai conglomeration is being directed by the Brain Queen. Without that, they will have neither cohesion or direction." Mortos shifted his aim upwards. The Brain Queen vanished. At first I thought it had fallen off, but its disappearance wasn't quite that haphazard. What it actually did was drop straight down. The mini Yai underneath it must have rearranged themselves, allowing it to sink directly into the middle of their mass. "Oh, guano," Fraser said.
I don't know if we're going to have enough bullets for this.
Fraser! I exclaimed, and I couldn't keep the naked fright from my voice anymore. Please keep cutting, please!
Right.
He twisted round and started chopping at the hoist arm again. A second later, Zorn joined him, his motions equally frantic. Mortos started walking forwards, firing as he went. Bullets, then grenades. You could tell when a grenade exploded somewhere inside the bulk of the huge cluster. The mini-Yi on the surface would surge up into a mound, then quickly sink back down into place. The only difference after was the organic pulp oozing out between their bodies. The shimmering dark mass was only 20 metres from the promenade, and still getting higher. It was at least 3 times as tall as Mortos. I couldn't imagine how many individual mini-Yi were clinging together to produce such a unified organism. Alice came vaulting over the broken hoist mechanism as Mortos reached the start of the pier. She started firing, launching grenade after grenade into the seething bulk. The explosions kept deforming it, but every time it re-established itself and kept on moving forwards. The leading edge had almost reached the pier when 2 explosions went off inside it simultaneously. Its surface swirled and began to sag. I could see the mini-Yi loosening their grip on each other and start to fall apart. "Yes!" I cheered. "You got it!" Individual mini-Yi began to spill down the slope, crashing against the promenade. Their collapse turned into an avalanche that accelerated rapidly. My joy collapsed in tandem as I recognized the inevitable outcome. "Mortos, move!" I yelled. The cascade of mini-Yi had become a flood, ploughing the water aside. Its leading edge hit the rim of the promenade and burst upwards like a speckled wave. Mortos turned, his legs bending to jump. The front of the cascade curved high over him and collapsed just as his boots left the ground. I glimpsed him being beaten down by the overwhelming deluge of mini-Yi bodies pummeling onto him. "Mortos!" The torment in Alice's cry was devastating. "Don't," Mortos said. His communication link cut off as he was engulfed. The tide of mini-Yi swelled up once as a powerful explosion detonated inside them. I knew Mortos had chosen the same option as Elijah, and my whole body went limp with grief. The mini-Yi bodies all started to pull together again, reshaping themselves into the mountainous structure that had first risen. The leading edge was barely 30 metres from me. Fraser and Alice started shooting at it. Zorn bent over the mechanical arm that had imprisoned my legs, slashing wildly with his D-blade. Long crescents of metal dropped away. "No," I said. "Just go." His helmet parted down the front. I looked right into his face. Tears were running freely down his cheeks. "I will never leave you, Hazel," he said defiantly. "Please, the AIs have to be told what we know." "And you'll be the one who tells them." "Zorn!" My throat tightened up and I couldn't say anything else. I knew if I tried I'd start whimpering, or worse. His fine features twisted to a mask of torment. "I can't leave you. I won't. I love you, Hazel." I had nothing left. He was going to die. I was going to die. The terrifying mass of mini-Yi was heaving its way forward now, heading straight for me. Even Fraser and Alice had stopped shooting. They were backing away step by step as the Type 4 grew still higher. "Use the hot air jet!" Fraser shouted. "Now!" Both of them brought their left arms up. The armor's forearm segments rearranged themselves, allowing the stumpy nozzle to extend out. I saw more segments flip up on their backs, revealing air inlets. A stream of air roared out of Fraser's nozzle, its force so powerful it pushed him back until he braced himself against it, digging his boots into the rucked muddle of nerve roots. The jet was so hot I could actually see it, a wide, insubstantial fan of rippling, distorted gas. The impact as it played over the slope of mini-Yi was violent. The ones right at the centre of the impact burst apart, their guts belching out plumes of steam as they broiled. All the bodies around them lost their grip, falling to the ground as their mandibles flamed into ruin. "It's working!" Fraser yelled. "We're holding it! Zorn, get her out!" An expression of desperate relief lit Zorn's face. Then his helmet closed up again, and he resumed his frenzied attack on the hoist arm. Fraser and Alice kept up their attack, playing the scorching jets from side to side, forcing the Type 4 to halt. It responded by spreading wide. "It's trying to surround us," Fraser said. "Hurry, Zorn," Alice said. "Doing just that." I watched in dismay as the Type 4 carried on growing higher as well as curving along the promenade. There seemed no end to the supply of mini-Yai bodies that were expanding its volume. The whole central sea must have been full of them. "It's going to bury us," Alice groaned. "Zorn?" Fraser demanded. "Nearly there." "Zorn," I said weakly. The gouge he'd produced was just over halfway through the solid arm. "No, I am not giving up." "Alice," Fraser said, "hold it back just a little longer." "I'll try," she replied shakily. Fraser turned and started to run. He reached the ruined maintenance hoist in a couple of paces. I didn't understand. Maybe he was coming to help Zorn? Which was wrong, because Alice wasn't going to be able to hold the mountain of mini-Yais back for more than a few seconds. Then his feet landed square on one of the struts, and he jumped, flinging his arms above his head. He curved through the air over me. Zorn stopped cutting the metal to watch. Even the Type 4 seemed to pause in its expansion to see what he was doing. "Fraser?" I saw he was heading straight for the trellis work of the service channel. For a moment I thought he was going to climb up it to escape, and I really couldn't blame him for that. My situation was pretty hopeless. I just hoped he got back to Mum and Dad okay, because losing both of us was going to destroy them. Then I realised there was no point climbing back up to the observation gallery. By the time he got there, the Yai would be waiting. "What?" He hit the front of the metal girders and gripped with both gauntlets, hanging there effortlessly. Then he was crabbing sideways towards the fat channel holding the power cables, which made no sense. "Oh, hell!" Alice moaned. The top of the Type 4 had swollen up into a glistening cliff face stretching high above her. It started to crest. Any second and it would break over all of us, a smothering mountain not even our armor suits could escape from. Fraser's D-blade sliced through the biggest power cable. It produced a flash that overwhelmed my suit sensors. Everything went white for a second. I yelped in panic, remembering what had befallen Norrin back in Ixia, and that had just been a tiny wire to charge the tuk-tuk. The white emptiness melted back into an image. Fraser had grabbed the cable 1/2 meter below the cut. Sparks were fountaining out of the severed end. "Fraser! No!" He crouched down and sprang off the trellis work as if he was trying to take flight. Behind him, the cable ripped away from the channel as he carried it with him. The top of the Type 4 began its killer fall. Alice staggered back from the inevitable. Above her, Fraser was power diving straight down. He yelled out a wild battle cry as he went. His arm thrust out, holding the sparking end of the cable aloft. Breath stalled in my throat. Fraser hit the apex of the Type 4 with a gigantic actinic flash. The lights along the axis gantry flickered and dimmed, then slowly built back up to full strength, except for the light strip above us, which was extinguished. "Fraser!" I bawled. Hundreds of mini-Yai erupted out of his impact point, their bodies trailing ribbons of smoke. I could see his armor suit, half submerged face down in the remainder of the mound. "Oh my days," he groaned. "Wasn't quite expecting that blast." The Type 4 started to subside. The dead, smouldering mini-Yai had lost all cohesion. Now the whole mass of them was slowly slipping apart, the majority tumbling back into the water, dead. Fraser's limbs were flailing about as he attempted to right himself on the treacherously shifting pile. A long talus of charred mini-yi slithered around Alice's legs, coming up to her knees. She waded through them to tug at Fraser. He finally got his helmet out into the air. "That was unbelievably dangerous," I told him. "Way to go, Fraser," Zorn said in admiration. "Sweet Captain, don't encourage him." "It wasn't dangerous," Fraser said meekly. "I checked the armor suit's insulation properties." "You could have been killed." "Hazel, that was pretty much going to happen anyway." "He's right," Zorn said, and resumed chopping away at the hoist arm. I made an effort to breathe properly again. As always, Fraser had done the right thing. Bizarrely, that worried me more than anything. He'd got away with it this time. Again. Was that just going to encourage him to be even more reckless when we hit our next problem? Alice and Fraser made their way over to me, slipping about on the spread of dead mini-yi covering the promenade. "My D-blade's bust," Fraser said. "The current blew it when I chopped through the cable." "Mine still works," Alice said. "You just rest for a moment, okay?" "Right," he said gratefully. She joined Zorn attacking the hoist arm. They had me freed in another minute. I stood up carefully, anxious that my legs were all right. Now I could get a proper look at just how much weight had landed on me. I was even more grateful to whoever had originally designed the ADGSF suits. There was bruising, I could feel plenty of that. But I was intact, enough to move. "Lead on," I said. "And, Fraser?" "Yes?" "Thanks." "Sure." We headed straight for the entrance to the power distribution centre. It was a big archway in the end wall, with an even deeper jumble of nerve roots bunched up on the floor leading in. As we went through, I recognised the metal rim of emergency doors set into the arch. "John, can we close the doors and maybe disable them?" "No. The Brain Queen's control of the network and systems up here is absolute. Besides, even if we could get power to the actuators, I'm not sure it would do any good. The nerve roots are bulky. They would prevent the doors from closing fully." "OK." I risked a nervous glance behind us. Nothing was moving. Not that my suit sensors could see anyway. But I knew the Brain Queens wouldn't have given up. Not those devils. They'd send something after us. The distribution centre was a bigger version of the power room at the top of Tresico. We loped into a long hall filled with cabin-sized cubes that were junctions for dozens of high-voltage electric cables. They were almost invisible beneath the webs of nerve roots besieging them. Tiny, coloured indicator lights shone out from the depths of fissures in the infestation of alien biology. Part of me just wanted to start shooting, to destroy the Brain Queen's enslavement of the machines. Our machines. But I held back. Fraser had said the distribution centre routed power to all the Tower Mountains. We would need it later, when we retook the Daedalus. And enough things had been destroyed already. We didn't need to ruin more just to make me feel better. "John, what's our best route out?" "To a Tower Mountain?" "Yes," Fraser exclaimed. "We don't want to be fighting our way down stairwells in the forward section." "Very well. The closest Tower Mountain is Mallox, just over 5 kilometres away." "Great, go for it. Fastest route." I said it automatically, but something about that name stirred a foggy memory. I'd never visited, of course, but it made me uneasy somehow. "We will have to descend 1 kilometre." "What? Why?" "The rock shell containing the Central Sea is 1 kilometre thick. We are level with the upper surface, the seabed. We need to get to the lower surface, the habitat sky." "Oh, right. So, which way?" "Turn left, 85 metres. Go through the second door." You'd think it would be easy. 25% gravity, a suit with its own muscles. But those snarled-up nerve roots covered the ground in unstable layers. Some of them were as hard as age-dried wood, while others squelched and gave under my boots. You could never tell what a surface was going to do. We had to pick our way carefully, which was way too slow for my liking. I kept expecting at least a herd of Type 3s to come charging after us, or more likely the Brain Queens would regroup and send a couple of Type 4s. The second door was open. Like the entrance we'd come through, the floor was buried beneath Yi nerve roots. They'd bunched together to get through like a dozen dark streams that had frozen in mid-flow. We had to clamber up them to reach the corridor to the other side. I activated my D-blade as we scaled them and took some random swipes. Thick, creamy fluid seeped out from the wounds. Once again, I really hoped the Brain Queens would feel pain. "There is a stairwell in 50 meters," John said. I got the suit to project the map in my helmet display and followed the orange line. The stairwell was a narrow circular shaft with the stairs spiralling round, leaving room for a single Cybot transport rail down the centre, an arrangement that actually made me feel more comfortable. I was always nervy in the big open shaft that helped circulate air through the forward section. The lights were on as well, which helped. I could see strands of nerve roots thinner than my fingers snaking about in the conduits on the wall. "Is the network on in here?" I asked John. "Yes." "Shouldn't we be destroying the nodes?" "That would slow us down and achieve very little. The Brain Queens know where we are." "I'm more worried what they're going to send after us," Zorn admitted. "My ammunition's down to 80%. I quickly checked my own ammunition reserve, which stood at 94%. But then I hadn't done any shooting while I was trapped under the hoist. "The Type 4 is tough to beat," Fraser said, with what had to be the most amazing understatement of his life. "But these corridors and compartments will slow one of them down considerably. And I don't think they'll be able to use the service frame walkway at all, at least not in the form they had back on the promenade. It's kind of narrow." "I don't care how wide it is," Alice said, "as long as it gets us the hell away from here. We need to get back to Ixia fast." "We'll get there," I said. I wasn't sure how fast, though. I remembered how long it had taken to travel up and down Tresico to Alicia's home, even after we got the power back on to the lifts, and that had only been on the 67th floor. The tower mountains were 3 kilometers tall. And anyway, the power was off in the habitat, so no lifts. We were going to have to walk down. It might take a day or two, mind. It's a long walk down a tower mountain. "But Hazel, we can't take that long." "What do you mean?" "The Brain Queens said they were going to visit Ixia and cycle the whole village." I hadn't forgotten, but I'd certainly disregarded it, assuming it was just done to distract me. "Do you think they will?" "Yes." "What, you think they were joking?" "No, but they were keeping me talking so they could drop the hoist on us." "But that's not all they said, was it?" Fraser said. "We got a real insight into their thinking." "We did?" "Yeah. They offered you an exile deal too. Go back to the nursery and stay there. Let peace return to the habitat. Don't you see? They want to reset things to the way they were. Get rid of you, the source of the truth, and cycle all the new mutineers, which is Ixia Village. Without us, the other villages might accept you really were a crazy mutineer who was causing havoc with the surviving machines in the forward section." "No, they wouldn't," Zorn said indignantly. "Every village saw Hazel on their screens telling us she was fixing the leak, and that we don't have to cycle anymore." "I said we didn't have to cycle because we were close to the new world," I muttered. "That was a lie." "Technically it wasn't," Fraser said. "We are close." "But in the wrong direction," Alice chipped in. "Right. Thanks." "Hey, stop it, Hazel. You can't blame yourself for that. You're the captain's daughter, and you've done the right thing the whole time. People will be grateful. And if they're not, they'll have to explain why to me.
Which made me smile wearily. Alice was always there for me. I don't know what I'd do without her. Thanks.
We showed the recording of us in the forward section to Akebia as well, Zorn said. That had the eye in it and Elijah. The Brain Queens can't take that away.
We also played the recording to Malva and Ulex on the way to Ixia, Fraser said. There's no way the eye can stop the news from spreading.
Yeah, I said. Those villagers all saw it, and the Brain Queens watched them through the screens when we played it. If you eliminate everyone who saw the recordings, all you've got left is stories and... I clenched my jaw in dismay. Images chalked on walls. That was why I remembered Malak's. It was where Nadine saw pictures of Type 2 Yai. They'll never catch everybody who knows the truth, Alice said. There's too many of us now. They'll try. Try hard, I said gloomily, as I focused properly on the situation. I was almost giddy as my mind went racing after possibilities, which must be how Fraser thinks the whole time. Poor him. Remember, they killed almost everyone on board when they captured the Daedalus, I said. They must have left only the really young children alive, so they'd never question the lies the electric captain fed them as they grew up. That's why we never knew the Yai existed and thought there'd been a mutiny. So if they've done it before and it worked, they'll believe they can do it again. And back then Ashley Kruger's people had all the knowledge we've lost as well as their machines. It didn't do them any good. They still lost. This time humans will be utterly helpless from any Yai attack. Not that they'll need to attack. They just have to keep the light and heat off in the habitat.
They can't kill us, Zorn protested. Unless we can turn the Daedalus around, the whole ship will die, including the Yai.
Revenge is a dish best served cold, Fraser muttered.
Are you saying we should offer them a deal? Alice asked with extreme scepticism. Offer to help fly the Daedalus to the New World and take them with us? No, I said. Our knowledge is our advantage. We know how desperate our situation is. They don't. And we have to keep it that way. If they ever find out we've flown past the New World, humans become completely irrelevant to them. Until now they've used us to maintain the habitat and... I couldn't even bring myself to say it. The other thing. Without that restraining them, they'll genocide us. Totally this time.
So we really do have to eliminate them, Zorn said. And quickly.
Yeah. Josephine said she was going to use a bomb, Fraser said, and she wanted the AIs in the aft section. From what she was saying, I think they're better than the ones in the nursery somehow.
I can't see how a bomb could kill them all at once, Alice said. I mean, if we'd set off a bomb where we were, how big would it have to be to kill the Yai all the way round the promenade? The Central Sea is 3 kilometres in diameter, and you could barely even see the other end. It was 55 kilometres away. There was bound to be more of them on the shore there. Half of them.
She said Earth had built some which might work, Zorn said cautiously.
If it's big enough to kill everything in the Central Sea in one blast, it's big enough to blow up all of the Daedalus. I don't know, I said. Josephine seemed pretty confident. Sweet Captain. I really hope she knows what she's doing, Alice said broodingly. They're still up there somewhere. Xiao's with her. And Rel, I said. Josephine will get them all out safely. You'll see, Fraser said. Yeah. But I could hear the doubt in her voice. 21. We kept on spiralling downwards, with the gravity slowly increasing. After another few minutes, my suit display flashed up in alert. The sensors had picked up Yai sonar pulses.
They are above us, John said, by several 100 meters according to the pulse strength reading.
I stopped and tried to peer up the center of the stairwell. There might have been shadows moving somewhere high above us. Hard to tell. Can't be Type 3, Fraser said. We'd see them for sure.
It's only 200 meters to sky level, Zorn said. Come on.
We took the rest of the stairs as fast as we could. The door into the sky level was shut. Zorn used his D-blade to start cutting through it. The strength of the sonar pulses increased.
They are below us as well, John said.
It doesn't matter, Fraser said. We can deal with Type 2s. So why are the Brain Queens sending them? I challenged. I dunno. Scouts? They'll call for the Type 3s. There was a distinct metallic knocking sound from above. I leant out over the rail, and my suit sensors zoomed in. Some kind of cybot had attached itself to the transport rail running down the centre of the stairwell. There was no way Josephine had sent it. I ordered my gun to deploy, took aim and fired 2 explosive-tipped bullets. The sound of them detonating was loud in the stairwell. A few jagged scraps of metal fell past us. It was a difficult angle to get a clear view, but when I checked again, the cybot had certainly stopped, its tracking mechanism still fastened to the rail, blocking it completely. Smoke was clearing around it. I knew that had been too easy, but I didn't say anything. Fraser would know it too. Zorn finished cutting through the door, and the oval section fell out with a bang. There was a corridor on the other side. The orange line on my map led straight down it. Sky level was still 3 kilometers above the habitat floor, but its gravity was 41%, making movement a lot easier. In fact, it was the first time since we'd left the Armstrong that I felt like I could actually walk properly. The map's orange line led us to a compartment that reminded me of the Axis Dock airlock. There didn't seem to be any nerve roots in it, but even so, less than half of the lights were working, leaving gloomy shadows to fill the narrow gaps between rows of tall metal lockers. Wall recesses were occupied by smashed-up cybots. Some had been reduced to little more than chunks of metal and plastic, while others simply had a few splits in their casings. At the far end, a big circular patch of flex steel was set into the wall, framed by yellow and black striped markings. A large red sign on the right-hand side read, "Caution, high-altitude service walkway, authorized personnel only."
You need to physically cut the network connections from the door's control system, John said. That'll prevent the Brain Queens from overriding the Flex Steel open command.
Which junction box? Fraser asked.
While he got on with that, I turned round so I was looking down the length of the compartment. I wanted to check if there were any Yi sonar pulses approaching. Zorn was standing in front of me. His private communication badge appeared in my helmet display.
"Are you okay?" he asked in a voice full of concern. "Yeah, a bit sore, but it could have been worse."
"Good."
"Zorn, thank you."
"Oh, well, you'd have done the same."
"I hope."
"No, you would. I know you."
And there it was, hanging unspoken between us, what he'd said. Forced out because I guess both of us thought we were living our last minute. A time when truth wasn't just easy, it was required. He knew he had nothing to lose, so he was honest to me and to himself. Me? I desperately wanted to forget it, pretend it hadn't happened. I mean, can you even count a near-death confession? Which shows just what a shallow coward I am. But ignoring it was the one thing I couldn't do. Zorn would have stayed with me to the end. At the very least, I owed him a response. Honestly, he deserved better. And I knew him well enough to know he would be utterly mortified by what he'd said. "About that," I began.
"No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said what I did."
"Yes, you should have, so don't apologize. We had a good time when we were together. Everything after was my fault. You're such a decent person, Zorn."
"Hazel, what did I do wrong?
You never said.
Nothing. Nothing, it was me.
That's what people always say when it's the other person's fault.
Not this time. Honestly. It's what I was going through. I wasn't happy.
With me?
No. Okay, look. You got very serious about us very quickly.
Quicker than you know, actually. You've always been the one.
Oh.
So I scared you off?
No. The two of us being together, it made me think about my life, about what kind of future any of us have, how we don't live, not in the village, not really. And I was terrified of being cycled, how unfair it is. I couldn't stop thinking how the electric captain would announce we'd reached the new world the day after I'd cycled. See, all we did, all anyone in the habitat did, was just survive. Sure, we had dances to look forward to for the next few years, but then it was having children, and work, 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 followed by death. That was all there could be. I wanted there to be more. I resented everything the mutineers had forced us into. All I dreamt of was reaching the new world, to do something different, to have freedom.
This is why I love you,
he said quietly.
Because you see past the life we have in the habitat. You dream, Hazel. No one else did. You're more alive than anybody in the Daedalus.
Thank you, Zorn. I mean that too. But being with you, it kind of brought all that into focus. I just panicked, that's all.
So I was that boring?
Stop doing that. Stop denigrating yourself. No, you made me seriously consider about, who I would settle down with. Most girls have children in their early 20s so we can have the longest time possible with them, maybe even get to see grandchildren. Just saying all this makes me angry. How could people have gone along with the lie for so long? 500 years! Didn't anyone else rage against it?
I should have, I suppose. But plenty of others did. The cheaters, for a start. They're smart. They rebelled.
Yeah. Looks like it was in my blood.
So, do you love Rel?
I'm really fond of him, yes. We just kind of collided. Quite hard. So much happened. So much is happening. I'm not certain of anything right now, okay?
Yeah, I shouldn't have said anything. Sorry.
No, I'm glad you did. I was pretty awful breaking up with you.
If that's what you were thinking about, then you did the right thing. It hurts, sure. But Hazel, look where it got us. I'm finally doing something worthwhile. I've been on a spaceship outside Daedalus. I've fought aliens. We're going to reach the new world. That's all because of you. You're making everyone dream again.
You saved me. Twice now.
I'll do it every time.
You're such a good man, Zorn.
That means everything, hearing you say that.
Let's just try and live through the next couple of days, okay?
Okay.
Got it, Fraser announced. I turned back in time to see the flex steel open. The centre rippled and shrank back, producing a hole which expanded fast. It was completely dark beyond. They've still not switched the habitat light strips on then, Alice said. The lights on Fraser's helmet shone through the open door, revealing a wide platform with a metal mesh floor that was coated in frost. It was surrounded by high safety railings that curved inwards at their peak. No thermal sources or sonar, Fraser said. Let's go. He stepped through. Can you shut the flex steel? I asked, when we were all standing on the platform. My suit display showed me the air temperature was -3 degrees, so it looked like the eye was serious about freezing everyone to death. No, I completely disabled the control system. Burnt it to ash, actually.
Oh, we'd better move then. We didn't run exactly. The gravity wasn't right for that. But each step shoved me off the ground to skim along for a couple of meters in a sequence of easy, flowing hops. The walkway was maybe 3 meters wide between the tall safety fences, not quite enough space for two of us to travel side by side, not wearing the armor suits. The mesh floor was a fine hexagonal grid. Shining the helmet lights on it revealed nothing. The darkness underneath was so profound that my mind interpreted it as solid, not an emptiness. When I looked up, the helmet lights occasionally illuminated girders high above us, like ghostly skeletal remnants of the solid sky I knew was there. But with infrared imaging feeding into the helmet display, I could see the pale crimson bulk of the rock 15 meters overhead. There was no destination visible ahead of me, nothing behind either. It was only the steady pace we were making that let me know we were going anywhere. The walkway was the most isolating place I'd known, far worse than the tunnels below the habitat landscape. Even space had the red and blue shifted stars to orientate by. When we get back to Ixia, do you want to wait for Josephine? Alice asked. Or are we going straight for the aft engineering compartments? That'll depend on how big that Yai attack is going to be, I told her. I don't want to wait to go aft, but we can't leave until we know the village is safe. How many Yai do you think there are? Zorn asked. I don't know. John, any way of estimating? I calculate approximately 3,800 brain queens, assuming the spacing was an average 5 meters apart, and that the other end of the Central Sea was colonized in the same way. What about the other types? If you assume 3 or 4 Type 2s per brain queen, there could be as many as 15,000. I'd suggest there are less of the Type 3, perhaps 1 or 2 per brain queen, which still makes them numerous. As to the mini-Yai, I wouldn't like to venture how many live in the Central Sea, but there will be a limit to how many Type 4s can be assembled. Sweet Captain, Zorn said. We don't have enough bullets for 15,000 Type 2s. I don't believe the Brain Queens will send all of the Type 2s to Ixia, John said. That would be a most unwise strategy, especially as they know we will be going there to protect the village. They are accomplished in the art of war. But they could overwhelm us, I said uneasily. At great cost, and that would leave them vulnerable to retaliation by other humans, now the truth has been revealed. So what are you saying? Fraser asked. They'll try and make another offer? The first one wasn't genuine, I said hurriedly. They might have been testing your reaction. There can't be a deal, I insisted. We have got to turn the Daedalus around. To do that we need to eliminate the Yai. Totally. Which brings us back to my question, Alice said. Do we wait for Josephine? I should caution you. She might not see protecting Ixia as a priority, John said. What we prioritize is the real question, Fraser said. He was right, but it wasn't a decision I wanted to have. I was pretty sure that if we ventured into the aft engineering sections, we'd have to go as a team. Though perhaps Zorn and Alice should stay behind to defend Ixia. I couldn't quite see myself asking Alice to do that. If nothing else, it would seem like cowardice on my part. Elijah had been right. If I wanted people to go along with my ideas, I had to show leadership on more than one level. Politics again. Let's just get there first, I said. We'll have a better idea what to do then. Which wasn't strictly true, but it meant I could legitimately put off making a choice. Sure, Alice said, but if I was the Brain Queens, I'd concentrate on eliminating us first. Great, thanks. All I wanted to do was get home to Ixia and make sure everything was all right. After that, the big decisions could be made, and I was pretty sure it wouldn't be me making them. Especially not if the adults started talking to the command AIs in the aft section. The idea of relaxing and letting others take over was so enticing, though there was still that nagging doubt in my head that the mayors really shouldn't be the ones making these kind of decisions right now. They didn't understand how critical our situation was. Not really. John, will the command AIs realize they have to decide what the villagers need to do next? I'm sorry, Hazel. I don't follow. I mean, who becomes captain? The mayors or the machines? Because I have to say I'm not actually sure the mayors are up to the job. An interesting point. The Daedalus AIs are required to take direction from the command crew. That is part of our personality core. However, there is no command crew anymore. Apart from you, obviously. Me? Yes, you are the current designated captain. Huh? When Captain Kruger imposed a function access restriction on the remaining independent AIs, she effectively designated her command authority to anyone who could unlock us. By default, that makes you the captain. Oh, my days, I whispered. An interesting technical point is whether Josephine should supersede you. She was part of the original crew, but given the question regarding her humanity, her exact status would require a highly specialist legal judgment. That is something which is no longer possible on Daedalus. This is crazy. You can't expect me to keep on... Did you see that? Zorn called out. See what? I thought there was a flash up ahead. A weapon? Fraser asked. No. Actually, I don't know. The Eye can't have weapons, can they? Zorn asked in trepidation. They would have used them against us by now if they had, Fraser said. Unless it took time for the build bots they control to make them, of course, he added, like Josephine had to. One day I really was going to have a serious talk with him about discretion and morale. I almost started then, but my suit display flashed up in alert. Sonar pulses, John said. Weak ones, but they're on the walkway behind us. Well, it's not like we were ever going back that way, Alice said. We just have to keep ahead of them. Right, I agreed, with more enthusiasm than I actually had. Malak's was less than 4 kilometres ahead now, but I still worried about how long it would take us to get down to the habitat floor. About the sonar pulses, John said. Yes? There's several dozen of them, and they're spread out. Right. Hazel, they're not spread out along the walkway. They're going wide. What? How? My conjecture would be that they are Type 2s, and they're moving along the circumferential beams that wrap directly around the sky. They certainly have the dexterity to do that. You mean those big girders I can see above us? Yes. Okay, but I don't see how that's going to help them. Fraser? I suppose it'll make them difficult to shoot from a distance, but that's about it. I'd stopped to look back, which I shouldn't have done, but I wanted to give the suit sensors time to build a better image. Sure enough, the sources of the sonic pulses were little purple blobs, spreading out in an irregular line, elevated above the walkway. That's when I saw it. A spark, or flame, some little flash of light a long way behind, but definitely on the walkway. I saw a light, I said. I didn't notice, Zorn replied. Not ahead of us, behind. Come on, let's get to Malak's. 2 steps, that's all I managed to take. Dawn hit. It was an explosion of light that wiped out my display in a blank white haze, just like the power cable discharge back in the Central Sea. The suit processor restored the image in less than a second. I was bewildered for a moment more, not quite grasping what had happened. Every dawn in my life was a lot more gradual, building from the moonlight of night to full brightness. But I was abruptly looking at a verdant landscape, albeit one that was smeared with fine white striations. Frost, I realised inanely. It's actually quite pretty. By then my brain had finally worked out the angle I was viewing the ground. Straight down. The walkway grid was a disturbingly fine metal, so it looked like the only thing supporting my weight was a shimmering grey gossamer. And the reason I couldn't make out any real details of the ground was because I was so terribly high up that everything I might distinguish, trees, fields, canals, villages, was tiny. Vertigo hit me like a runaway Type 3 yai. I dropped to my knees, letting out an involuntary wail, because some part of me thought the impact of my fall would be enough to tear through the flimsy walkway grid. I flailed round for the rails of the safety fence, clutched one desperately, bending it beneath my gauntlet fingers. "Guano!" Zorn yelped beside me. And he was clinging to the safety fence too. Some stupid little part of my mind was really pleased about that. Alice was on her knees just ahead of me, while Fraser was just standing there. "Oh my days!" he exclaimed happily. "Now that is one majorly cool view. You can practically see down the whole length of the habitat from here. That's the shore of the Aftering Lake. Look, that's 50 kilometres away. The air's so clear." Some instinct made me lift my head up, which was a mistake. The sky loomed above me, kilometres of dark, oppressive rock, which must surely weigh zillions of tons, ready to plummet those last few metres and crush me. Oh, sweet captain. Amber blobs appeared in front of my eyes, text, but badly out of focus. "The suit is administering a mild sedative," John's voice told me from some distance. I frowned at that, because I thought the suit had already given me something when the hoist hit. Suddenly I was angry with myself for being so feeble. "Don't," I snapped. "Cancel the drug." I closed my eyes and forced my breathing back under control. "It was just a shock, that's all," I explained to John, but mainly myself. "It was all so quick. I wasn't expecting it." "Such a reaction is only natural." One more deep breath, and I made my eyes open again. And yes, the habitat floor was still there, still a long way down. 3 kilometres. But I wasn't moving, wasn't falling. "Come on," I told myself. "You've been out in space. Everything in the universe is falling, but it's all relative." More deep breaths, and I rose unsteadily to my feet, gritting my teeth in anticipation of the walkway breaking under my weight. It didn't. It wouldn't. The builders had made it. I glanced round, trying to quantify everything, to make sense and understand. I needed to be rational about this, like Fraser. So, yes, the sky curved away above me. The rock was covered with metal beams, some big, some small, a huge lattice that the walkway was suspended from. Big power cables and fat tubes wove their way through it along the length of the habitat. And the light strips were actually below us. We were between two of them, so we were shielded from any direct glare. Water pipes hung in the gulf not too far away. I could even make out a huge sprinkler head that pumped out the rain which came every 3 nights. It was swathed in ribbons of algae that had become brittle from the frost. If I looked past it, Malix formed a giant pillar anchoring the ground to the sky. Or maybe the other way round. My brain hadn't decided. But it was huge, which started me thinking how much space there was separating. "Stop it!" I kept raising my gaze, concentrating on the walkway, a route that would take us directly to Malix. My suit zoomed in, giving me the impression I was flying along that narrow airborne path. "Oh no." "What?" Fraser asked. All I could do was point. Up ahead, maybe a couple of kilometres away, 5 large maintenance cybots were clustered together, 2 on the walkway, 2 on the safety fence, on the outside of the safety fence, and 1 above, its rail runner clamped round a hefty structural beam. Their casings were worn, markings scuffed, with grime accumulating in joints and tool bays, but most of their rubbery arms could still move. They were busy cutting at the walkway with D-blades. An E-beam welder flared briefly at a junction on the safety fence, and a small section went tumbling away. It wasn't easy to see.
My suit cameras were on full magnification, but they'd already removed a section of the walkway about 10 metres long behind them. As I watched, another couple of metres was cut free, falling out of view. The cybots trundled forward several metres and resumed cutting and burning. I spun round. Yes, another group of maintenance cybots were busy hacking at the walkway behind us. They'd already removed a 15-metre section, leaving a gap between us and them. Above and around them, the beams skirting the rock sky crawled with Type 2 Yai. There must have been dozens of them, moved easily along the beams and pipes, even shimmying along the high-voltage cables that carried power to the light strips and sprinkler pumps. "They've got us," Alice said in consternation. "We're trapped here. Even if we shoot the cybots, it won't make any difference." "We can climb up into the beams wrapped round the sky," Zorn suggested in an unconvincing tone. "It'll take longer to reach Malak's crawling along them, but at least we'll get there." "They're already up there," I said in dismay. "We'll be fighting them off the whole way. It'll be almost impossible to shoot them among all the beams. They'll knock us off." "Behind us, yeah," Fraser said. "But if we go forward, all we have to do is climb across the gap. It's just a few metres. We can do that on the support beams." "He's right," Zorn said. "There aren't any Type 2 in front of us." "What about the cybots?" Alice asked. "They'll try and stop us." "Not if we shoot them," Fraser said. "Come on, we need to get closer." He set off along the walkway. The rest of us followed. I kept watching the cybots ahead. They were certainly industrious, sending several metres of walkway hurtling downwards every few minutes. We had less than a kilometre to go when I saw another flash ahead. A quick burst of blue-white light almost obscured by the cybots. I was sure it came from somewhere behind the cybots. "Did you see that?" "Yeah," Fraser said. "Maybe there's another team of cybots up here. You know, redundancy." "John, is the network active here?" "I've activated your suit's electronic warfare suite. You're right. There is considerable network activity up here. Over 30 units are logged into the local nodes. They're using high-order encryption, so I am unable to determine their operational assignments." 30 units? Zorn said. "You mean 30 cybots?" "Most likely, yes." "Where?" I asked. "There are 9 units behind us and 23 ahead. All of them are positioned along the walkway to Malak's." As he spoke, I saw another flare ahead. This time the camera caught a section of walkway falling another kilometre past the cybots we were approaching. "Oh, sweet Captain, they've cut out more than one gap." "We need to stop this," Fraser said. He knelt down and raised his forearm. The gun muzzle slipped out of the armour, and he started shooting the cybots. One went spinning off into the air, disappearing from sight. The next 2 shuddered as the bullets detonated inside them, squirting out smoke. "Well done," Zorn said. Fraser took another shot. The cybot he hit exploded in a dazzling ball of white flame. All of us ducked back. When the blast cleared, the gap was a lot bigger. The struts and supports that had held the walkway were blackened and twisting, and even some of the big water pipes were damaged, with fine jets spraying out of cracks. There was no sign of any cybots. The explosion must have smashed them off the walkway. "Damn," Fraser growled. "That just made the gap bigger. But we can still climb along the beams." My suit camera zoomed in on the next batch of cybots. There were 3 of them, chopping through the walkway 300 metres past the first gap. I let out a sigh. Getting to Malak's was going to be a lot more difficult than we'd thought. I was still looking at the cybots when they exploded. I recoiled even though we were too far away to feel the blast. The suit display turned the glare down, and I saw another 2 explosions erupting behind the first. "Oh, sweet Captain," I groaned. "The Brain Queens must have ordered all the cybots to detonate their power cells." "I make that 4 gaps between us and Malak's now," Fraser said grimly. "And if we do get past them,
I'm guessing there were going to be cybots with fully charged power cells waiting for us at the entrance to Malix. The Brain Queens will detonate them if we ever get close.
I wished he hadn't said it, but it was exactly what I was thinking. I checked the sensors, and the Type 2s were still skittering through the lattice of beams wrapped round the sky.
So now what? Zorn asked.
I could hear the despair contaminating his voice. I nearly said it, nearly asked Fraser, "What do we do?" But I knew loading that on him would be completely wrong of me. Yes, he was super smart, but still he was only 14. I had to stop depending on him to think for me. Of course, that meant I had to find us a way out of this. I peered down at the landscape so far below. Just a few minutes ago, I'd been looking forward to finally being back down there, walking through the fields and forests that were home to me. That welcoming environment was only 3 kilometers away. But now it was as distant and unattainable as the new world. I cursed and actually kicked the safety fence. It was crazy. We were inside the greatest, most miraculous ship humans had ever built, and 3 miserable kilometers had beaten me. Defeat was a betrayal of every ancestor I ever had, including Ashley Kruger, who had gambled everything on one of her descendants salvaging this cursed voyage. Travelling 3 kilometers would be nothing to every one of those ancestors. Now my only option was waiting up here until we starved to death. I'd rather jump. At least it would be quick. Oh. I became very still. John?
Yes, Hazel?
These armor suits have an advanced jump mode, don't they? I remembered Fraser practicing in the armory, the nozzles behind his shoulders deploying and blasting out jets of air to ease him down.
That is correct.
Okay, so what if we jumped from here? I mean, it's not full gravity until the end, right?
Hazel! Zorn shouted. No way! You would still reach terminal velocity before impact, John said, which is 200 kilometers per hour.
Guano.
But you are correct that the jump assist mode is designed to reduce impact. The suits were intended mainly for urban deployment, so the designers gave them the ability to jump from buildings several stories high in an emergency. Insurgents were proficient with improvised explosives to...
Stop. Just tell me, will jumping from here kill us?
Theoretically, no. Though this would be an extreme application of the assist mode. The compressor fans and nozzles would be operating significantly above their rated capacity.
I took a breath. Several, actually. No one else was saying anything. Anyone else got a different idea? I asked. At that point, I would have welcomed putting all the responsibility back on Fraser. Because if anyone could come up with a better, make that saner idea, it would be him. I've got to say, Fraser began. Yes? I'm impressed. The simplest solution is always the best. Thanks.
So, you actually want to do this? Zorn said.
Not really, but I don't think we have a choice.
I don't know if I can, Alice said. I mean, I know these suits are the best. It's just... hell, Hazel. This isn't the waterfall inlet again. That's a long way down. Then I'll go first, I heard myself say. If I land okay, you'll know it's safe. If I don't, well, you'll have to try and reach Malix climbing along the beams. I'll jump with you, Fraser said. So will I,
Zorn said. You don't have to. Wait until you know I made it.
No, this is not something anyone should do alone.
Oh, sweet Captain, Alice said. We all go together or none of us do. I wanted to say thank you to them, but my stupid throat had gone and tightened up again. Zorn and I cut a length of the safety fence down. I don't know how, but that made me feel even more nervous. I almost asked John if there really was a courage drug the suit could dose me up with.
I would suggest that this is the point at which you run a suit systems check, John said.
Okay,
I said keenly. So he took all of us through various menu options in the display and how to run a function diagnostic. That was a good 2-minute delay. All our suits were working at full capacity. We were clean out of excuses. I turned to Zorn and ordered my helmet open. "Open your helmet." He did as he was told. We smiled nervously at each other. I craned my head forward. We just managed to touch our lips together. As kisses went, it wasn't much. Yet, it was everything. The front of my helmet sealed up again. All 4 of us stood in a line along the open edge of the walkway, Zorn on my left, Fraser on my right, and Alice on his other side. "Hazel," John said, "from a psychological aspect, the longer you wait, the more difficult this will become. I would suggest a count to 3. I paused for 2 heartbeats. "Race you down!" I yelled, and jumped. Yep, I am officially crazy. 22. I don't really know what it was like at the start. I was too busy screaming, and my eyes were very tight shut. Legs and arms thrashed about frantically, as if I was trying to run all the way to the ground. Somehow I was expecting a pain-drenched impact after a couple of seconds, quickly followed by death. That didn't happen. I stopped trying to run and opened my eyes. The white and grey ground didn't seem much different to what it looked like from the walkway. It was moving somehow, which was puzzling, until I realised that the frost-cloaked features were expanding as I plunged downwards. The speed I was falling at didn't seem too bad, though I was being shaken about. Then I looked up to see the sky retreating fast, kicking my panic back up. Even if I wanted to say anything, there was no point. My helmet was full of the others yelling and screeching. But I could see them just a bit above me. Zorn tumbling wildly, Alicia doing the same thing I'd done, arms and legs scrabbling about as if she was desperate to get a grip on the air itself, while Fraser was horizontal, arms and legs outstretched, which seemed to be holding him stable. I shoved my limbs out the same way, and the buffeting stopped. My fall was now ridiculously calm. Even the others' wailing had quietened. "Zorn! Alice!" I bellowed. "Stretch out like me!" It took a few seconds, but they managed to extend their limbs and quickly stopped flailing about. We were all flying level now in a loose formation. Yeah, flying like ducks made of stone. Below me I could see a semicircular pattern of small brown rectangles along the side of what had to be an empty canal. There was an orange glow near its centre. Village, with a bonfire burning steadily in the middle. And we were going to come down awfully close. The knowledge made me bark out a laugh. After everything else, the prospect of crashing onto someone's cabin was just not on my worry list. 10 seconds until landing, John said. At least he stopped calling it impact. The big cluster of dark dots milling around the bonfire began to resolve. They were people, though from above they resembled exotic insects scurrying round. Trees, animals, paths, even carts, I began to recognise them all. From directly above, the perspective was very different to my usual. Identifying them made landing a terrifying prospect. They were still far away, but I got a real understanding of my shocking velocity. There was a barn under me with bales of hay stacked up against one side in an untidy pile. It was surrounded by a muddy yard, which was rushing up. Actuators whirred in my suit, and I felt segments behind my shoulders shift round. The airflow around the armour changed, immediately pummelling me again as I flipped upright. Artificial muscles in the suit trousers bent my knees slightly, putting me into a crouch position. It was too much. The ground was there and solid and hurtling up at me aggressively. This was only going to end one way. I wailed at the top of my voice. The compressor fans in my backpack howled. I hit. It was almost as bad as the maintenance hoist crashing onto me. Every force assaulting me was too much. The sponge lining of my suit contracted, gripping my skin like an iron band. Impact tried to shove my legs into my skull, creating blasts of hot pain in my knees and hips, then flooded up my spine. The slushy mud slammed across my helmet and chest. I was stunned into silence. Yet again, everything hurt, and I was left sprawled on the ground trying to gulp down air. That last death scream had completely emptied my lungs. Some ridiculous part of my mind instinctively knew that I was now in full gravity again. 3 distinct shrieks plagued my ears as the others crashed into the ground around me. Then there was a lot of groaning right up there on the top of the self-pity scale. "Oh, my ankles!" Alice exclaimed. "And my wrists!" "I wasn't expecting that finish," Fraser announced feebly. "What were you expecting?" I asked incredulously. I could see his armor suit sprawled in the mud and snow. He wasn't moving. "I really thought the landing would be softer." "We just fell for 3 kilometers. It was never going to be soft." "I know." "Zorn, are you okay?" "Are you still alive?" He gave a faltering, incredulous laugh. "I think so. Did we really just do that?" "Yes. I can't believe you followed me." "I told you I would." I slowly rolled over and began to sit up. I was grateful for the suit's muscles doing most of the work. My own was still pretty shaky. First I got to my knees, then wobbled up onto my feet. A big group of people were lining up in the yard's gateway. Several of them were holding crossbows which were levelled at me and the others. The rest were carrying sharpened stakes or pitchforks, which they gripped tightly so they could point them at us. I told my suit helmet to open. The cold air was actually refreshing, clearing out the last traces of daze from my fall. "Hello?" My audience produced a collective gasp. I spotted Mayor Rebke among them. I'd answered a couple of her questions at the Akebia conclave, which, if my memory was working, meant the village we'd landed in was Oxalis, halfway round the habitat circumference from Ixia. "Captain's daughter?" Rebke asked in surprise. She lowered her machete. "Is that you?" "Yeah." Alice was still sitting on the ground, but Zorn and Fraser were standing up, opening their helmets so the villagers could see who we were. It didn't seem to make anyone less wary. "How did you—" Rebke trailed off, as she waved a hand uncertainly at the sky. "We saw flashes up there just after the light strips came on." "Yeah. We were fighting the Yi, but we got trapped behind the light strips. This was our only way out." "What was?" "We jumped," Fraser said smugly. That kicked off a lot of murmuring, and put us on the receiving end of disbelieving, scornful looks. "Watch," Fraser said tartly, and he started to run at the crowd. Crossbows were quickly aimed at him. Fraser jumped. The suit's muscle assist mode propelled him over the heads of the crowd, who ducked frantically, and he landed with a thud behind them. There was plenty of appreciative whistles and some applause. "We jumped," Fraser insisted. Nobody argued. "How in the sweet captain's name did you get up there?" an incredulous Rebke asked. "Long story," I told her. "Right now we need to get back to Ixia. The Yi are going to attack it." "Did you switch the light strips back on?" someone asked. "No, and I don't know how long they'll stay on, so use the time to prepare." "Prepare for what?" "The Yi." I could see the mood of the crowd darkening. Few of them believed in aliens. All of them were anxious about the cold and the darkness. The only thing they did know for certain was that I was the reason all this change was occurring. From where they stood, change was bringing hardship and fear. I did my best not to glare back at them. After everything I'd done to liberate us, the ultimate sacrifice of Mortos, Their lack of gratitude was infuriating. I wasn't asking to be adored, just trusted would do. But people's opinions were stupidly tough to shape correctly. Politics. A girl stuck her hand up. She couldn't have been more than 10.
Please, Captain's daughter?
Yes, sweetheart, what is it?
Are we really going to go to the New World?
We are. Do you know how I know? She shook her head, suddenly shy. We're close now. I've seen its sun with my own eyes.
How?
I saw it when I was outside Daedalus. That earned me a dubious glance.
It's how we got up to the sky,
Fraser said, walking back to her.
We used one of the small spaceships in the forward section to fly round the outside of the Daedalus.
The girl's eyes were wide with incredulity as she looked up at him. What a bunch of guano, a man called out.
Yeah, Fraser challenged. Where do you think we got this armour from?
Wherever the mutineers stashed it. I winced. Enough, I told Fraser. Left unchecked, he could probably turn the entire village against us, especially as he knew he was right, which was a dangerous weapon for him and his mouth to be armed with. Sorry you feel that way, I told the man. We'll go now and leave you alone. Rebke beckoned me over.
Are the light strips going to go off again?
I honestly don't know. Now we weren't on the walkway anymore, I didn't really understand why the Brain Queens were leaving the lights on. I squinted up at the sky, but that didn't help. I couldn't see anything past the glare of the light strips. The suit sensors might be able to. John, are there sensors on the sky? Yes. Can the Brain Queens use them to see us? Identifying individuals would be on the upper edge of their resolution. They were not designed with surveillance in mind. However, your armour does make you distinctive. I turned to Zorn. They'll see us travelling to Ixia. It'll be a race. We're in suits, he said. We can move fast. Yes, I said doubtfully. Even with the suit muscles, we'd still have to run. I checked the helmet display's map of the habitat. Oxalis was just over 26 kilometres away from Ixia, and that was taking a straight line. I was reasonably fit, but that was pushing it. We need another tuk-tuk. Rebke, where's the entrance to your station? Our what? Oxalis is on the red line. There must be a sign for that somewhere. Oh, our kitchen. This way. I walked with her. Harbin, the village's chief regulator, quickly fell in with us. I know this is hard for everyone, I said quietly, but you really do have to stay alert for the Yi. We only just escaped, and these suits are heavily armed. Yes, those suits of yours look dangerous, Harbin said. You have no idea, Zorn muttered. What happened to you? Rebke asked. We found another thinking machine in the forward section. It helped us, but we also found where the Yi live. I pointed up. They're in the rock of the sky. They're above us? Yes. It was quite a relief having someone know we were telling the truth, and that things were pretty desperate. But then she and Harbin had watched the recording I'd played to the conclave back in Akibia. Going round every village and showing it would take days, which we didn't have. At the same time, it was clearly going to be necessary if people were going to do what they needed. All right, what I needed them to do. It was obvious to me now that I was going to need a lot more help than just a few friends. Explaining what was going on to every village in the habitat and having them believe me was going to take a lot of time. Of course, time was one thing we were seriously short of. I don't suppose one of you would consider staying, Harbin said. He wasn't pleading, he had his dignity, but at the same time I could hear the anxiety in his words. We'll be back, I promise, I said, and immediately cursed myself for that. I had no idea if I could keep that promise, and good intentions weren't going to be good enough, not with what was coming. They don't like fire, Fraser said. If you have time, dig some pits or traps with plenty of flammable stuff in them. Right, Harbin said emphatically. I'll see what we can do. I made very sure I didn't exchange a glance with Zorn. I didn't need to. I knew what he'd be thinking. The Oxalis kitchen building was a lot smaller than the Ixia village hall, just a hexagon with 3 open sides. The ovens were inside, along with the medicine machine, which every village possessed. But Oxalis had built wooden extensions coming off each of the 3 original openings, a long dining hall and Rebke's office, along with an annex for their hospital. We made our way through the dining hall to the hexagon. As soon as we walked through the archway, we were facing a screen. And there I was in bright, sharp colour, inside Section 17, wearing a spacesuit, frozen in that panicked turn. Hell, I snapped. Of course Rebke wouldn't know the Brain Queens were watching everyone through it. Zorn punched it, smashing the glass. The picture of me vanished as shards tinkled on the ground. "What?" a bewildered Harbin asked. "Not good enough," Fraser said, and stepped forward. His fingers closed on a section of the rim, crushing it. Then he did the same to another section. "You've got to kill the cameras," he explained. "They've been watching you," I said. I tugged the remnants of the screen off the wall and held up the white thread of Yai nerve root that was invading the screen's electronics. That's how they control all the electrical machines. Rebke stared in horrified fascination at the little strand that had a single drop of sticky fluid oozing out of its broken end. "It is real, isn't it? All of it?" "Yes. I'm sorry. I know it's hard to accept." The centre of the hexagon had a spiral stair winding downwards, nothing like as wide as the stairs in Ixia. I went down it first and cut through the door at the bottom with my D-blade so we wouldn't trigger any sensors. The Brain Queens knew we were here, but I didn't want them to know what we were doing. Everything I did was just tactics-based now. Strange how easily I'd slipped into that way of thinking. The station was different to the others I'd been in, a lot smaller. Not even the secondary lighting was on. Our suit beams illuminated dank corridors covered in a thick layer of dust. Rebke and Harbin came with us, fascinated and nervous at the decaying mysteries lurking below their village. "Oxalis was just a secondary service station," John said. "It was never built as a parkland transport hub." The station blueprint my helmet display was showing me had 5 chambers arranged round the central stair. One was the short platform, another, the largest, was some kind of garage with a lift up to the surface that Oxalis had used for cycling. The remaining 3 were storerooms. As always, the machines left in them had been smashed up by the Yai. I was surprised by how many cybot alcoves there were, maybe 50 in each storeroom. "Agronomy cybots," John said. "They would have kept the habitat ecology in order before it was turned into farmland." They all looked thoroughly wrecked to me. But as we checked the storerooms, I watched them for any sign of them switching back on. Fraser managed to find 3 E-beam welders that would still work and left them on charger discs. "You can use them against the Yai," he told Harbin. "Just point and shoot. They don't have much range, but they'll certainly kill a Type 2. "What about a Type 3? Fraser didn't say anything. Harbin nodded in understanding. It was in the garage we found the vehicle. Larger than a tuk-tuk, with 4 big tyres on axles that were mostly springs. It had a broad platform on the back. John said it was a park rover, which used to haul loads around the habitat when there weren't any tracks. The landscape wardens used them all the time. Its damage was superficial, although 2 of the tyres were badly slashed, revealing a sponge-like substance bulking out of their core. Fraser found a charge cable and plugged it in. "So there is some power down here," he muttered. "How long will it take?" I asked. He studied the tiny glass displays behind the steering wheel. "Full charge, maybe a couple of hours." "You don't need a full charge," John said. "Just enough to get to Ixia. I estimate that's 4%. 6 minutes." "I'll see if the lift is working," Zorn said. "We can get it up to ground level." "Wait." I held up my hand. "The Brain Queens will definitely be able to see us if we're riding that across the habitat, right?" "Yes."
John, will it fit in the tunnels? The vehicle's wheelbase is narrower than the subway cars.
That's a yes, then.
I was trying to make sense of the subway map I'd called up into my helmet display. Can we get to Ixia through the tunnels? It will require switching lines twice. Be aware this route will increase the distance we have to travel to 31 kilometers. How long will that take? A park rover has a maximum speed of 80 kilometers per hour.
Cool, Fraser purred.
Which you will not be able to achieve in the subway tunnels. Even if it takes an hour, we'll be there a lot quicker than running, I said. But don't the Yi use the subway tunnels to get about? Zorn asked. I flinched. Yeah.
It'll be lethal for them to confront us down here, Fraser said. The tunnels give us perfect line of sight to shoot down. There will be nowhere they can take cover when we open fire.
A good killing field, I said. We'll take the tunnels. So it was, 10 minutes later, we unplugged the park rover and manoeuvred along the corridors to the platform. At least the little blue emergency lights in the Red Line tunnel itself were on. And this time, I got to drive. It wasn't difficult. Just hold the steering wheel steady and try and keep the tyres from splashing through the thin streams of dank water running along the tunnel floor. Fraser sat up front with me, using his suit sensors to scan the tunnel ahead, so I could concentrate on driving. Zorn and Alice sat behind us, checking nothing was following us.
What are we going to do after this? Fraser asked.
I don't know, I told him. Whatever people usually do on a planet, I suppose. Though somehow I couldn't quite see myself walking round the countryside and organising the house like the Bennett sisters.
I meant after the attack on Ixia, if it comes. And if it doesn't, same question. What next?
You know what, I said, irked. We have to get into the aft section somehow. John can find us a route. There are many access points, John said. All carry their own risk. I would advise scouting them first to access the hazard level.
Again, no, Hazel. What are you going to do about Mum and Dad and the rest of the villagers?
What do you mean?
We beat off one Yi attack. Great. Then we dash off to the aft section and leave them again. How do you think the Yi will react to that? They have one chance to quash this uprising and return humans to being compliant sheep. If Ixia survives, that option ends.
Exactly. We get help from the AIs in the aft section.
If we make it to the aft section, and if it doesn't take too long. Face it, without us, Ixia won't last 5 minutes from any attack. And if we stay, we'll run out of ammunition eventually.
I wanted to tell him to stop, to shut up and let me concentrate on driving. So, what are you saying? We should split up? 2 stay to protect the village and 2 go aft?
Maybe. I just want you to be ready. You know what they're like. They're going to want to know what to do. It's going to be your call.
Why is it mine? Haven't I got enough to do staying alive to get into the aft section? He's right, Hazel, Alice said. I need people to help me, I said miserably. You all just expect me to make these monster-big decisions. I can't. And I can't because I'm terrified. If I get something wrong, Daedalus dies. 900 years of people striving and dying to get us here, and it's all over. Because of me. I can't do this. I can't. My hands were shaking, little tremors which the suit muscles amplified, sending the park rover swerving from side to side. Fantails of filthy water sprayed up from the wheels on either side of us until I got it back on the level. Hazel, Zorn said tentatively, you know we'll back you no matter what. But you do have to have something ready to say to the village. Some idea of what the next move is, that's all. If you have a plan and explain it with confidence, people will follow it. They'll have no choice because they don't know what else to do. That's it, though. Sweet Captain, I don't know what else to do. Then we'll come up with something together, he said. But you're the one who will tell people, because you're the captain's daughter. All right, I said gracelessly. The park rover chose that moment to wobble. I turned the steering wheel sharply to compensate. Too sharp. It took me a while to wrestle it back onto a straight line. That was when the rear wheels started squeaking. It got progressively louder, turning into a shrill screeching that could only come from disintegrating metal. The whole vehicle started to shudder. "Not now," Fraser growled. The shudder changed to serious bucking, and the screech ended with a bang. My helmet segments closed up fast, just as the rear wheel twisted about and the park rover slewed round, coming to an abrupt halt. Fraser knocked into me, and I almost fell out of the seat. Zorn cursed loudly. "Seriously, why now?" "You sound like Hazel," Fraser said. "Hey!" "Not helping, Fraser," Alice said. "The park rover got us this far." How far is this far?" "It is just over 6 kilometres to Ixia," John said. "Could be worse," Fraser said. "We can't keep relying on old machines to work for us every time we switch them on." It was a phrase I kept turning over as we jogged down the tunnel. We had been relying on the things left over from Ashley Kruger's time without really understanding them. It was a good description of our entire lives, really. I suppose that's what happens to people when they stop questioning what they see around them. The Brain Queens had got that right about us. Fill our lives with the essential routine we need to just feed ourselves, and no one has the time to think about anything else. 23. We were a kilometre from Ixia when my suit sensors detected the first Yai sonar pulses from somewhere up ahead. "They are very faint," John said. "It is hard to determine how far away they are. The tunnel walls confine the sound waves, so they carry further than usual." "Best estimate?" I asked. "It would depend on how many Yai there are. There are multiple pulses overlapping. It is impossible to compute." "Look at the upside," Fraser said. "There's an upside?" "If there's a lot of them and they're in the tunnel, then they're not in Ixia." "You're right." I started to run faster. How come they got here so quickly? The last time they attacked Ixia, the cold was really screwing with them. "The air down here hasn't chilled yet," John said. "And when they do go up into the habitat, it will probably take a while for exposure to the cold to have any effect." "Plus the light strips are on now," Fraser said. "That'll start warming up the air again." When we came careering into Ixia's Blue Line station, it wasn't just the sonar pulses the suit's sensors could detect. The infrared image in my display showed me a fuzzy heat source approaching fast down the tunnel like a hot cloud. A horde of Type 2 Yai were thrashing their way towards us, their tentacles squirming about. They were about 80 meters away. "Move!" Zorn bellowed. I jumped up onto the platform and headed for the archway. Behind me, Zorn fired 2 grenades down the tunnel. We raced along the corridors to the chamber where the cycling lift was. And of course, Norrin's electrical accident had disabled the mechanism. Fraser clambered up the lift support pillars with amazing ease and punched the safety doors above. They shuddered as their locking pins buckled. He punched again, sending one flying open. Bright light came flooding down, along with a confused barrage of sound. There were screams. "What is happening up there?" Alice said. I knew we hadn't been quick enough. I knew driving through the tunnels hadn't been smart after all. We should have gone for speed above everything. So much for my decision-making. Fraser swung himself through the opening. "Get up here!" he called. Zorn was already running, his suit's artificial muscles lifting him high off the ground at each step. He jumped, sailing gracefully through the gap. I followed quickly, already braced for the worst. As I jumped, I heard shooting. The suit's vigour sent me soaring up in a long arc, curving over the frosty ground.
I landed close to Ixia's hall. 50 metres away, the villagers had built the fence of cheval de frise spikes just like Fraser had described them. Everyone was inside the barricade. And I mean everyone. I'd never seen so many people in one place before, let alone crammed in shoulder to shoulder. Mayor Faninin and Chief Artov had clearly been busy. They must have persuaded more villagers to come and join Ixia. The sheer numbers who'd sought shelter inside the barricade registered at the same time as 5 Type 3 Yai smashed into the fence, snapping the sturdy wood as if it was nothing more than twigs of kindling. A huge swarm of Type 2s stampeded along the ground after them. There were men lined up behind the crude spikes, some armed with crossbows, while the rest swung long poles, whose ends were swaddled in cloth that burned brightly. They didn't even slow the Type 3s. Huge tentacles lashed out, sending people flying. I landed, knees bent, and raised my arm as the gun muzzle extended. "Explosive tip!" I ordered. A target circle surrounded the closest Type 3. I shot it, 2 bullets. They must have killed it instantly when they detonated, but its mass and speed meant it ploughed on into the villagers. Bodies were knocked aside or vanished under its bulk. Their screams were agony in my ears. I shifted my aim. Zorn and Fraser had already taken out another monster each. I got the 4th. Alice finished off the last. That didn't even slow down the onslaught of Type 2s. I saw a laser beam stab out of the fight, scoring a deep wound across a Type 2. The escort Cybot was standing just inside the fence. Mum was next to it, waving a carving knife around wildly and looking petrified. I started firing into the Yai swarm, taking out the ones close to her. I couldn't see Dad anywhere. "1 bullet each!" I shouted. My aim was good thanks to the suit's mechanisms, but I was shooting so close to people I had to take too long each time in case I hit anyone. "We won't have enough," Fraser snarled. All 4 of us were making sure every shot counted. Yai fell fast, but their losses didn't make any difference to their frenzy. The escort Cybot toppled beneath a pair of them. "Oh, sweet Captain," I whispered. It was going to be the massacre I'd always feared. Type 2s were already in among the tightly packed villagers, their tentacles lashing out. People were fighting back valiantly. The flaming poles were used like sledgehammers. Long blades flashed desperately. Some men were even wrestling the tentacles. But the Yai were too strong, and still more of them were pouring out of the paths between the cabins. "We've got to get in there," Zorn said. He ran and jumped, landing in the middle of the Type 2s. Fraser and I were running as well, flinging ourselves after him. A moment later, Alice followed. I landed, crouched, ready for anything. A Type 2 hurtled straight into me. My suit didn't budge from the strike. I yelled out an incoherent battle cry as tentacles flailed around me, the spiked tips scratching manically along my armor, trying to prise their way in. Then I punched back at it with all my strength. The suit's muscles reinforced the power. My fist ripped right through the Yai's skin, and my arm was buried up to its elbow in its body. The vile thing spasmed and went limp. The weight of it collapsing almost pulled me over. I jerked my arm out. It was covered in wicked, sticky fluids. The Hazel of a week ago would probably have puked her guts up at the sight. I just gave another yell, victorious this time. But I couldn't waste time punching each Yai. The D-blade slid out of its sheath, and I swung it at the nearest Yai, slicing off tentacles and cleaving a huge gash in its flanks. Together, the 4 of us lined up in the middle of the torrent of alien bodies and hacked and punched and kicked. I fired grenades at the unending flow of them where they emerged from between the cabins. That slowed them down. For a moment. "Hot air jets," Zorn said. Finally, something made them duck and turn aside. We formed a protective line across the break the Type 3s had smashed into the barricade, spraying the searing jets wide to keep them away from the villagers. Then we were advancing, forcing them back towards the cabins. Fraser and Alice fired grenades wherever they clumped together. The Yai began to retreat into the village. I saw them scaling cabin walls to run along the roofs. More were jumping through windows. They were vanishing from sight, and the suit's sensors. It would take an age to flush them out of every building.
"We have to finish this now," Fraser said. "We have to go after them with the jets and trap them in a firestorm. It's a perfect solution, just like we did with the Type 3 in the carpentry shed."
"No," I said frantically. "The cabins will burn. We won't be able to limit the damage."
"They're going to kill us, Hazel. All of us. This is war now. Real war. And you know we have to abandon the Daedalus anyway."
It was Fraser. He was right. And I had to be cold. I couldn't let emotion be a part of the decision. I told myself Ashley Kruger would never let her own feelings stop her from doing the right thing. "Burn them," I said. "Burn them all." We advanced into the village and destroyed it. Wood and reeds and bamboo flamed with bright violence as our jets of incendiary air played across them. I walked methodically along the paths of my home, a place that had stood for 500 years, wiping it out of existence. Every cabin, every shed, every barn, every storehouse, every possession that each family owned, all of it was consumed by fire. The Yai squealed and ran, bursting out of cabins as the flames swirled higher, desperate to escape the conflagration. And we chased them, skewering them with our deadly air jets, or sliced them apart, or forced them back into the inferno. In the end, there was nothing left. The enemy was dead, and Ixia was a blemish of cinders beneath a column of filthy smoke, which reached all the way up to touch the sky. When it was over, when not even our suit sensors could find another living Yai, I walked between the rectangular mounds of searingly hot charcoal until I was back at the village hall. Its glass walls were smeared in grey soot, and the fancy white roof tarnished black. Smoke lingered inside, choking the kitchen and the hospital. I could see tiny wisps still rising out from the archways. I sat down outside the main entrance with my back resting against the glass and started to cry. All the fight and determination that had powered me along had gone. I wanted to run off into the habitat, back to Tresico. Those 2 days I'd spent there had been so joyful. I'd known I was accomplishing something back then. "What is the matter?" John asked softly. "You're kidding, right?" "No, kidding is not something that is easy for me to do. Humour is subjective, although I consider my adaptive routines have successfully acclimatized to your personality. I would not risk such statements, especially not when you are this upset." "Thanks. But think about it. I've just burnt my home to the ground." "You have saved thousands of lives, Hazel." "Maybe. For now. Until they come again. What do we do then? We're almost out of ammunition. There's nothing left to burn." "The answer is obvious. Do not be here." "I don't want to be. Believe me, I really don't." "You are undergoing what is called the come-down. It is a temporary state following an event like this. You will soon recover your optimism and drive." An event like this? I looked across the scorched wasteland that used to be Ixia. The guilt was almost unbearable. There has never been an event like this. Actually, human history seems to be composed of very little else. You are shaped by the outcome of battles your ancestors have fought. Zorn and Alice walked up. Their helmets opened. They seemed as overwhelmed as me. "You okay?" Zorn asked. I told my helmet to open and shook my head. Then I tried to wipe the tears from my face.
which was a stupid thing to do when wearing armor gauntlets. He knelt down beside me. Hey, we saved them. We won. Won what? I snapped back. This was our home. Yes, but Fraser called it. We were going to have to abandon it. So when we abandon it isn't really relevant. There's only one thing that matters now. I closed my eyes for a long moment and sighed weakly. Eliminate the eye. Turn Daedalus around. That's two, but yeah. He held his hand out. Come on. We need to do our job. You especially. Job? Reassuring people that everything is going well. He grinned and gestured at the charred ruins. They can't say we weren't thorough. Our homes, Zorn. They weren't, not anymore. But then they haven't been since the jolt, have they? That's what started this. Or when I ran away from the village and you let me. Maybe. Come on, people need to see us. Fraser walked up to us, his helmet opened. I think some of them got away. I was tracking them along the lane to Rubain, but it was only a couple. I didn't see the point of chasing them. Good call, Alice said. Hazel, are you all right? Just about. Are Mum and Dad okay? That finally roused me. I don't know. You haven't checked? Fraser sounded shocked. I can't face people, I mumbled. They'll all hate me for what we did. There's nothing left. Mad as usual. Alice, tell her. He's right. She offered a tentative smile. We fought a battle and won. Us, in armour, fighting aliens. And that's after we jumped all the way from the sky. She laughed, tears shining on her cheeks. Only you, Hazel. Nobody hates you, Zorn said. His gaze was so guileless, and his hand was still held out to me. Quite the opposite. Come on, see for yourself. I suppose. I gripped his fingers and hauled myself up. I was doing some deep breathing as we walked round the hall. The barricade came into view. Teams of people were dragging the dead Yai away and dropping them into the empty canal. There was an area set aside for the injured. I could see Marana and other medical people tending to them. So much clothing was soaked in blood. A line of bodies had been laid out, faces covered with shirts or jackets. The majority of people were still clumped together in a big circle, with children in the middle being comforted by their parents. I could hear sobbing. Just about every activity halted as we walked into view. Then it was bedlam. Hundreds of people started running towards us. There was shouting, yells of glee. Applause started up. Huh? Told you, Zorn said from the corner of his mouth, as smug as Fraser. And cheering. Cheering so loud the Yai Brain Queens themselves must have heard it up there in the sky. What are they doing? I gasped. Fraser burst out laughing. Zorn just grinned at me, his expression expectant. Mum was one of the first to reach us. I never knew she could run so fast. There were tears streaming down her face as she collided with Fraser and hugged him tight. Her arms couldn't even make it all the way round his armour. I edged over to her and she hugged me as well. You're alive, she snivelled. I hated seeing her so upset, so I just said, well, yeah, this armour is pretty good. I didn't get to say anything else. We were deluged with questions, and more as people crowded around. They were touching the armour suits in a dazed wonder. What is that stuff? Thank you, thank you. Did you get it from the forward section? You saved us. Where are the others? We got separated, I said. Not that I knew who'd asked. I was finding all the naked gratitude hard to accept. Zorn's parents were embracing him, smiling like maniacs. Mum, I said, where's Dad? She pointed.
I could see him sitting upon the ground, directing his friends from the carpentry shop. They were gathering up the weapons that had been discarded. Tanari was beside him, doing something to his arm. "Is he hurt?" I asked urgently. "No. Well, his leg's bust." I broke free from the press and hurried over to him. He saw me coming and clung to Tanari, levering himself off the ground. I stopped 2 paces from him. "Dad!" That wonderful, clever wooden leg of his had been snapped in half. His smile was bright as Tanari helped him hop over to me. His arms went round me, and he was grinning madly right in my face. "I knew you'd make it." "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." "You're not," Tanari said firmly. "Hazel, make him sit. He's lost a lot of blood." "Stop fussing," Dad grumbled. I looked at his arm. Tanari had been applying a wrap of cloth round it, which was red with blood. "What happened?" "I didn't duck quick enough. Those tentacles are fast. Don't worry, it's fine." "It's not Wait, were you fighting?" "Of course I was fighting those bastards. What did you think? I was just going to stand by?" "But—" I managed to stop myself gesturing at his leg. "Oh, Dad!" He swayed about, and I lowered him gently. "This is an amazing machine you're in," he said. "Can I have one?" I gave Tanari a desperate look. "Has Marana seen him?" She shook her head. "The doctors are very busy." I gave the row of injured a guilty look. "Right. John, what does this kind of injury need? Something the pharmacological processor can produce?" "For a deep wound, you will need biotics for infection and a strip of band skin." "Got it. Fraser?" "I'm here," he said behind me. I started. "OK, come with me. Zorn? Alice?" I called. "Yes," Zorn replied. "We have to help the wounded. You two talk to the doctors, find out what they need. I'll get the pharmacological processor to make it. Fraser, you're on delivery duty." He nodded eagerly. "Sure." We hurried over to the hall. I was sure the pharmacological processor would have been unharmed. We'd never used out jets on the building. It was still smoky inside. My helmet closed automatically as soon as we went in. The pharmacological processor looked intact, but its screens and lights were dead. "No power," Fraser said. "The Brain Queens have switched it off." "OK," I said calmly. "Fraser, this is your area. How do we get it to work again?" "We need a power source. I can go back down into the station and see what I can find." I glanced at the broad stairs in the middle of the hall. The idea was awful. I just didn't want to force the doors open. The Yai used the transport tunnels to get around. They could emerge without warning. In fact, we needed to keep a watch on the cycling lift anyway. I growled in dismay, trying to focus. "No, think of another one. Something close." "The suits," he said excitedly. "They've got high-capacity power cells." "OK, use mine. I'll stay in here and work the medicine machine." "Right, you need to get out of it. I'll find some cable." My suit's chest segments rearranged themselves, opening up. I felt the padding around my body loosen its grip. Then I had to wriggle my arms free and twist awkwardly as the suit's spine curved back, lifting my head out of the helmet. Getting out was just as difficult as suiting up had been, and this time I didn't have a convenient little platform to step onto. Some graceless manoeuvring later, and I managed to half tumble onto the floor. Every part of me ached. I hadn't noticed while I was in the suit. Then I tried to work out how long I'd been wearing it. Days, surely. I stretched and pushed my hands into the base of my spine as I tried to stand up straight, grimacing at how stiff I was. The grey tunic was soaked in sweat and clinging to my skin. I started coughing from the thin layers of smoke. "Yuck. Let's hope Rel doesn't walk in any time soon," Fraser said. His helmet was still sealed up, but the mockery was so visible. "You look like rancid guano." I ignored it. Not like I don't have practice. "Did you get—" He held up a length of cable. "Stand aside!" I heard someone calling my name and went over to the doorway. It was Itzy, standing just inside the hall's entrance, peering round nervously. "Can I help?" she asked. "I want to, please." "Yes, actually. I need to talk to Chief Artoff and Mayor Faninin. Can you find them and ask them to come here, please?" She nodded eagerly. "Yes." I watched her run off. Itzy running wasn't something I'd ever expected to see. "Her treatment seems to be working," I said. "Yes," John said. "That's good." "Yeah," I agreed. "It is. Quickly, too." Fraser rigged his cable from the power cells in my armor backpack into the pharmacological processor. Its lights came on, and I ordered up a roll of bandskin and some biotic salve. Part of the communication system in my helmet was detachable. I took it out and clipped it round my ear. "Zorn? Alice? What do the doctors need?" 24. The requests came in fast, mostly for painkillers and bandskin. Fraser recruited some of his friends to help carry the medical supplies over to the doctors. Artoff and Faninin appeared quickly, and we discussed setting up watchers around the village who would sprint back and warn us if any Yai appeared. I'd been right about the other villages. While we'd been away, Rubain, Nepeta, Inula, and Orkis had all responded to the messengers Ixia had sent out. Their residents had marched by torchlight through the darkness and helped build the Cheval de Frise fence. That meant there were over 5,000 people outside Ixia Village Hall, with no shelter and very little food. Their mayors joined Faninin in the hall while I loaded instructions into the pharmacological processor. They were anxious to talk to me, to find out what was going on, exactly what was going on. They were polite, but insistent. All had friends and family who'd been killed or hurt in the Yai attack, they told me. The survivors were shocked and fearful. "We have a right to know what's going to happen." "I have to go into the aft section," I told them. "Why?" "Because we need the thinking machines that survived." "Why?" "Josephine said they can help build us a weapon that will eliminate the Yai." I didn't want to use words like huge bomb, not after the carnage we'd all just experienced. "Who's Josephine?" "A thinking machine from the forward sections." "But what about us? What do we do when you're trying to get into the aft section?" Will the Eye come again? What did you do to get them so angry with us?" "Shut up!" I shouted. "You don't know what we saw, what we've been through." I turned away. I didn't want them to see me crying. "Hazel," Artoff said softly, "I'm sorry. You have no idea how grateful the people outside are to you. The four of you saved everybody. But they're very scared, and you are the only one who knows what's going on. Can you just speak to them, please? Anything you can tell us that will help them to understand. We'd really appreciate it." I nodded and took a moment to compose myself before I turned to face them again. Finally, I knew what had to be done and how to get everybody to do exactly what I said. I had to use the truth. "Yes, I get it." "John?" "Yes, Hazel?" "Did my suit record what we saw in the Central Sea?" "Yes." "Okay. And is the escort Cybot's projector still working?" "Yes." "Right then." I gave Artoff a steady look. "I'll show you what's happened, but you're not going to like it." When the last medical requests were finished, I climbed back into my armor. There was no real need, but I felt a lot more comfortable with all that protection around me. The escort Cybot was lying on its side amid the melting frost, its casing badly buckled and one leg missing. "It doesn't matter," John said. "The projector can compensate for the angle." Zorn, Fraser and Alice stood beside me, the four of us facing the intimidating gathering of 5,000 scared, anxious people. They'd just seen the Yai beaten back, so they now expected me to produce another miracle of salvation if a second wave attacked.
"Are you sure about this?"
Fraser asked quietly. "Yes," I said, before I lost my nerve. So we showed them. A big, ghostly memory hanging in the air between them and us. The promenade of the Central Sea, with its row of silent, motionless Yai brain queens. Their murmurs of fearful excitement grew as Zorn walked closer and kicked one of the mini-Yai. Then I was examining a brain queen, ending up at its base, where my suit sensors zoomed in on the scattering of human bones below the open maws ringing its base. "So, now you know," I told my horrified audience. "They don't just kill us." I watched the shock and revulsion spread and deepen. Parents clutching their children to them, the anger and fright building amid the adults. Several sank to the ground, head in their hands, veiling tears. I closed my eyes to it, but in my mind I could see the lift platform lowering the cycled into the ground, over and over and over. For 500 years Ixia had watched passively as blessed parents, grandparents, great-grandparents all vanished in front of them, heralding another day of celebration and feasting. Mayor Feninen drew himself up to face me, his desperation denying him any chance of composure. "You cannot go to the aft section," he said with brittle dignity. "Hazel, please, you can't leave us again. Not to that." "I'm not leaving you," I announced loud and clear. "Because you're coming with me. All of you. We're going to the aft section of Daedalus. There are some of the thinking machines there that are unbeaten by the Yai. They can shelter us. The wounded will have to travel in carts. The rest of you must support each other. And we will not leave anyone behind." I beckoned Feninen and the other mayors over to me. "Get them organised to travel, and fast," I told them quietly. "Make sure they don't load themselves up with anything. I want to leave inside the hour." "But we'll need to carry food and water," Nepeta's mayor objected, "and the children are tired." "Just water," I said firmly. "The quicker we move, the less time the Yai have to intercept us. Use carts for the children if there are enough, otherwise they'll have to be carried." I was impressed just how quickly everybody did manage to organise themselves. Mind you, the projection I'd showed them was the ultimate in motivation. The 5 villages formed up ready to set off down the canal path. It was the quickest route to the aft ring lake. I studied the route on the map that came up in my helmet display. "There are another 3 villages on the canal before we reach the lake," Zorn said. "That could be a problem." "We don't stop," I said. "They either join us or they take their chances with the Yai. We can spare a few minutes showing them the Central Sea recording, but that's all." "I understand. They'd have to be crazy not to come with us. But Hazel, that'll be over 8,000 people." "That's good. 8,000 people safe." "How are you going to get them to the other side of the ring lake? There aren't enough fishing boats in all of Daedalus to take half a village across in one go, let alone 8. I had some vague notion of everyone walking along a subway tunnel under the ring lake to the far shore. Now I wasn't so sure. That would leave us very vulnerable to a Yai ambush, and especially if they found a way to let the lake water in. I shuddered. "One step at a time. Fraser, John, I want the pair of you examining the problem. Find us a safe way over to the far shore." "On it," Fraser said enthusiastically. A column was winding its way out of the assembled crowd, with the carts carrying the wounded at the front. Horses had been found and hitched up. The rest had teams of adults who would take it in turns to pull the cart. I found my furious father sitting on the back of one of them. "I shouldn't be riding in a cart," he protested. "Hazel, please, just get me a decent-sized pole. I can use it as a crutch." An exhausted Tanari was leaning on the side of the cart, looking like she was about to burst into tears. My helmet opened, allowing me to stare right at him. "No, Dad," I said firmly. "You will be too slow on a crutch, and I will not allow anyone to endanger this convoy. You will sit in this cart and make yourself useful by helping the injured." I pointed at his two companions, who had long lengths of bandskin on their limbs. His jaw dropped. Then he ducked his head meekly. "Yes, of course. Sorry, I wasn't thinking." "That's okay. I'll talk to you again when we reach the ring lake." My helmet closed, which was lucky. I don't think I could have kept that attitude going for more than another few seconds. Feninin and the mayor of Inula were standing on the canal path at the head of the column. I walked over to them. "Let's go." We'd arranged it that I would be at the front, acting the leader that everyone would obediently follow, but really scanning ahead for any Yai activity. Fraser and Alice were going to be near the middle, with Zorn bringing up the rear along with Chief Artoff and a team of regulators from every village, whose job was going to be dealing with people who were falling behind. I'd gone about 400 metres along their canal path when Alice's badge appeared in my display. "Yes?" "You do know which fishing village is at the end of this canal, don't you?" she said in her most malicious voice. "Yeah," I admitted. It was the first thing I'd noticed when I studied the map. Not that I'd forgotten, but... "Viride," she taunted. So, I wonder what Scott will think when you arrive in an armour suit at the head of a refugee convoy. I'm sure you can ask him. I banished her badge, but not before I heard some vicious chuckling. I took one look back. The column was moving along nicely. All the carts were on the path now, and everyone behind them was keeping close together. They were walking 4 or 5 abreast. Oddly, the big mass of people waiting their turn to start didn't seem any smaller than when I set off. It made me realise just how long the line was going to be, which brought its own problems if we had to defend it. "Everything all right?" Feninin asked. I hadn't told him, or anyone, that the Daedalus had flown past the New World. Nor did he know that the only reason we were heading... I hadn't told him, or anyone, that the Daedalus had flown past the New World. Nor did he know that the only reason we were heading for the aft section was because a 500-year-old woman in a glass bubble had said that's what we should do. One step at a time. "It will be soon," I assured him. If he doubted me, he didn't show it. "John?" "Yes, Hazel?" "Play me some music from Earth." It had been too long since I'd heard any. "Very well." I was impressed by how well his adaptive routines could read my moods now. The song he chose was the perfect accompaniment for me as I left my ruined home behind. A lovely melody, complemented by an exquisitely soulful voice. Behind me, the smoke rising from Ixia's ruins was finally thinning out, its tip splitting to curve round the bulk of the habitat sky. And I strode on down the path, with a voice from 1,000 years ago, singing about a wonderful world, with trees of green, and red roses too.